The Southern Conference last week,
Southern Conference last week, Northern Conference this week, my apologies.
Early start, mate. The geography's just a little bit shaky.
It is, a little bit. I've got to spin my globe the opposite direction. And it is Doyleson with first use of the football. They'll tap it on halfway, awaiting the referee's signal. And the siren in the background. We are underway. They'll be looking to push forward on the drive. Doyleson looking nice and compact early. Want to get through their sets and lay a good foundation.
It's an extra metres there through the middle, but just a slow roll ball.
Courtney Watson dummies back inside. Cromack dumps it, receives it back. Surveying the situation.
Last touch coming.
Last touch, here it comes. Cromack again. Cutout ball just unsuccessful, but a penalty.
Touch. Yeah, referee's just saying that the players were pulling back in the 7 metre zone where they're not allowed to. They have to be moving forward when the ball's outside 7 metres. So that's a penalty on the last touch is not something that the coach would be happy with.
So a fresh set of 6 taps.
There's a dive for the line
for
here.
Doyleson. The referee having a look, but he says touched.
He was right on the spot there, the referee, and just able to see the touch before it was the ball was down.
The middle Cromack just dishing off now. Here she is, trying to get a way through for her player.
See, both teams are full of energy here. They're really throwing themselves at each other.
Top of the morning, very sproutly. Of course, this is the round of 16 in the under 14s girls. Last play to the skinny short side. Early ball, but an easy read. Natras has to surrender possession. Doyleson camped out in the 7.
So this is where Doyleson want to finish their set. You'll see that the Nelsons Bay team are going to try and get to their sub-box to get some fresh legs on. So Doyleson want to finish the set in the furthest corner away from that sub area. And we see the turnover just from that defensive pressure being applied by the Doyleson team. They have a strike play here coming up.
They do. They've had the better of the position so far, the field position. They get another penalty. Can Doyleson make Nelson Bay pay? Here they go again. Cromack's an option.
They've certainly been working hard in attack, but it seems to be just individual stuff at the moment. There's no real set plays coming up. This one looks like they could be setting up. There's a Rooster play, the wraparound.
Cromack tries to slip through. She'll have to go back for the touch. Smith receives the ball. Watson. Dump it down for Smith. Gets it back. Does Watson. Tries to dive in, but they're claiming the touch, and the referee likes it.
She was looking for an offside player there, but the referee judged both of them to be onside, and the final touch is made. But again, this far corner from their sub-box, so we'll see what Nelsons Bay learned here.
Try to get right across the field.
This one's better for them, but for mine, there's still too much sideways movement. They're not really getting any momentum down the field.
That's right, so they're going to be camped in their own half.
So now we have a penalty for incorrect substitution. 7 players on the field. The referees, there's 3 referees, and they work the whole game as a team. So the sideline referees are monitoring the subs as well as what's happening out in the middle, and you'll often see them called back for an incorrect substitution.
Well, they don't need that, Nelson Bay. They're on the back foot, so they've got to get their own backyard in order. Otherwise, Doyleson can soon find points. 2 passes infield they come. Cromack. Now Spindler. Getting to the 7.
She just put the head up and looked for the inside pass then, but the defence from the inside had collapsed in and shut down that option. So lots of running in the legs of the Doyleson Dragons, but just not able to convert it into points yet.
Nelson Bay haven't completed a set yet, so that's what they'll be wanting to do. Nice shift to try and get towards their subs box. That's their plan. That's more direct. That's better.
A lot more direct that time. But now we see them just sweep on and run across field. So they need to get up over the halfway line. This ball has to end the set over half as deep as you can. This is good now. They need to release. She had to look up. She had an unmarked winger outside her. Young Clark. Emily Pearson it was that was unmarked out on the wing.
Clark couldn't get it to her, but that was better from Nelson Bay.
Much better, Tony. They really did work hard for that one.
Warming into this match, the women in purple, but it's Doyleson on the attack. And their first error.
An unforced error there, just a drop ball as she tried to take that ruck up. So this is a good opportunity now for Nelsons Bay.
5 minutes gone here. Under 14s girls. Round of 16. More respect for the footy required for the Neptunes.
Yeah, when you haven't had it as much as your opposition, you really want to work hard to keep it for as long as you can. As we see some space, but a nice touch made.
Watson just tapped at the last minute.
Yeah, Michaela Clark it was that got a beautiful touch, reaching out and got her.
Tunney. His touch with the ball has to go back to the 7. Hovering on that 7-metre line, slowing down the tempo. They've had all the possession. They want to do something with it. Here they go. And the tap, good tap from Piper Mullins. And it'll be Nelson Bay. So even though Nelson Bay's been on the back foot, they haven't conceded. No, they'll be happy with that.
They've been working hard in defence. And, it often when you work hard in defence, rewards come in attack. So hopefully they're able to build on it. They've made their way downfield again here well. So this could be a good opportunity.
Yes, they've got that same game plan, get to their subs box and then come across field, but a bit more direct and not going straight to the opposite side.
Last touch. Good speed out of half. She's got through behind the defensive line now.
And Manning.
So, just as we called it, if she got that ball down cleanly, which we'll have to see what the referees say.
Zoe Smith has the first try of this round of 16 game against the run of play. It's the Nelson Bay Neptunes. Manning got in behind. And Smith was there in support.
To the opposite side.
So that's the way we like. When they work hard in defence, they get the rewards.
And
so
Manning,
they've been on the back foot the whole time. First couple of sets, they turned possession over, but that time they trusted themselves and got themselves down the field, and that momentum was enough to get him behind the line. Great work there.
And just on the score, but that's 3 points for the first touchdown.
Yeah, we don't want drawn matches on finals day, so we have to have a decision made. So the first try scorer is awarded 3 points.
So how did Doyleson respond? Here they come, shaping towards the left. Watson inside. Trying to step around.
You'll also note after the try, Tony, you turn around. There's no half-time breaks in these games. It's 25 minutes straight. No half-time, so the teams will turn around after each try.
Out of their own end, trying to shift it towards their subs box again, the Neptunes. Finished third in Group B. Really good tournament so far. They want to stay in the competition. Hopefully, for their sake, 3 more games for them today. But they've got to make sure they're winning each of those. That was a poor low percentage pass back on the inside.
Yeah, it was a forced pass. The defensive pressure came up and she just looked to get it back inside. It was forward. It was a lazy, sloppy pass. So they want to rethink that sort of stuff. Just hold possession.
Watson and Cromack combining those middles. Looking to see if they can get their links and wingers involved. Smith. Shimmying, getting through.
Referee's there. He's pointing. He's saying the touch was made.
Bench was up in arms.
Big defence now, a penalty. Again, just the referee communicating to the players that they've got to move forward in that space. So the touch was made, but the infringement had occurred before that. So it's not a advantage situation there.
They get 6 more touches. Smith tries to make the most of it on the first one, but she'll be asked to come back. Good touch. Right on the line.
Smith's been asking questions. She gets down low. She's a good diver.
Now Watson.
Good defence from Nelson's Bay here. They've really stepped up their intensity.
Back towards the middle. 6 Watson. Smith.
They've shut this one down again.
Watson diving for deep. The referee.
I think the referee's going to say that one was down.
Yes, he is. And the bench is up for Doyleson.
Yeah, lots of energy. That's close. We see on the replay here, I thought they defended it quite well. They split to the positions they needed to get to. Just see it here now. So the link breaks out. She dives. Surprises me that the contact wasn't made before the ball was down, but she obviously got down to the ground quicker than we could see from here. The referee was right on the spot, and that's a try to Doyleson.
Dive from a long way out as well. Good stretch.
Good skills. Great athleticism from these young ladies.
That's what we're seeing. Down come the Neptunes. Smith. Last-ditch touch on Manning.
Yeah, Manning's dangerous in this 7-metre area. She's tall and very athletic.
To the right they come, using the sideline. That was the last touch. So they surrender possession, but in a good position.
That's right. So they need to keep Dawson down here. This Nelson Bay defence needs to get up off the line.
And it's been that aggression in defence from Nelson Bay that's holding Doyleson at bay. Towards their subs box.
So they've done well here, Nelson Bay. The last touch will be made, and it's only 30 metres out from the try line they're attacking, and a penalty on the back of it.
And that was really set up by the defence, really rushing up, putting pressure on Doyleson. McCallum dumps it. Lockman. 2 passes wide, Manning again.
It's a little juggle, but she gets possession back. And that was good. No, when you juggle like that, you can't force a pass, so she just controlled it in and got the ball away cleanly.
Smith.
Trouble here on the right-hand edge.
Cutouts. Needed to be more crisp, and that's a strong touch.
Yeah, that'll be a penalty. There was no malice in it. It was just sometimes at this age group, the kids just don't control their momentum very well. So that was more of a collision than it was any malicious intent. But a penalty was sufficient.
Yes, very much so. Smith finds Manning, trying to connect again.
Good hands, but great defence there from Dawson coming up off the line, shutting it down.
Votman, the 12, getting involved too. Manning sees some space, they've got an overlap. Floats over the top, but can't find hands.
Fortunate there.
So Doyleson escape, but they've caught them short a few times. Have the Nelson Bay Neptunes coming up to halfway through this game. Nelson Bay lead 3 points to 2. I'm Tony Salerno, Adam Collins alongside me. First game on a big Guzman E. Gomez finals day. We're in Northern Conference of the New South Wales Junior State Cup.
Again, we might see another set ended within their own defensive half there from Dorlo. They'll need to do better, get that momentum down the middle of the field before they start coming wide. It's something we're seeing in these younger divisions. They're so intent on going sideways to get to their sub-box, but they lose the focus on taking the ball down the paddock.
Yes, they do. Here they come back towards the middle. Good charge from Rankin.
There was a touch made, but the referee said she was offside, so he was playing advantage. So another penalty here for Nelson's Bay. 15 metres out.
Good opportunity here. Nelson Bay to extend their lead. Baxter jinking.
Kyla Rankin around the ball there, number 16. Here she comes now, sweeping out. Pops out to the right. Good defence again from Dawson.
Marked up when they've needed to. Baxter.
You see that little pop-out play, the support comes in close to the ruck and then just drifts wide at the last second. That's good hands. A great touch across in cover.
It was last ditch. It needed to be made. It saves the bacon for Doyleson.
Yeah, that time the momentum was excellent from the defensive team. They came across it in numbers, which was important to shut that one down.
Quite windy in Dubbo here at the moment. What sort of a factor does that play, Adam?
It does. Oh, look, it's only a short game, so the players are on and off with unlimited interchanges. But if you're out there stuck for a long time running into the breeze, it can, quite affect your breathing. But I think these girls, as I said, they've been working hard, and it shouldn't affect them too much in the short time frame. So but obviously with the passing, Tony, sorry to cut you off, it also affects that. So the close passes from acting half, you really need to control them and don't let the wind be a factor to push them forward.
Not that we might not see too many in this game, but those long passes as well will be impacted heavily by the wind.
100%. When you get up into the 16s and 18s, you'll see that skill set a lot more. And, that has an absolute opportunity there for change in that game.
Just over 10 minutes remaining. Nelson Bay 3-2 over Doyleson. As the Neptunes cross halfway towards their subs box. Here come the reinforcements. So there's 3 players at the field at the moment.
They've really improved that part of their play, but again, as you said, there's only 3 players out there. So it's that next phase of the interchange sets that they really need to work on. If they're to progress it, and at this stage they're in front by that one point buffer, is Bowie Manning going across again. She's been really busy. And the Manning family from Nelson's Bay, they're involved in a number of teams. So Bowie's here in the 14 girls and 2 sisters playing in the under 16 girls. So it's great to see the Manning family, and that's what this sport's all about. They come away at tournaments like this, and we had a little interesting fun fact about Bowie. Apparently, she loves dumplings. She reckons she could live on dumplings alone.
Oh, really?
So the food of champions might be dumplings.
It is. We'll see. See if she can get herself a dumpling. Might be a dumpling if she can get there. Doyleson at their subs box, just shy of halfway. Coming back infield, Watson back on.
Again, another set. It's going to end right on the halfway line. This is the final touch here. They've been able to get it into enemy territory, but only just.
Only just. Keeping Nelson Bay away from enemy territory, but Nelson Bay getting the better of the field position. Was that a knockback? The referee happy and playing on. That could have been pivotal.
It could have been. It looked to have dropped over the shoulder, potentially in a forward direction, but the referee said it was okay. Some quick hands there to get outside the defensive line. This will be the last touch coming up now.
It's in the hands of Mullins, forcing the players back, in the pass just a bit too far in front of Zoe Smith.
It was good speed there from Mullins, but just unfortunately that last pass going to ground. But again, not too bad. It was deep into Dawson's territory, so now they can put a little bit of defensive pressure on here and try and keep the Dragons down their own end of the field, and there we go. That just a lazy error, the player coming onto the field, not going into an attacking position straight away, and put the ball down cleanly.
It's about the Neptunes being patient, and they have been here. Going to get a really good look at the strike zone. They come again.
Numbers here, attempted intercept. Can't quite make out the number of that young lady on the wing for Dawson. She's worked hard, but just there it's that 50-50 call. Do I go for the intercept, or do I let that ball go over the top and potentially lead to a try? So she got up in the lane. Unfortunately for her team, put it down.
Mullins picks it up from the roll ball. Baxter. Mullins again, drops it quick. The two combine.
The ground. They've got numbers there, but
sliding
she
in.
drives herself. Touch made.
Sees the tap.
So there was an overlap there. It was a 3-on-2 situation. Potentially, as you're diving, if you can get that ball away, it's a tough skill for a 14-year-old to develop, but that's what happens.
8 minutes to play, still 3-2.
This is the set that I'm talking about here, where the ball's in the middle of the field, and you can see the girls, they're just trying to come to this corner. What they actually need to do is just work down the middle, get the momentum behind them, the meters under their feet, and then bring the substitutions on.
When's an ideal time to bring the subs on? What touch do you think?
It all depends on field position and the momentum you have behind you, but I just see it so often in these games these days that the teams are intent on getting to the sub-box straight away. You want fresh legs out there, but I still believe that field position is the most important aspect of it, Tony.
It is, and Nelson Bay are controlling that. Their more direct runs mean that they're getting over halfway a little bit more easily than Doyleson at this stage. Here's another example of that.
And a good defensive read by that winger again. She knew where they were trying to go. She's out there next to that sub-box. She came in tight, shut down that angle, and burned a touch.
The Neptunes into enemy territory. Chivo looking.
Through the ruck here. She's in behind the defensive line.
Rankin finds one in the middle, but a great touch. Last ditch on Clark.
Beautiful read from the winger then. She came in. She had to come in and shut down that link position. It left the winger unmarked, but the pass went to the short one. And as you said, the long balls in this age group, probably not going to see them often, but the winger again was unmarked on the left-hand side.
That's right. Just got to have one more look.
And there's a turnover. Not facing square was the call from the referee there. So again, that pressure of coming off their own line and trying to get to the sub-box, because they're running on an angle, they're not straightening up when they're rolling the ball. So the referee was on top of it that time.
And a penalty to Doyleson. Not square.
Forward pass from the ruck, I believe that one was. So see what they do here. This touch here, that's what they've done. They've driven down the middle. They need to have another one of those. There's the half gone. That's a turnover. The acting half can't be caught. The Neptune's defence shot up out of the line. They're onside. You've got to know where your defensive line is if you're going to pick and go early in the touch count.
And that wind playing a little bit of a factor. Players reaching out in front of them, trying to bring the ball in. So maybe not measuring their passes the way that they could. Here's Manning, tallest player on the field.
But danger signs here with Manning, ball in hand. This close to the line. So here she goes forward, looking for the dive now. But a really nice touch there from Molly Furlong.
Keeps Manning at bay.
might have pulled up a little bit short there. He looks to have an injury up on the quad, just not moving as freely as before, but
she'll get it back and stay in the play.
I think
Smith.
she's going to go off now. She's tucked back into that. Oh, there's a little dummy thrown.
Smith fooled everybody.
Came from nothing, but the referees are going to consult, and the sideline referee says no touch and try time.
And that is a big touchdown in the grand scheme of things. Nelson Bay lead 5 points to 2. Zoe Smith, you've mentioned a few times they've had the winger unmarked on a couple of occasions. That time the dummy they fell for, and Smith was in.
Yeah, it's really tough for that young winger. She's had a great game. She's been out there the whole game. No substitution, so she's working really hard for the Dragons. And that time she came in, she put herself in perfect position, but it was just the dummy that she hung off that split second, and then the acceleration to get through the line and score. That's tough lines now. With 4.5 minutes remaining, the score on the scoreboard is 5-2. And again, it's only 2-1, but with the scoring system on finals day, so we get results, that's what it looks like.
And now last ditch tough, the hand springs up from Ashley Sheen. And it'll be the Nelson Bay Neptunes in their 7, trying to work it out from there on in. Going to make it to their subs box. They head to the left.
Again, they're looking to get to their sub box, but they're doing it a lot more with momentum forward now. That's a great charge up the field. And here come the substitutes. So they'll need to sweep really wide here and just get themselves, it's a little bit slow.
They stay down that left-hand channel, trying
That's
to find a
good
way
shift.
through.
There's space and numbers now.
Here they go, down the sideline, Nelson Bay.
Nice shut down there. Again, that young winger. I really can't see a number from here, Tony. It's killing me because I want to give her a rap. She has been impressive out there. Couple little mistakes, but she's working so hard.
And there's another one from Doyleson. So now Nelson Bay to flex their muscles. They'll get a really good look at the strike zone if they can get close enough. The middles looking to combine. Here they go. Via Rankin. Dropping it down and getting it back. But she couldn't keep it. Knock on.
They're crucial errors. And if whichever team progresses, and at this stage it looks like it'll be the Neptunes, they really need to tighten up on those small things. The small percentage plays can be quite, important in the scheme of things in these short games. They can't be putting the balls down like that.
No, they can't. They've really enjoyed that left-hand shift, the Nelson Bay Neptunes. If they do it again, they could have themselves a touchdown. Here it comes. Barrett instigates her own touch.
Half was a bit slow there. This is the element of the game they need to improve on.
Now referee tells the defence to come forward on the 7. Rankin dives in. Referee says touch.
Beautiful touch made there by Amelia Caruana for the Dragons.
Nelson Bay again. Rankin being very involved in the latter part of this game.
There is Caruana again throwing herself into the line. 2 minutes remaining. She is really putting it all out there for a team.
Now it's only worth 2, the next touchdown. So Doyleson have to get up there quickly as they head towards the subs box. The new players coming on.
That's good speed.
Good charge that time from McAndrew.
Alan McAndrew it was.
And just running behind the player and bumping the ball into her, surrendering possession. Nelson Bay starts this one over halfway. So 1:30 on the clock. Nelson Bay, they've got this one wrapped up. Trying to sign off with an exclamation mark. Back towards the centre they come. Via Manning. Drops it down. Receives it again.
It's a good strike dump here on the 7-metre line. The link player just held up a little bit there.
A cut-out ball, failing to connect. That'll go astray, but it won't matter too much for Nelson Bay. The last minute, they lead 5-2. Looking like they will progress to the quarterfinals in the under-16s girls. This is the round of 16.
There's
good
the
charge from Splinter.
Nice pass, but great cover from Manning.
Doyleson would have been saying more of that, please, earlier in the game. Here they go,
they need
big
to move
shift.
it again. They have numbers out here if they can spin it wide.
They
Shut
sensed
down
it.
beautifully.
Last touch coming up. Tunney just surrenders possession.
Tunney, you mentioned her earlier in the play. She wants to be a professional footballer, so playing touch out here at this tournament, but obviously loves her soccer or football as it's called, and she wants to be a professional footballer, so it's great to have her on board here at this tournament.
And a lot of the players here play a variety of sports,
Absolutely.
just finding their way, but just picking up some of those great skills and just picking them apart from each sport. So really good strategy from her. Nelson Bay flooding the right side of the ground. Ball back on the inside. And a last touch means it'll be turned over.
We have the...
I don't think that was a siren, though.
It was meant to be the siren. We've just had some confusion in the...
I'm walking on sunshine. I think that was in the background. And there's the proper siren there. Nelson Bay Neptunes through to the quarterfinals in the under-14s girls. A 5-2 victory over Doyleson. Deserved winners, Adam Collins.
Yeah, they certainly worked really hard there. They were going at each other early in the game, but it really was Nelson's Bay that stamped their authority early. That opening try is crucial in finals day here at Junior State Cup. They were good enough to get another one, but, you know, kudos to the Dawson Dragons. It was only realistically one try in it. The scoreboard blows out with our scoring regime here, but both teams, congratulations on that performance, but we'll look to see Nelson's Bay later on in the tournament.
We will see them a little bit later today, but up next we've got Maitland taking on Mudgee in the under-16 girls. More girls action. Adam Collins, thank you very much for that. That was great.
It's been an absolute pleasure, mate, and enjoy the rest of the day. Finals day here in Dubbo. I'm off to do my other duties.
That's right, busy man today on finals day.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Dane.
We're just getting started here on the KO stream. Up next, Maitland and Mudgee on the other side. Just about all set for game 2 here on KO. It's the under-16s. Maitland taking on Mudgee. Round of 16 game. It's Guzman E. Gomez finals day, which means the cream of the crop is in action.
Pat Moran to the referees, 10 please. Pat Moran to the referees, 10.
Maitland Redbacks in the red and the black, and it'll be Mudgee in the purple and the black. I'm Tony Salerno, Jason Stanton in commentary with me for the first time today. Jace, good to have you along. Finals day, very exciting.
Yeah, very excited, mate. Guzman E. Gomez finals day. I actually couldn't sleep, got up a bit early this morning, so I can only imagine the players are excited as well, Tony.
Oh, absolutely. Road trip all culminates today, especially if you can take home some silver on the trip back. That'd be very helpful.
I think so. And this under-16s girls division, because there were so many teams in this division, they go to this round of 16 knockout game. So it's really hard to get a read on this competition. They're so even, and anything could happen here.
And also a lot of these teams, these teams haven't played each other yet. So it's really interesting to try and gauge a standard of the different pools. We'll go through where these teams finished. There is the whistle. We are underway. Be Mudgee in the purple with first use of the ball. Be looking to go forward and really make a statement. It's a 3-pointer for the first touchdown. So a really good start's important. Knock on from the ensuing play. So Chloe Sutherland in the 22. She surrenders possession. But here come Maitland heading towards their subs box. She's a good mover. Heading towards the wing. Ball comes out. Referee uses some logic there and just asks her to go back and play it. Emerson Dooley dishing it down. Good pass on. They're making good meters. Maitland looking very strong early. Good ball for the 5. Dooley again. Back towards the right. They've got Mudgee short if they can spread it. Decide to hold it in the middle towards the 7. Last touch. Looking for an option in the middle, but that was the last play.
Yeah, good early signs there for Maitland, going coast to coast, the whole field, and now they're meeting the Mudgee team in defence. So, yeah, pretty good start.
That was a line ball, popped up. Subs being used as they work towards that left-hand channel. Just shy of halfway. Both these teams finished third in their pools. Maitland, Pool B, third, 4 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses. And in Pool C, Mudgee, 4 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses. So identical records. So we should be in for quite an even match.
Yeah, definitely. And things are sometimes different on the Sunday, Tony, because you're sort of developing. These are all representative teams. So they don't have, it's not like, it's the same team year in, year out. They sort of get brought together. They've got to work hard, generally over a 6-week period. And sometimes Friday to Saturday is a big jump. Saturday to Sunday, big jump as well as they get their combinations together.
That's right. Even with Tiger Woods, Sunday Tiger Woods was a different beast to all the other rounds. Maitland in red are looking to do the same thing. Working towards the left. Towards that touchline. Nice quick drive from Maitland. They've been good in that area so far. Really quick to get to their box and really quick to release over halfway. Good charge from Richards, but another incomplete set from Maitland. Mudgee looking to control the ball and get into enemy territory as they head towards their subs. Looking to come back in field, just shy of halfway. Mid-touch counts. Line ball and then low percentage pass again. So the teams exchanging errors between their sets.
Yeah, really good conditions too. The last couple of days we've seen a fair bit of dew early in the morning, but today it looks nice. Like we've still got the wind here, but the actual ground nice and dry. That means the ball will be dry, so hopefully the skills pick up as the players get confidence handling that ball. They
do, just getting out of those last final nerves. It is Dooley again in the 5. She's been very important to start this game. Seymour, now Russell, standing with it. Eva Power and Russell, the middles, working together. Exchanging passes back and forward. Here they go. Long sweeping ball, finding the winger. Just couldn't control it. That's a tough pass in these conditions, but found the mark, just couldn't convert.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned Dooley and Power. I think they're definitely 2 to watch because they look pretty good with the ball in hand. The ball in 2 hands, eyes up. They've got the option to dump or pass. So Dooley and Power definitely 2 to watch in this Redbacks outfit.
Keeping the teams guessing. Mudgee making good ground, getting out of their 7, now heading towards halfway. So almost a 50-metre gain from this set. This is good and direct from the Mud Crabs. Don't have to score off every play, but really have to start dominating the field position. Of course, the first touchdown, super important, worth 3. So both teams will be looking for that. A good start in a final is very, very important. Dooley. On come the reinforcements, getting involved straight away. Cronin. Dumping it down. McQueen. Curtis. McQueen. She's got pace towards the strike zone. Just that pass. Not finding Cronin. Couldn't get it into the grasp.
Yeah, they're possibly going a little bit lateral here, Tony. So with this dump scoop game early in the game, you want to be running at the offside player, really going a bit straight, putting pressure on the defence and getting the referees to call them onside or not. Maitland probably trying to run around Mudgee a little bit now, so that would serve them well to be a little bit straighter, especially for this first 5 minutes in the game.
Well, what does that do? Because they go straight to their subs box, that immediately means they're going to draw to a sideline, and then are you saying towards the back end of a set really start getting direct?
Yeah, ideally, if you need to substitute your players, you're going to be going wide. So, you know, Mudgee here to the top of the screen. Then as they come on in this period here, you want to be going quite straight, trying to, you know, run at those offside players as they're running backwards.
They're listening to you, JC. They come straight and hard down the middle. Opening things up for Reynolds. Receives it back from the dummy half. Griffith drops it down, but a messy play the ball. It'll be a knock on.
Yes, that's towards that set. That's what we're talking about. So they sort of went into that lateral, quick dump sideways. I'd like to see them early in the game. You want to be quite straight. Work out how big, like, the 7's going to be from the referees. Really get a bit of a gauge of what you can do and put them under a bit of pressure. So I think whichever of these teams can straighten up a bit early, they're probably going to be the ones that finish on top.
6 minutes gone in this game. I'm Tony Salerno, Jason Stanton alongside me. New South Wales Junior State Cup. We've reached a round of 16 in the Northern Conference. The second game on finals day. Guzman E. Gomez finals day. No score. Maitland and Mudgee. This one on a knife's edge. Both teams shown pretty good signs, but no one's hit the scoreboard yet. Simpson. Quick dump.
There we go.
Holden
nice
into the strike zone. Floats the ball over the top, but couldn't control it as she tried to put down. That is a lot better, but the execution just lacking at the end.
Yeah, probably had a little bit more time probably than what she thought. Sometimes you get a bit sort of panicky near goal, but she had a little bit more time, and I think Maitland coach would be, I think it's Simpson's the coach there, she'd be looking at that and thinking, all right, let's do more of that dump scoop, because that worked there.
That was a forward pass, just overrunning a few of the players. Maitland in a really good position to provide the first spider bite of this game. 10 metres away, Dooley. Wider still for Richards. Puts it down, Mate. Osland. Her first involvement, to the 7 she goes. Space on the right, Power. The middle, dropping it down, wants it back quickly. They decide to go for Carr, but she's let the ball loose.
Yeah, and they probably had a few more touches up their sleeve, so maybe a couple deep breaths from Maitland, because they've had some opportunities there. On the Mudgee side of the ledger, they've really got to complete their sets. They're sort of given Maitland too much easy ball. So they've got to sort of get down the field. This is a bit better.
That's a 25-metre gain for the Mud Crabs. And now over halfway. This is better. One of their best driving sets of this game. Heading up towards the 60 now. 60-metre set from them. So a lot of this is field position, just trying to get themselves in a good position to strike. Very quick to the sub side. Subs a little bit late to the party there. Only had 2 players on the field at one stage. Try to play the ball too quick. They've done it a few times and just getting into a bit of bother.
Yeah, they get a bit, sometimes we can get a little bit excited. Like I think it was Amelia Carr. That's her probably second or third run. Beautiful drive, 15, 20 metres. And then all of a sudden you've got this good platform and you get a bit excited and say, yeah, let's start playing a bit of footy. And you probably need to have one more drive after it. So that's probably, again, Maitland just got to settle a bit more down. 0-0 still.
Now it's Mudgee's turn. Probably haven't been as dominant in attack as Maitland, but they've got the chance. Trying to open this field up. Referee says penalty. Not collapsing, so weren't coming forward when they got to the 7. You've got to get off your line. Tavita. At acting half.
So that's the second penalty there. So the third one, they'll lose a player. And what you want to try and do here is the attack with when it's 2 penalties for not moving forward, is walk back to the 10. Really get them up and pressure the defence there.
Here they come again. Mudgee trying to dive in and score. Couldn't do it, Shannon. Referee says the touch happened before the fumble. So go on, play it on the 7 again.
Yeah, so if I was Mudgee, I'd really be walking back now. They're on 2 penalties. If Maitland give another penalty, they lose a player. So I'd really be walking back saying to the referee, you've got to get them up, you've got to get them up.
There they come. They just retreated a little bit behind the 7. What are they setting up here? Diving from deep. She almost dived from the 7.
That was a long one. Wow. Stretching out. Really put the 2 middles there under pressure for Maitland.
Here come Mudgee again. Nice ball. Bit hard though. Want to be controlled.
And Maitland have survived.
They have. Their defence holding Mudgee at bay. Of course, this is a knockout. Round of 16. Mudgee v Maitland. Over halfway now, Maitland. Been very good in their driving motion.
She's away.
Dumping through into the strike zone for Holden. She finds support, and that is that golden first try of the game. Coming to Maitland, puts them in command.
I think that was Simpson again. That's what's that, the second time she's just gapped him right down the middle. And it's really a feature of this Maitland club. We've been seeing it through some of the other girls' divisions and even the boys. When they straighten up, they've got a really good dump scoop game. So really good high performance program out there at Maitland.
They are, and they've performed very well across all of the grades as well. I know we're going to see them in the 16s and 18s as well. They've come to Guzman y Gomez Finals Day on a mission, seeing if their under 14 girls can meet them too. But Mudgee, what's their right of reply? Now, strong touch. Referee okay with the contact. Just a bit of momentum pushing her over. George dumping. And now the acting half wasn't one touch, so they had to surrender possession.
Yeah, one of the reasons, Tony, we talk about being direct early in the game is if you can get the defence to start squeezing in and collapsing on you, getting really tight, then you have opportunities out wide. Whereas if you're sort of going wide in, sometimes you can lose your way a little bit. Here's another chance.
Here is another chance if the ball was reeled in, but it was a really good line break from Bridie Richards. Almost put away Emmy Mate. Mudgee survive. Mudgee in the purple, Maitland in the red.
So a little bit lateral here again on the drive. So Mudgee got to try and get down the field. That second touch already. And this is third. So Maitland doing good, really being active, doing some good things here in the midfield.
Mudgee, that was more direct with that run. Their last 2 drives have been good. Heading towards the end of the set. Last play. They've got space on the right. Double pumped and was touched. They didn't fall for the dummy, Maitland.
Yeah, Maitland actually matched up wrong on the numbers there. So Mudgee, if they came to the bottom of the screen, they would have found that a nice overlap, but probably a bit of a misread there.
Risky pass, but was well held. Holden. Putting it down. Dooley back out there again.
This is better. Good pressure from Mudgee. Let's see what they can muster up here. They've got to have a really good set here. A bit straighter again. See, they're going quite lateral here. They just got to straighten up a little bit here. This is better.
That is much better. Good ball. Coming onto it, steaming onto that one. Was Mudgee. Into the 7.
Yeah, nice little sequence here for Mudgee.
Mudgee need to be the next to score.
I think so. Good chance here. So Maitland have been quite slow moving up. So Mudgee's got to really wait for him.
Reynolds drops it for George. Now diving, sliding in. Loves a good slide. Does Rachel Channon. George. Now slowing things down through Reynolds. The middle's George and Reynolds combine again, sliding in George. But there was a touch, the hand raised by Mate. They'll get another set. Mudgee have the foot on the throat.
This is better from him. Wait for him to come right up, then come in much better.
Trying to slide in, got a touch made by Dooley. The defence by Maitland, holding strong. Need to try and keep Mudgee out. Reynolds, George, waiting for them to come to get off their line for the 7. And acting half, George into the strike zone. Was touched, and it'll be a turnover.
I like that sequence there, though, Tony, from Mudgee. On that occasion, if she actually had thrown long to the top of the screen, they would have got a try. So they're starting to create opportunities now. This is good signs. Now they've got a turnover. They've got to capitalise, but they need the try.
So they're warming to the task here, Mudgee. Like a boxing match, they've got Maitland on the ropes. Rope-a-doping, can they make the most of it? George. Reynolds again, those two combine. There's space on the right, but she stopped on the run and came back in field. George dumps down. Ball wider still. Tavita hovering with the ball. Gets it back from acting half in the corner.
I think that's
slides in. Referees consulting. Going to point to the spot. Mudgee get their try. Definitely well deserved. Slide in the corner. And we're 1 point in it.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that because there was a lot of middle play, a bit lateral. Then all of a sudden, just a one-on-one with the winger. I wasn't expecting that. Was it the 26? Was it there? Tavita?
Tavita sliding in.
A beautiful quick dump and a great slide.
Yeah, using the field well. Here they come through the middle again, Maitland. How do they respond? Not so big of a lead now. The 26 is Russell. She'll dump it down quickly, receive it back again. The referee not happy with things. Might have been the last touch.
Yeah,
so now it's Mudgee.
A little bit of turnover, hey, Tony, with this Maitland side. They've probably got a little bit flustered now. And they've just got to get back into their rhythm because they looked pretty good in that first 10 minutes.
Just got to remain calm. They've got the 1 point advantage. So they'll want to use that. Heading into the last 8 minutes. I'm Tony Salerno, Jason Stanton alongside me. Under 16s girls. Round of 16. The winner advances to the quarterfinals. That's the end of the tournament for the loser. Both these teams, as we mentioned off the top, quite even. Both finishing third in their pools. Newcastle in Pool A, undefeated. Northern Beaches in Pool B, undefeated. Central Coast in Pool C, undefeated. So we're looking forward to seeing them a little bit later. They'll feature in the quarterfinals and semi-finals. But they need opponents, and that's where these two teams come in. Dooley, good charge. Seymour. Curtis drops it down. McQueen running across field. Getting to the 7, still no touch. Eventually gets the ball right on the right side, sliding in, but good touch. Saving the day was Matilda Cooper.
A little bit surprising. I think you were saying they both teams finished third, but we're seeing a pretty good performance here. They definitely bringing their A game here on Sunday.
Well, that's it. Sunday's when it counts, doesn't it? So you've got to put in your best performances. No worth showing your best stuff on Friday, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Now we've got really good field position here for Maitland.
2 passes infield. Cullen. Drop, nice scoop from McQueen. Dishes for Dooley. Back towards the middle. Cullen again, they'll set that up. Subs come on. Carr. Just couldn't find the pass. Didn't stick. So Mudgee, after a slow start, they've really warmed into the game. And they are still a point behind, but looking the better in these last few minutes.
Yeah, if anything, Maitland probably dropped off a little bit. And, you know, what I mean by that, you've got to complete your sets. Probably a little bit disconnected, a few balls hitting the ground. And that's allowed Mudgee to get back into it. And this is direct again. This is much better from Mudgee.
That's what the doctor ordered via Rachel Chatton. Cut out ball. Was forward passed anyway. So both teams really trying to establish themselves in the attacking half. Maitland have to work it out from their own end. They drive well from here as they head towards their box. Ready to get more subs on. Very fit team. And now the subs are on. One of those being the best for them is Bridie Richards. Double pumping through the gap. Russell. Quick distribution. Holden. And that's the last touch. So Maitland making 50 metres off that drive.
Yeah,
Putting themselves in good position.
That little play there from Russell, she made it look easy, but it's actually difficult skill. Like, she's thrown the dummy, ball in two hands, taking space, then moving the ball to one hand to do the dump at full pace. So it's a really difficult skill, but Russell made it look easy. Forward pass there at the ruck, I think.
It was. Mudgee got excited through the gap, started sprinting, but the referee was changing sides, so that's never a good sign if you're an attacking team.
Yeah, if you see the referee running the opposite way,
Yeah, that's not good news.
that's not a good sign.
To the left they come. Maitland. Dooley. Straight and hard. Dropping the ball down. Seymour. Cullen this time. The middles. Nice movement from Maitland, but just couldn't put a handle on the ball.
Yeah, a little bit of wind or breeze at the back of Maitland that sometimes that makes those passes a bit harder. You really got to point and get a good finish on your passes when you're in high wind.
The wind picking up here in Dubbo. We're at Lady Cutler Fields. In Dubbo, great facility. So happy to have the Northern Conference here, season 2024. Last touch turned over. 4 minutes, 25 on the clock. Maitland with a slim advantage, 3-2.
Yeah, we're getting into the last bit here. Mudgee going to have to try and press Maitland. If they can just keep completing their sets, they've got that first try advantage. It might be enough for them.
That's right, that's how crucial the first try is. Cullen running across field. Heading back towards the middle. Through Simpson. Been one of their best today. Double pumps, holding it up, now dropping it inside. Going across field, Simpson. Combining with Holden. Now Richards joins in. Nice floater over the top. No touch, was it? No, the referee says touch pass.
Yeah, pretty good performance from the referees too. We haven't noticed them much. They've been getting those close calls right, keeping the teams apart. So pretty good effort here from the referees.
Tavitas went about 30 metres sideways, trying to get to her box. So they've wasted a touch there. And now as they head towards halfway, Mudgee, that one hit the ground, so it'll be a turnover. Not what they wanted, 3 minutes from home.
Yeah, they look quite crisp. They reminded me of the old days, you know, one bounce play on. she scooped it up quite well.
Maybe they didn't notice.
Yeah, you've got to be quick, hope the ref's looking the other way.
Dooley,
Here's trouble.
Player called offside, so Dooley got an extra 10 metres from it. Russell has power. Russell, power again, looking to slide in. Was there a touch there? The referee said no touch. So Russell has a very important try in this round of 16. Extends the lead for Maitland. 5-2.
Yeah, I really liked that play, and it was actually executed so well that she scored off the dive, but the little inside ball on the trail was a try as well. So they had Mudgee all over the place, and I think it was just a really quick dump, quick release, executed really well, and that's probably the game. Through to the quarters.
Most certainly for Maitland, they'll be proud of that. Of course, the club championship on the line too. Maitland with a good performance in those. Could definitely be in the conversation. Of course, the Northern Beaches have been fantastic, as have the Central Coast this weekend so far. This one's not over though. The referee says touch. I'll have to go back. Mudgee trying some reprieve. 2 minutes away. Hovering around the 7.
Yeah, got to get one here to be any chance.
Griffith now finds Channon. Diving in. Well, that was a touch. And the last play, which means Maitland will make their way up the field. Going to hold the ball on, just under 2 minutes remaining in this one. Good dummy. Fooled the defence, but the referee said she was touched. Amelia Carr's done some good things in this game.
And I think Maitland will get a bit of confidence because they got that second try, rather than sort of, you know, scraping your way through to the quarterfinal. That extra try, that'll lift the girls. because they'll need that when they come into the quarterfinals against one of these teams that finish, maybe 1 or 2 in the pool. That'll be their matchup.
Yes, it most definitely will. So Maitland will have to do it the hard way, but they're doing it. So they're still going here in the under-16s. To halfway they come, and now over it. Nice ball, Holden. Now Richards floats the ball over the top. The referee said it went backwards. So play on, looking to come back towards the middle. Isla, Simpson and Holden, the two, 22 and 23 in the middle. Working well together, offside and unopposed. Looks like it was a touch. I thought she was called offside there.
Yeah, she looked offside. The dump might have been outside the 7, but there, Tony, so maybe she didn't have to go to the line. But coming into the last 30 seconds here, Maitland finishing on top. They'll be happy with this one.
They will. Maitland progressing to the quarterfinals with a 5-2 victory, looking to see if they can extend that with 15 seconds to go. Holden and Simpson, that connection just outside the 7. They want Mudgee to come. Simpson drops it down now, Holden. Those two combine again, happy to chew up the clock. 2 seconds remaining. That is the full-time siren. It is Maitland heading to the quarterfinals of the under-16s girls. A 5-2 victory over Mudgee. Mudgee were good in patches, but Maitland always slightly the better, Jace.
Yeah, pretty good tournament from Mudgee getting through to the round of 16. Probably, Maitland a little bit better than them across the whole, across the whole facet, like driving, defence. Probably just marginally better, but pretty good tournament for Mudgee, and best of luck for Maitland coming through to the quarters.
So we'll see Maitland a little bit later today, but up next, it's the under-18s boys round 9, the final regular season round. It'll be the Newcastle Knights taking on the Singleton Storm. Joel Kane will be back in the chair for today. Coming up after this, Newcastle Knights and Singleton Storm.
Tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer. Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalizing a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Welcome back to the coverage here, live from Dubbo. It is moving day. Well, it's not moving day. Day number 1 is acclimatising day to Dubbo. Day number 2 is moving day, and day number 3 is chase the cup down day. Newcastle have been chasing. They've been very, very good this tournament. The Singleton side, we'll tell you what, they've come from nowhere. They were really languishing at the start of the tournament and had a great Saturday, and they find themselves in a situation, Jason Stanton, as I say good morning to you, where they need to win before they ask any more questions. And I'm just behind us on field 1. Northern Beaches are playing a game as well. Well, I think maybe it's another field, but anyway, they're playing a game, Northern Beaches, and they're taking on Manly. And I think you'll find that they need Manly to overcome the Beaches to find themselves a place in the top 4. Given they play 9 rounds, there's no need for quarterfinals. They've already had a heavy campaign. And but the last time we called these boys, they took on the top of the table in Maitland, and they pinched a famous draw, didn't they?
Yeah, they're called the KO team. When they get on KO, they sort of a little bit taller, and they bring their A game. So Newcastle won't have it their own way here. Okay, and it was the Edwards boys who featured predominantly in that famous draw, and they're both out. Well, Warrimu's out there. They're both out there. Wiramu Edwards and Tamati Edwards. And Newcastle survived the first raid. So just repeating, this is the final round game, which means we are still scoring at 1 point per touchdown. And after this, every game you'll see on KO will be 3 points to the first touchdown and then 2 points every other one. That ensures there are no draws in the junior divisions. Yeah, so Singleton, I think it's a little bit mathematical than you're saying. So they need to win this game. Then they need maybe some other results to go their way, and then it comes down to for and against, I think. Correctamundo.
Breaking news too. If you probably switched over now from KO, who had the broadcast. Penrith Panthers have been defeated by the Wigan Warriors 16-12 in very, very dubious, controversial circumstances. Right on the bell, Taylor May scores a try, and for the life you're sure it is, referee said no try. Video ref, they've played the advantage. Here, and Jai Stone, speaking of NRL, the son of Coach Stone, of course, picks up the opener, Newcastle 1-0.
Yeah, pretty sharp there, diving between the middle. I think we're talking in the earlier game. You come on finals, though, you want to go quite direct early, really diving at the feet, trying to get the defence to collapse and set a foundation for the game. So Newcastle pretty impressive there.
So Singleton. It's hard when you're playing a top side like Newcastle. You know you've got to win, but you've probably got to win by more than a couple.
Yeah, you can easily scoreboard watch a little bit, but if you can focus on one set at a time, that's the best way to build into these games.
Jason, last night, by day 2, we're all very, very tired, and I was supposed to catch up with Toddy Polgley. He's a great fella. He's part of the Maitland Club. I just hit the ball. I said, Toddy, we'll have to make it another time. But as they head upfield here, and I think he may have been touched, and the referees called that. But compulsory for me, Jace, whenever I do these bucket list country visits, I've got to find a pub that's got big, fat, crumbed cutlets, lamb cutlets. And you've got to drown those babies in gravy.
Yeah,
you've got to smash it with mashed potato. Veggies.
So did you find one? Can we do a shout out to a double
West Side
place?
The pub you went to.
Yeah, West Side, they do it.
Well, I was a bit there earlier than you.
It's actually a really good place, the West Side. There was a lineup, I think, halfway back to Sydney, and then there were all the tables were booked and really good service. So you could do worse than getting out to the West Side there.
Fantastic. In West Dubbo there is a mistake made from, and this is what happens. It's this early game. It's not always about the dew. It's just about the body waking up, isn't it, Jason? We find these early games, the side that completes the most generally wins.
Yeah, so they would have had, this would be game number 8, I think. For these 9 teams, I think you said, this is the last round. So 8 games in a bye is what they have up against them. So really hard over 2.5 days for the body. 25-minute games, you've got to recover, you've got to eat well. They're really elite athletes here.
And the good news is here, you'll notice the number 10, Paris-Dean Forbes Izzard. He went down with a bad ankle injury yesterday and stopped play for some time, but thankfully he's all good to go. He was terrific for him yesterday. Here he is now, stepping back in, and great touch. Great touch. That's where we see the link connecting to the middle, and that's the most vulnerable spot, but he made a terrific touch there the number 3 for Newcastle. He's going to try and do the same, which is why Maytom wanted to go against the grain. Just maybe needed that link a little bit deeper.
Yeah, really good defence there. You'll notice that, the Singleton's getting the middles in trouble. They were saved once by the link and then once by the winger.
Oh, hang on a minute. Maytom, he's a good player, this kid. He was good yesterday, and Riley Maytom sets up the first one. Singleton 1-1 with Newcastle.
Yeah, nice little loop over the top, like a little bit of a slam dunk pass, a little bit of basketball going there. We're starting to see more of that, when the defenders are coming in with their hands up in the air, and he sort of got it and looped it over the top. Almost like a bit of a sky hook over the top for the try, and Newcastle didn't see that coming.
That's back-to-back mistakes for Newcastle, which is well and truly inviting Singleton into this contest. They have just got barely a pulse, but they've got to win this, Singleton, and probably win by a couple, and hopefully for them, Manly can do similar against the Beaches. So the boys, Edwards, are out there, Wiramu and Tamati. Tamati has possession. Back to Wiramu, who fires it across to the link, and forward pass.
Anthony Smith's been catching all those little ones marginally forward at the ruck. Anthony Smith, very experienced referee at the high level for a long period, and you won't be able to get much away. Or much by him, I should say.
Just keeping in mind, Newcastle, that is 3 sets in a row they have not completed, Jace. That they are not on their game. They need to get back into this, Newcastle.
Yeah, Singleton probably needed a bit better Friday, maybe, Joel, because, they looked good yesterday and today.
Terrific. Yeah, it could be one of those cases of we see it in the NRL sometimes. A team flashes home for a hurtling 9th. And just may have caused damage had they snuck in. Not to say they can't still. So Maytom again weaving his magic down the short side and almost. He's just got a great awareness of the game, this boy, hasn't he?
I think so. Really good eyes up footy. They're not necessarily set plays. He's just looking at what the defence is doing in front of him. He's got the ability to dive. I think he threw a long ball earlier. Then, of course, we saw the little basketball pass over the top. So he's really one to watch. Really good footy IQ.
Yeah, they started to get going, Singleton, late Friday. So they had a big win over Carlingford 4-1. They defeated Mudgee 5-3, a 7-all draw with Singleton. Then they had the bye and then they beat Taree. So they're on quite a bit of a charge where they haven't lost a game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games in a row they haven't lost. It's either been a draw or a win.
I'll tell you what, with Anthony Smith, this referee, I think he's pulled up 5 forward passes. You want to be throwing it a metre backwards, I think.
Touch made. This link's doing a good job out there, the 3, which is Taj Tola. Doing a really good job for Newcastle. Maytom, Noah, Henry Taylor. Back to Maytom. Henry Taylor's on his outside, but Maytom succumbs to the touch. Back at the 7, he's just going to do it in his own time, Maytom. Maybe he's got a bit of thinking time. Here he goes. Henry Taylor to Maytom, and the pass was rugby league through a gap. And that's why he took his time. Maytom's got a wand. And Singleton take the lead 2-1. That was just startling stuff.
Wow. Talk about having the full range of skill. We've seen all the passes from him there. That one was a left to right, into the wind cutout. Absolute amazing skill on show here on the stadium field, live on KO. It doesn't get any better than that.
Could they? Could they do it? Can they find a way into the finals? The Edwards boys are back out there looking to answer. Newcastle swarming defence, and they managed to make it on the club captain, Connor Jackson. Another mistake from Newcastle.
Yeah, Newcastle's D hasn't been that bad. They've been quite well connected, Joel, but it's been those mistakes that you pointed out that's been hurting them so far.
Common mistake going to the box. Oh, they're short here. Common mistake when going to the box is your body shape facing the box, isn't it? Oh, pin for being not square there.
Yeah, you can't be too lateral or be too eager to do the sub. You've got to keep your body, your hips square.
Jai Stone has the soul. Yes, great touch by the 7. Henry Taylor.
He's offside there.
Oh, he's offside, so that's 2 for Stone. Stone's got 2. Newcastle and Singleton 2-all in the final round game of the 18 boys division.
Yeah, so when the touch is made on that line on the 7 or inside, the defender's got to make the score line. So on that occasion, he sort of recovered almost, made the touch, but I think it was about a metre off the line. So a good call there from, I think it was Brandon Sanderson. He was all over that one. Two all, no such thing as a dead rubber. Fiery game here. Not too sure how the Northern Beaches are going behind us, but Singleton still with an opportunity if they can get a bit of a run of tries here.
So Newcastle back with possession.
This is better from them.
So can they complete one here in Newcastle? 2 all. Tola's been really good defensively mainly. Here comes Jackson. In action, Jackson's got Geordie Harris there. Harris to Tola. Tola! Did the blink get him or was it saved by the winger?
Might have been the winger there, but Joel, they must have been listening to you because they've actually put together a really good driving set there all the way.
Yep.
Coast to coast in the corner.
In the corner, perfect. So that's 2. And this is what makes it really hard. I still think it's the most underused tactic in the game. And it's about where you're going to go next. Well, they gave it away. That really hurts because you got 4 touches and they're still 12 metres from the halfway line.
Yeah, generally these things go in cycles. It's a bit like the fashion trends. There was a lot of dropping the ball in the corner, probably around the 2010 mark, about 5-10 years ago. And now it's sort of sweeping back in again. It's sort of a little bit like the fashion. But
for me, Jay, another one not being square, that's a couple of times now, Singleton. But for me, mathematically, the long-term game, they never get to the box in 3 when you do it. So you have to be in good field position the next set.
It's a long way too. Like the field's 50 metres wide. You drop it in the corner.
Yeah.
If they do want to substitute, you're making the field longer.
Yeah. And I say to my boys, it's a big difference between 3 metres in and right on the sideline. You've got to get right out on the chalkers. They go past the chalk here in Newcastle.
Yeah, that's Brain's had a great tournament for Newcastle there. Really good Saturday. They'll need him to be on fire today if they're going to go deep run, go deep into this tournament.
That's Brain who you're talking about. Brain for McElwain. And McKenzie. So Brain just sort of toying with the defence at this point, but great touch made by Tamati Edwards. Brain, McKenzie back to Brain, but Tamati Edwards again. Made it back to the line. That's what you were talking about before, Jace. They're really working on this right-hand side. They've kept the left link very quiet for Newcastle at this stage. Maybe they're about to get him into the contest. They do. But Lewis Jack Skinner, touch has been made on him on the last. So you'll notice here, this one's right in the middle of the field. They'll get to this box far easier than what they had in the last one.
Yeah, definitely. Extra pass here, hopefully. No, they're going down. Would have been a nice little ball off the hip there. Would have got them up there with an extra touch up their sleeve.
So players on already. Even still good defence from Newcastle. This is 5 now. This is the last play. As it goes back and away, but they find it there. See where he turned that pass back in field there, Jay. So that's where I think on the last, you're already over on your own box side. Just keep it there. The percentage play was so low, 30 metres out.
Unless there's an opportunity you see in front of you, sometimes it's better to keep it on your side of the field.
He's back on, Maton. 2 all, Singleton, Newcastle.
Yeah, I think the red light's flashing the warning for Newcastle with Maton out there.
Clancy Lampkin, Maton, flick pass. Oh, almost. And they've got a reprieve out of that.
Are there any passes that Maton's missing? We've seen the long ball, the short ball, the over the top, the flick. Maybe there's one he hasn't done yet, Joel.
If you're playing Maton pass bingo, you've got your card full, haven't you?
Yeah, that's it. Yellow bingo, you're there.
You're there. Here they come. Just good defence. I do feel, and you were talking about this yesterday, against the grain, they're a very clustered defence, which is great for Newcastle. So it's going to be on the other side.
Yeah, definitely.
Maton sweeping down the short side, and he'll want to go back now. And that's the last.
I think it was forward at the ruck. That's Anthony Smith's 7th. He has the radar on today, Anthony Smith, referee, finals day.
This is where, if you're watching the coverage, it's not just studying your own team, it's studying the refs. If you've got Anthony Smith, you've got to know that you have to have these passes back.
Yeah, he's got a really good read on it.
So Mackenzie, touch made.
Yeah, that was close too. Joel, we've been mentioning over the 3 days about the 2 conferences. So just to explain to those people at home, there's actually 380 junior teams, so you can't physically have that in one event. So we've had to split into the 2, and there's 202, and then whatever the balance is. What's the balance of that? 178. So yeah.
How many teams in total did you say?
380.
Yeah. So what about this? What about the powerhouse, which is Manly? Do you know Manly? To give you an idea, the Sharks, who we think we've got a growing comp, we've got about 80 junior teams, and we feel like that's good size comp. Every Friday in Manly, 384 junior teams turn up. That's like the 2 combined State Cup competitions descending upon the Manly fields every single Friday. That's a massive comp, isn't it?
Wow, here's a try.
Just a touch.
Oh, he's onside. I thought he might have been off there.
Isn't that a big competition?
It is, and also it's a really good achievement. Then might be numbers here. No, he's got him. Really good achievement if your daughter or son's made the team, because when you think about it, there might be like 100 kids at the trial,
exactly.
Right? And then you get into the top 14 just to come to this event. So yeah, that's why it's such a pleasure. I get excited watching all this talent coming through, because a lot of them it's amazing just to get here.
I reckon they're going to win this by 2 to be some kind of chance. There goes Wiremu Edwards. And they're just getting a bit desperate now, 6 to go. This is an important set, you think, with 9.5 to go.
Yeah, I think that's a good read there, Joel. Singleton are going to have to get up by a couple to be a chance here and hope results go their way.
Okay, Tamati Edwards. Touched. Back to the 7, they'll reset. Guess who's lurking at the back? Maytom, exactly right. He's got it now. Maytom, long ball, but the winger had nothing he could do with that.
Yeah, not sure if that was the right play. They haven't done much like in the reverse way or against the grain like you're talking about, like the dump. They'll come towards the bottom of your screen, and they probably had Newcastle towards the top the other way. So that might be something Singleton can try here in the last 8 minutes.
Now, just a bit of a warning to the competition. Northern Beaches, who sit in 4th. My spies tell me 2 of their best players are coming up today after having played rugby league yesterday. Thank you, David Rose, for that.
Yeah, Central Coast have got a couple coming up as well, John.
Yeah, so the dynamics, the form line, don't be so wedded to it, perhaps. Here comes Mackenzie. Oh, wow. Mackenzie in and away, and the flick pass, Mackenzie. Michael Morgan, eat your heart out. Great work from Mackenzie. And Newcastle with the lead.
Cooper Mackenzie, he did that easy. Look, he's not even that excited. That's just a stock play. Little goose step, flick pass.
Kyle Felt in the corner, 2015 grand final, that.
Joel Kane getting flashbacks here. Good work, Mackenzie. You're taking us down memory lane.
What a great game that was. 3-2. So now they're really on the rope, Singleton. What have they got here? What can they find? They keep defying people, though. That's what we know of them. Clancy Lampkin. Around it comes to Baxter.
Yeah, as you can see, that we often talk about it, Joel. You can see the defensive link for Newcastle was off centre. Like, he was almost down to this sideline. So against that grain was where the try was.
Baxter. Yeah, touch made. Good touch made by Laith Brain.
Coming into the last 6-7 minutes, that might be all she wrote for Singleton here, because a draw or a win by 1 probably not going to be enough.
Certainly a draw won't. They've got to win the game. Yeah, the petrol tank is flashing empty. They've got to come up with something. They need to refuel the scoreboard here. Singleton down by 1. You think it's got to be around the Edwards boys. You think it's got to be around Maytom. Neither on the field at the moment. Geordie Harris takes on the line, and Geordie Harris might have just finished things off for Singleton. A very, very slow start for Newcastle, but they've clicked into gear, and they'll find themselves well and truly entrenched at the top of the ladder when it comes to the 18 boys finals. No quarterfinals because they've had such a heavy campaign with 9 games, but straight into the semi-finals.
Yeah, and pretty good sign there for Newcastle. I think their coaching staff would be happy with that, because you don't want to be coming into that semi-final like with a draw or, you know, feeling as though you're not on top of your game. So these last couple tries they've got, getting out to 4-2, I think they'll be happy about that and coming into that semi-final with confidence.
What about Maitland? They're on 24 points. They've had 4 wins and 4 draws. That's unusual, isn't it? That a top of the table team could have as many draws as wins.
Yeah, they've been a little bit guilty of falling in and out of games, and I was having a chat with their coach yesterday. They've just got to find that consistency, get a little bit more level-headed with their options, and because that could have easily been 8 wins.
So how it's going to play out here, Jace, is... Well, hang on. They've snuck through. And I think you'll find Paris Dean Forbes Izzard is the one. He's been really good all tournament. 4-3. They've got to score 2 unanswered here. If things remain the same, almost certainly, because Maitland have the bye, the Central Coast side will win. They will be the top of the pool. Newcastle would play Maitland in the semi-final. Central Coast would play the Northern Beaches. So a couple of big semi-finals.
Wow, massive matchups.
Massive matchups. So just repeating, if it stays the way it is, it'll be Newcastle and Maitland who get the benefit of just having the bye.
That's down as well.
That's Stone again. Stone's got a hat-trick. Yeah, so Newcastle have a date with Maitland in the semi-final. Central Coast take on... Geez, that's a big game, isn't it? Central Coast taking on Northern Beaches.
Northern Beaches, yeah. So let's see whether I'm proven to be a fool, because I had Central Coast and Maitland winning those semis and Central Coast winning the finals.
Oh, is that right?
I was calling it last night. Hopefully I'm not totally off.
Mayton. Touch made.
I like to have a bit of a guess just to create a bit of discussion.
I love that. So you've got Maitland defeating Central Coast in the final. Is that right? Or the other way around?
Other way around.
Other way around.
Yeah, I got Maitland beating Newcastle in the semi.
Yep.
Central Coast edging out Northern Beaches, and then Coast winning the final.
Ooh, they've never won at those boys, all their junior state cup.
Yeah.
This is their last row at the stumps. We wish them well. Newcastle, on the other hand, as we said yesterday, every single player is under 17s. Every single player is eligible.
Yeah, you mentioned that. It just amazes me.
Brain, Stone, Brain to dummy half. Mackenzie gets tackled.
There's a little bit of club challenge in that, wasn't there? A bit
Yeah,
of Wigan.
I think so. Geez, there'd be a big party in Wigan right now. That'd be one of their biggest wins they've ever had.
Yeah, love their footy over there. And Penrith have been so dominant over here too, haven't they? So
it's just a real benefit for the English teams who are already into their competition. They're already into competition mode, where Penrith, that's most of their players' first game of the year. Brain. But don't write off the Panthers, people. They got beat by St Helens this time last year. You know how that ended. Maybe they're keeping the formula. Who knows? Stone wants 4, but they've gone the other way. Pull it across, intercept almost. Probably had to make a play at that.
So that's a good example for those sort of following on when you're talking about the reversal against the grain. That's exactly what it was. A dump on the bottom of your screen, but then actually attacking the top.
Geez, he moves well, Mayton, for a bigger fella, doesn't he?
Really deceptive too, and then he's got the skillful passes.
Well, there's a big gap left there right now, but he's going to close it. I think he just knows his game. As Mackenzie and Stone wants 4. Stone swooping upon them, and he's got him in trouble. He's got him in big trouble, Stone. He's had an absolute blinder. Can he punctuate this? Mayton found a way to make the touch on Tola.
Yeah, Mayton's run a good 25-30 metres to save that. What a player.
It's just a awareness. Some people just read the game a little bit better, don't they?
And he's doing this in this game. It's a losing team. It's not like his team's up by 4 or 5 and he's showing some skill. Singleton's been, a little bit outclassed by Newcastle here, and he's been one of the standouts.
Absolutely. Brain and Cooper McKenzie jumps in the dummy half. So McKenzie's gone into middle for the time being, giving Stone a little bit of rest out in the link position as Brain to McKenzie gets low, but the touch made. They're doing really well here, Singleton. They're going to finish with a loss with 30 seconds to go, but they've got to be so proud in how they've finished this tournament. Brain, Stone, the cutout ball, Tola is touched by Mayton. Come on, Singleton, let's go out with a bang here. Let's play a bit of razzle-dazzle chaos. Let's just try and find something. You've got 10 seconds left in the competition. Forget the box set, just charge and have a crack, gentlemen. Well, they're going to head that way. Like you're saying that, they did defend a lot of sets. And they're happy to take the loss. So Newcastle will finish second in the pool. They'll take on Maitland in the semi-final. And in the other game, you've got the Beaches preparing for the Central Coast, who we think will finish as the number 1 seed. Thank you very much, Jason. Big game coming up. Right after this, we are into finals mood, where we have the 16 boys qualifier. The quarter-final, Manly taking on Norse. Welcome back to the coverage and a big, big crowd here. It's quarterfinals time on your Sunday. A repeat of last year, actually. It was North Sydney Bears taking on Manly and the 16 boys. On that occasion, Manly got the cash, but the disclaimer there, a very, very young Bear side. So they're coming back for revenge in 2024. Joining me again in coverage is Jason Stanton, and the scoring moves from 1 point a touchdown to 3 for the first one, and then 2 for every ensuing one to ensure we don't have any draws.
Yeah, that's right. First of our quarterfinals here today on Guzmani Gomez finals day. Let's see whether the Bears can reverse the result from last year.
So Raff's out there, James is out there, and now the ball is Max. Maxi Prykel drops the ball down, and Jim Raff, away they go. They had a little sneaky chance, but great defence, and Ethan James denied on that occasion.
Yeah, North's plenty of energy, plenty of noise in the box. I think they're going out there thinking they really want to take it to their more fancied opposition here. Manly powerhouses in junior touch.
Maxi Prykel and Manly, they get their first crack at it. Their for and against has been elite as they work the short side. And as they come into this, Manly were first in Pool C, second in Pool B were the Bears. But that matters little now. They don't draw pictures in the quarterfinal fixtures, that's for sure. Manly a chance, and you got to watch this boy. You got to watch him, and the pass comes across, and the Sharks boys warned me. Saxon Gore is a name you'll be calling, and Saxon Gore caused the first bit of punishment for the Bears.
Yeah, the North Sydney defender there got called off, so probably a little bit unfortunate there because I think they thought the touch was made. But Manly, good eyes up footy there. They heard the call, got in the in goal and got the first try.
So 3-0. 3-0. It's so important, that first one, as the Bears roll up the field. Got a view, Jace. We'll have to put it to the board, of course. I reckon the tap-off in the final for giving away 3 points, in fact, we'll stay with play, should be from the 7. Currently, 100% of people who win the toss will take the tap-off. I think it needs to be in a position where 50-50 would defend, 50-50 would tap off. It's a conversation for another day, of course, as Manly...
I like the new ideas. You know I'm an ideas man, Joel.
Yep.
I like different things.
Particularly with 3 points up for grabs. You don't get too many sets where you get 3 or 4 shots on the line, which you can do with a tap-off. It's a big advantage. So Manly. I'll tell you what I did like for the Bears. They make a game of it before every game where they all have a rock, scissors, paper knockout, and whoever wins that gets to do it for the team.
Oh, nice.
That's good, isn't it?
So you get runs on the board?
Yeah,
see who the best
they
is.
get in threes, who wins it, bang, and then whoever wins the ultimate one as Manly pick up their second. This time Finlay Benbow. Oh, no, hang on a minute. The penalty is there, so the referee's saying, look, we gave you the advantage, tap was made, so therefore the penalty. But they have made this base camp on the 7. This is going to be a big, big ask for the Bears.
Yeah, you don't want to let Manly get out, jump out to a 2-try lead in a sudden death game.
Fotomawala, and then it came away to Patchett just threw it into the clouds.
Yeah, that ball's over there on field too. Quite a strong pass there into the wind, let me tell you.
Swarming defence. Look at this for Manly. This is going to be 3. And they are going nowhere. This is quicksand. 4. This is when you need a plan B to the box, Jace. And that's what happens. That's just great defence. If they score here, Manly, it's completely on the back of their defence.
Yeah, really good defence there from Manly, and as you said, mate, a bit of a lesson there for...
the no-looker from Fotomawala, if you don't mind. He links up with Finlay Benbow, who was denied moments ago, but they win that try with their defence.
Yeah, 100%, and as you said, you've got to have a bit of a plan B there. So I think North's probably a little bit guilty of getting a bit flustered, I guess, with the runners at him and not knowing, well, what's our plan B, because they just thought we're going to go to the box easy, and Manly took it away from them.
They're looking white hot, Manly. They look like a team who wants to go very, very deep on this Sunday. 5-0, which is 2 tries to 0. 2 touchdowns is the language in touch. But the Bears get their turn. Swift out of dummy half, long ball, and caught. It was caught in goal, though, but they're going to give the touchdown nonetheless. 5-2. No, it was forward. It had to be forward. It was caught a metre in goal, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, it drifted a long way, but it was a really nice pass. I think it was a good 30, 35 metres. Really good skill, and it's hard to keep those backwards, especially in the high winds. So North's maybe a little bit unlucky. They almost executed that perfectly.
Leif Campbell, the 4 for the Bears, made the touch. He says hello to Pop, who's watching on, and he also blames Pop, Jace, for the reason his whole family are West Tigers fans. And he watches every single game. He's never missed one, but he's only ever seen one finals match.
Oh, okay. So will they go better this year? They got Richo there helping them out.
Well, it just goes to show how old we're getting, Jace. Leif would not have been born for the Tigers grand final in 2005. That's how old we're getting.
Well, it took Sharks 50 years, I think, to get one. So hopefully the Tigers get one soon.
So here they come, upfield, 5-2, or 5-0, sorry, that was denied, that one. Manly just in control and looking the absolute goods. But again, like we mentioned before, Jace, where this Manly side we mentioned in the last game, their junior system has 384 teams. That's a lot of kids to pick from.
Yeah, very, very strong there, that Manly.
Here's Saxon again. He's causing all sorts of headaches, and he's just cruised up the middle of the field. He links up this time with Sam Clarkmore, and they go out by 3 tries, which makes it 7-0.
Yeah, and I know Manly are looking pretty good in attack. I think as a coach, one of the things you look for in these quarterfinals is energy in defence. And I think you mentioned their second try was on the back of the defence. So when you're talking and you're active, you're pushing up, they're really good signs, because you're not always going to have those, easy type tries in the semi and the final.
And look at the rapid transition too. They pounced on that. This is what I find intriguing, Jace, where I don't understand after a try or a touchdown, that's your opportunity to get fresh legs on. But quite often they leave them out there, defend a set and then box straight off. If you just make the exchange with them off, you can just charge up the field. I don't know why teams do that. But anyway, they're picking up number 4 through Tukia Fodamuala.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit of habit. One of the things we've been seeing come into the game is, especially in the juniors, is when the team scores, they've got to emotionally, mentally come down off that. And sometimes they lose focus in defence. So to your point, if you get a different 6 on or fresh players on, they're going to be mentally switched on, and then they can just drive down the field. They don't need to sub.
Correct.
So that's probably a really good tactic. Maybe some of the junior coaches that are listening in might want to try.
You see it so often, and you're like, you've just defended one set, you're coming. Like, just may as well get them off when the touchdown was scored. But anyway, we're waxing lyrically about that one. Left-hand side, the Bears. They're chasing. It's just not going their way at the moment. 9-0, which is 4 touchdowns to 0. Manly lead the Bears.
Yeah, North's really with not a lot to lose now. They're sort of 10 minutes into the game, getting outplayed a little bit. So I'd be changing tactics here. Got nothing to lose. Really run at Manly, see if we can get a couple back.
Well, there's a determined charge. Okay, here's their best opportunity of the match so far. Out in the link positions, Jack Carmes with the yellow boots. Had a stake with his, caught up with him and a few of the dads last night at that west side. Ian Carmes, the former president of Manly, who was a big player in why they've been so big. But his young bloke, Jack Carmes, the number 12, playing link. So the Bears roofs to play, but Manly all over that. 4-0. 4 tries to 0, 4 touchdowns to 0, 9-0 is the scoreline.
Yeah, Norths have got to really bring Manly a little bit further up here. I think they're a little bit guilty getting a bit close to the line on their plays.
Oh, here's a chance. Here's a chance. And it's a lovely pass. It was Jem Rath who found the chest of Toby Cochran, but once again it's been called forward.
I think that was all right, that one, Joel. Bit unlucky there. I didn't see any issue with that. It looked Pretty much, it's you've got to look at the hands, whether it's backwards out of the hand is sort of what we look for. And maybe North's a little bit unlucky because I thought that was very well executed.
Oh, that's well executed too. Look at this, Manly straight into the half, and away he goes. He's flying up the field, and Lucas Hickson goes the journey. That was great football.
It breaks your heart, eh? If you're on the North side, you probably should have had one. Now Manly score, and to your point, what do you got to sub for if you can charge down the field and score like that? Amazing play.
So let's see if they do it here. Let's see if they've got an opportunity now just to drive up the field, or do they go to the sub box? Score being 11-0, but what they have shown, North Sydney, they've shown rivals to Manly, you can get them on that left to right long ball. Twice they've nearly had them.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm sure the rival coaches would be tuning in on KO here, finals day, having a look at that.
So the Bears hunting their first, and because of the scoreline, it is 5 touchdowns to 0. 11-0 is the score. Norths have to score 6 unanswered due to the point system.
Yeah, definitely up against it. So
here we go. This is what I'm talking about, Jace.
Pretty good set, a little bit straighter. They probably didn't need to sub, but this is good, really good attack from Manly.
Great attack, and out the back, the passive play, and
he's in.
He's gone through. The touch was made. He's claiming the touch, but a penalty, said the referee.
It was definitely a close one. One of the things I do like here, Joe, and you probably can't see it coming through on the coverage, but we've got stands full under us. All of the North's players and family on the left side and Manly on the right, so it's got a real good feel about this sudden death game here.
Elkins, Gow, 6 to go. Saxon Gore, rather. So Gore's out there. Elkins is out there. Clarkmore has the touch on the right-hand side. You've got Jackie Calms. 11-0. And they've got a whole set on their line. This is going to be a real tough assignment. Elkins, Gore, he's just a try-assist merchant, and this time Ethan Robinson gets it.
Yeah, beautiful pass there, beautifully executed play there, and they're really kicking on now.
I've seen the pink boots. I haven't seen the pink and the white boot of Gore. He's got one white shoe and one pink shoe.
Oh, wow.
13-0 Manly over the Bears. Professional performance. And we've still got 12 and a half remaining. The Bears dummying. And I think the Manly coach's only concern at this point, moving into the semi-finals now, will be that duck egg for Bears, won't it?
Yeah, you could probably rest a couple of guys because we're only halfway through this game, and when you get out by 6 like that, it gives you the opportunity maybe to rest a couple of guys.
Touch pass.
But just to come back to the boots, how does it work? So you buy 2 pairs.
Yeah, you must roll them around.
And then is one for training, or do you give one to your mate and he's wearing the opposite?
No. Oh dear.
Do they still do those deals? Buy one, get one free?
I walked past a mate once, and he was walking with one thong. I said, "You lose a thong, mate." He goes, "No, I found one."
Found one. I like that. There's been quite a few forward passes at the ruck we've seen today, and it's really good to see the referees, sort of clamping down a bit on that. We've seen a little bit of, like relaxed type forward passes over the last couple of years, but they're really onto it this year.
Yeah, the other thing that I would do, Jace, is, like you've been running harder for a couple of days now. I think you can start to cruise for 11 minutes. Boys, just take the foot off it. I know it's not great practice to practice bad habits, but there's a bigger fish ahead here, which is a semi-final and the grand final.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you were talking about, keeping a clean sheet or the duck egg, and that's generally what I encourage teams. We might come back to it, see if they score out the back here.
Yeah, a little passive play, but Leif Campbell makes a good touch.
Yeah, so when you put a game away early like this, you don't want to get in bad habits. So generally, I want to keep the energy up in defence, and then you might just back off a bit with attack. You don't need to be scoring another 5 tries. It doesn't mean anything. You just got to get through.
Yep.
So you want to keep focus in defence and maybe ease off a bit in attack when you get in front like this.
So the Bears, nice exchange. Came away from Austin Sheriff. He found Anti Abdo. And then Ethan James was able to pass it on to Tommy Alexander out in the wing.
Yeah, nice play there from the Bears. I'd like to see a bit more of that, Joel. Generally, it's just, dump for the long ball. I like to see the chain passes.
Well, the referee, I think there's a penalty coming here. Oh, hang on.
I can see the crowd yelling at 10 minutes in the sin bin. Wrong sport. Wrong sport.
Right. You know what, to be honest with you, I don't think there was too much in it, but sometimes when you hit him at the perfect time, he was off balance. I got credited once. I was an ordinary defender, Jace, and I got credited once with this big hit, but there was nothing big about it. It was just the luckiest timing of all time. They're working this sideline.
Yeah, the guy slipped over as you made contact with him.
Exactly what happened. You can get lucky, as I did. So Manly, here's the pink and white boot of Saxon Gore. I wonder if someone else in the team's got the other two. So Saxon Gore, he's just so electric. Here's his 4th try assist, but more it's been knocked down. In fact, they've taken the touch. He's brutally quick out of dummy half, isn't he?
Yeah, I like the way he plays. He doesn't go too lateral too. He really runs at the offside player. So if I'm coming up against Manly in the semi-final next game, you've got to find a plan to stop Gore. If you can't stop Gore, you're not stopping Manly.
No. So let's have a look to see who the other contenders may be in the 16s division. Manly are setting sail toward a semi-final. The Northern Beaches undefeated in Pool A. Walls End are undefeated in Pool B. And Manly are just reigning supreme. So it looks as though Walls End, Northern Beaches and Manly are the 3 at this point.
Haven't seen a lot of Walls End. I'm interested to see how they go.
Hang on a minute, they've got one here. The Bears have got one through Will Taylor.
Good work, the Bears. One of the Manly players, the period of time at the end of the field. So as soon as they got to 6 on 5, the Bears capitalised and they got their first.
So, and this is an opportunity for rivals here. Do they show their hand for a tap-off play they'll use later today, Jace?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Not when you're on the main stage.
If I'm live on KO and I'm up by 6, I'm not showing anything.
No. You'd rather not practice it for not showing it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I like to run my new plays on Friday on field 22.
Yeah.
Where there's a man there walking his dog.
Yeah.
That's when I want to run the new stuff.
And when you know your major opposition have not got the bye.
That's it, yeah.
That's when you need to run that.
That's it, and then you come to the grand final and it's 3-3, then you pull it out.
Out ball.
That's what I like to do.
Out ball to across the grain, and a little in away. And the 27 says, hang on, touchy, I've got him there, says Toby Cochran.
It was a close one. I think he made the touch. I think maybe he might have flicked the singlet. The player didn't feel it. That often happens sometimes, especially when it's windy like this.
Well, they're only pegging it there just to purely get in the corner, and then Toby Cochran almost allowed Henry Truman to go through. See, this is the trouble again. He saved that. Nice little draw and pass, a nice little draw and pass back. So a lot of credit goes to Jem Rath on that occasion. Rath in conjunction with Max Preichel. So Rath again, he wanted to throw that pass. He was always going to throw that pass, wasn't he? As soon as he picked it up, he just had a mind for a cutout ball. He's saying that, he has thrown 2 that may have been tries but were called forward.
Yeah, he's had a good game. I think that was one of the things we were talking about yesterday, is that there's no shortage of skill in our junior touch, and generally when we do a bit of development work, we're more looking at play selection. You mentioned he was always going to throw long there without even looking maybe at what the defence was doing. So as we develop our game, we want to look for a bit of a read there as well.
So Maxi Prykel. Sorry,
still
Jose.
got, I was just going to still got 6 on 5 here for one more touch if they're good enough.
6 on 6 now. He's raced back on. So Maxi Prykel back to Leif Campbell. Leif Campbell to Rath. Rath to Campbell. And Campbell gives it away.
And that's that pressing defence from Manly. So that's another thing you're going to have to handle if you want to overcome Manly here in this tournament. They've got a very active defence. They're up at you. And you've got to have a good plan A and a plan B, you mentioned, Joel, earlier.
Yep. There is because of these strong clubs like Manly with so many junior clubs, there are some very, very good players who miss out who would make most other State Cup sides. So they do have the player pool, which is a nice option to help out the clubs who may need somebody as the 10 tries to go through. And that was Lowy.
I think that's a really important thing you've mentioned, because with a lot of the families watching on, or some of the kids that haven't made it, they might not be aware of the player pool. And we've seen some teams here this weekend, some might have 12 or 13 players. They've got one spare, and I think they'd love to have one of the Manly players that's missed out.
Tyro Olo, who's making this touch, he's also coaching the 12 boys, so doing wonderful things for the club. As keeping the ball live here, Bears. Which you sort of have to here. They've got all the Manly side up, but it was on the last. The reason they were all up, because, Jace, they know they can. They don't have to wait or worry about a scooper coming at them.
Yeah, so that's one of the tips for the kids. When you hear the referee say fourth, the next one should be a scoop every set of 6 or run a play, because you've got nothing to lose.
Yep.
You don't want to get to that last touch and be static like that.
So you a high percentage of scoops on play 5?
Especially anywhere in the midfield, because you've got nothing to lose.
Yep.
And generally the defence has got to chase you, put them a bit off balance. That's down as well,
That's
I think.
down, of course it is. That's down through Jack Carms. So Ian will be happy with that. Jackie Carms scores, and this scoreline really getting away from the Bears. 15-2.
Yeah, we used to do an activity back in the day with the kids where the referee would yell out just that training. When he would say fourth, when you're playing against each other, he'd say, fourth, do a play.
Yes.
Or fourth, do a scoop. So if you're in midfield, you're sort of training the kids to think, well, I've got nothing to lose. I can get an extra 20 metres.
Yep.
So that's probably something you might want to try with your teams, is have the referee yelling out fourth and a scoop, or when you get to the line, fourth and a play.
Yep.
Don't sort of kill the set and lose your last touch. Get full value out of your 6 touches.
And here come the Bears from dummy half.
Winger.
And ball
He's got
down, yes. So terrific work from Will Taylor and Will Power, the Wills combined.
Yeah, good way to finish the tournament, because Bears have done well. They've come through, probably, outclassed here by Manly, but they've shown a lot of skill. And they're the club's developing. They don't have the 384 teams, I think you said, as Manly, but they've really had a good 3 days here.
(15-4). Here's the sweep set up, and back a little passive against the grain. Clever execute where didn't mind that, but North Sydney defend it well. They had the sweep go on one side, and then the pass with the passive came back on the right-hand side.
Yeah, they're actually throwing that cutout out the back, almost like a no-look pass. It's a nice little development in the game.
They've set up the same thing here again, and this time with great success. Oscar Crotty is the man who goes through. They've tried it twice, and this time they went a little bit shorter for Crotty, and that goes out to 17-4, which in real terms is 8 touchdowns to 2.
8-2, yeah. They're quite clever, Manly. I'm not sure if it's a tactic or just they like throwing left to right, but going to the bottom of the screens actually with the wind.
Yep.
So all those passes have got a nice wind at your back. So I'm not sure if it's a tactic or not, but it's certainly been effective here in the quarterfinal.
It's probably the age too, so I suppose anything up to the 14s, a lot of the juniors are heavily right to left plays. As, intercept, just can't find the catch there, Carms.
Yeah, we get a little bit right to left. So again, I'm trying to give all the coaches the tips at home. You might have 50 left passes.
Yep.
before every training session for everyone.
Tell you another good little coaching tip, which we try to do at our club, Jace, is make up your own rules. So, for example, if you've got a team who, I was having trouble with my boys overrunning the mark.
Yeah.
So we'd be playing a game of touch, and if you overran the mark, you lost possession. That was a penalty.
Oh, nice.
Whilst
That's
it's
really
not,
good
it's not a penalty in the game, the kids start to condition themselves that is a penalty.
And you could use that for other skills too, couldn't you, Joel?
Yeah, so for example, if no one's a dummy half, if the ball's on the field too long,
Change over. Yeah.
So they're really good ways just to condition your players to do what you need them to do. As here comes the pink and white boots again. He's just good fun to watch, Saxon Gore. He wants to have one last try, as he score. Play on, he might just get it, but the touch has been made. So there you go, Manly off to a semi-final. Manly 17 defeat the North Sydney Bears 4.
I think we might be in for a treat here, are we? We might have a post-gamer there with Tony.
Tony Salerno is going to be down on the touchline very, very shortly to catch up with one of the Manly players, and I think he's made a beeline for Saxon Gore. Jace, so we'll go to him.
I think so. He did well to catch him because he's so quick. Tony was flying out there trying to grab him, but I think it's a real treat to get some thoughts from Saxon. He's had a great game.
Absolutely, and he's a lefty, by the way. He just did a 40-metre left foot kick. But Tony Salerno, we're about to go down to the field. A big win for Manly, 17-4 over the Mighty Bears. And we're about to go down to the sideline with a bloke who played terrifically well, Saxon Gore. Tony Salerno's down there. We need to learn about these boots as well, Tone.
Tony Salerno down here with Saxon Gore, one of the stars of Manly's 17-4 quarterfinal victory over Norths. Saxon, what a fantastic result. What did you put it down to?
Lots of training and stuff, and our warm-up was heaps energised because we wanted to win this comp because we didn't go that well last year, and we just wanted to play well.
Most certainly, and of course quarterfinals you've just won, so now semi-finals. What would it mean for the team if they were to get to the final and potentially win it?
It would mean a lot because we worked really hard this year to win this comp, and we want to get far in this tournament.
And with the semi-finals coming up, what do you think it will take to get to that next stage and win the title?
We just got to stay calm and composed, but don't freak out and run our moves.
And now it'd be remiss of me not to talk about these boots. You've got a pink boot on your right foot and a white boot on your left foot. What's the reasoning behind that? Does it bring you luck? Why do you do it?
I step with my left foot, so I like the white boot, but I just like the design, and I bought 2 pairs of boots, so may as well.
Yeah, make the use of both those pairs of boots, Joel. That's all it was, just volume. Thank you very much, Saxon. Look forward to seeing you a bit later in the tournament. Stay tuned on KO. More action on the other side, quarterfinals.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
Quarterfinal action continues here in the under-14s. It's Manly taking on Nelson Bay. We've seen some great action here on Guzman y Gomez finals day. It's been a pleasure to watch. We just saw the under-16s boys quarterfinals. Manly way too good for North, 17 points to 4. We've also had wins today earlier from Nelson Bay in the round of 16. And also Maitland winners against Mudgee early today as well. So quarterfinals, under 14s girls. It'll be a good matchup, just waiting for the teams to come out of the race and begin the action. Unique scoring system, given that it is finals. The first try will be worth 3. Everyone after that will be worth 2. So looking forward to seeing how that pans out. You can hear the passion in the cry. We're moments away as Nelson Bay Neptunes enter the fray. Awaiting the people making up the tunnel to remove themselves from the field. They aspire to be a lot of what these players are right now. Under 14s girls. These two teams, Manly topping their pool. Nelson Bay third in Pool B. So Manly Pool A winners. Nelson Bay third in Pool B. And away we go. It is Nelson Bay. Drive right up the centre of the field. We see Manning again. Nelson Bay earlier victors, which meant they progressed to this stage. Inside the 7 now and sneaking through. Fantastic effort from Zoe Smith, but it was a touch at the last minute. So she'll have to go back and play it again. Manning, Smith. Manning, she caught it on her leg. And that's a changeover. So Nelson Bay Neptunes dangerous on their line. Spinning it out of danger. Manly. Great representation across the grades from the Manly Sea Eagles. Seeing more here as they get ready to go to their substitutes box and apply the change. Right over halfway they go. 2 passes infield. McPhee. Now Lisa Williams. She's touched on the last. And the Neptunes will get the ball. Rinse and repeat. No score, 2 minutes gone. I'm Tony Salerno bringing you this under 14s quarterfinal in the girls. Plenty of quarterfinal action still to come today. We're going to see semi-finals and grand finals on Guzman E. Gomez finals day. Up further down the ground they go. And it's a turnover. Referee blows a penalty for the forward pass. Other good performers in this group. Pool B, the Northern Beaches won that one, undefeated. And Mudgee were also undefeated in Pool C. So the cream's starting to rise to the top. Or the chipotle sauce in your burrito. Thanks to our friends at Guzman E. Gomez. GYG Finals Day. Neptunes with the drive. The referee saw a knock on, so we'll turn the play over. Manly venture forward into enemy territory. That ball may have floated forward. The referee was happy with it. Now down the sideline. They head forward. Phil Ellie Farrell looking for options. Turned her head, wanted instructions from the coach. That wasn't going to happen. Whitehead receives a pass towards the 7. They've got 1 way to go. Looking to spread it. Want to keep it short. 1.25. An infringement, so it'll be a turnover as I bring in Joel Kane. Joel, great call of Manly in the under-18s. Now the under-14s girls giving it a go.
Tony, good morning, mate. Apologies too. I actually left and I hadn't realised I was co-calling with you. So I'd called a couple of games and thought, and I looked up on the box and you were hearing your Pat Malone. I thought, I better get back up there. Sorry, mate.
Oh, we're generally the lead caller, so we generally, ships going opposite in the tide.
Ships in the night.
Yeah, exactly. So now it's Manly's turn, and they've surrendered possession. So this will be good field position for the Nelson Bay Neptunes. 5 minutes gone in this one, no score between Manly and Nelson Bay. on Guzman y Gomez finals days. They head towards their box, the Neptunes, in the purple and the gold. Over halfway now. Driving. Clark dumps it down. Manning. Smith, she's been really good for the Neptunes. Manning straight through. She's in the strike zone. Smith was up there with her, but the referee sent an infringement earlier.
Well, this is really important, Tony. We're almost 5 minutes into the match, so therefore any advantage of the tap-off is well and truly gone. And look, Manly are out-and-out favourites. They have been scaling above for the whole tournament. They finish in third, the Neptunes. However, if you pinch this first touchdown, you go up 3-zip. It is psychologically a huge play, but in saying that, Manly on the march.
The word golden gets thrown around a lot for stuff like that, but This is definitely a golden touchdown for sure. Gives you really big ascendancy, especially in a big quarter-final like this. McPhee dumps down. Now Williams inside the 7. She gets it back from the acting half. The referee says touch, so she'll have to go back. A penalty to boot.
Yeah, so what happened there, Tony, it was really well refereed because the middle never makes it back onside. The link does make the touch, so there was no advantage played. Manly, though, have got them under immense pressure here.
They do. They keep coming. Manly, they've got space on the left. Cut out ball. Better target was the touch judge rather than the winger on that occasion.
I think a really good rule, Tony, when you're coaching the younger ages like this, save your big plays for later in the set. They've gone for the long ball almost straight away, and all the pressure that Neptune's had. So you might try a few quickies or a few more static plays right on the line, but they've gone wide early and they've let Neptune off the hook.
They do. What the Neptune going to do about it? They hand it straight back, so not too much of a danger there for Manly. They'll now head into attack through Williams. She'll be asked to play it. Acting half McPhee. So those two middles combine as they head towards the 7. Tried the extravagant pass last set. Safety first this time. McPhee dumps down. Now hovering. Made herself an option. Stayed two uprights. And it was Barrett who made the touch.
Still chasing this golden 3 points. We've had 6.5 minutes of play. Manly are really
Williams.
knocking on the door, and that might be it.
Yes, it is. Farrell is the one who scores in the corner. The winger gets there. No, the referee's seen a penalty. That one won't count either.
Oh.
But they get the next best thing. Geez, they've tried that left side cutout ball twice. First unexecuted, second time just a penalty. So that discipline got to be improved there for Manly. Williams drops it down. McPhee. Now they've got to overlap again. Trying to sneak through McPhee. Drop down that time.
They've dodged a few bullets here, Tony, and the right winger, my message would be going straight out there for both my wingers for Nelson Bay. Girls, no matter what, you have to just mark the winger. They're getting out there all the time, no matter what. Forget about what happens on the inside. If they score inside you, it's not your problem, but we are having all sorts of problem out of the wing. You must stay on that winger.
They go again, Williams. There's that play. Wants to pump, decides to hold it. And Nelson Bay Neptunes, they'll remember this set if they do hold on as a pivotal part of the game. McPhee, Matthews, and it's a knock-on from Whitehead. So the Neptunes repel.
See, this 3-point try, and we've been speaking about it a fair bit, Tony, but when it comes so late in the game, it's even more of a premium, less time to catch up.
Speaking of catching up, the Neptunes will have to. If they would have spread to the left early, they would have had the try. We've said that a few times.
Gee, they're one short too.
Getting back on side now. The winger fair all.
They've got to survive this. They just have to find a way. If they're going to win this game, Nelson Bay, I'm convinced they must score first. They've got to find a way to survive here.
Tordian. Now Tamale. Thought about a right foot step, decided to dump it down. Sweeps again. Tamale slides in. Can't quite make the distance. She was short. So Neptune, we've got to commend their defence. They've been caught short a few times, but their scramble's fantastic.
They're surviving. They've just got to think a couple of minutes ahead here now because they're well and truly backs against the rope as far as field position. They haven't really seen the northern end of the ground for some time, so they've got to be squeaky clean here and just complete the next few sets.
Smith, one of their best. Knock on, she said. So that one's been turned over. That's 3 sets in a row that the Neptunes have failed to complete, and that's why they find themselves in their position that they are. So we'll have to go back. Tamale dumps it down. Wanakore. Now Crotty. Crotty goes to the left. Tordian drops it down quickly. Last touch. What can they deliver here, Manly? Trying to sneak through, but couldn't make it through Fairhall. Now penalty for the Neptunes.
Geez, I tell you what, 10 minutes, still 0-all.
That's right. It's pressure. It's finals. This is the quarterfinal of the under-14s girls. Manly, one of the top-ranked teams, and Tamale was seizing upon that intercept, couldn't quite get to it. So the Neptunes, Groundhog Day. Go to their subs box, working it out of their own end as they open up the field. Good charge from Baxter. She makes it within 10 of halfway. The acting half court, so it's a turnover. There needs to be a circuit breaker for the Neptunes. They need a Manly error, something to get them a better look
good football
at the attacking side. Fairhall.
Yeah, Ellie Fairhall's threatened to go the journey a couple of times now, hasn't she, Tony?
Yeah, she has. Looking very oppressive on that wing, but it's their middles doing all the damage. Underneath again, Unwin.
See, this is where, and I know Coach Thompson will be watching from Cronulla, they are brutally chasing this team to the box. You need the plan B. If they play Manly, you cannot just play into their hands. You watch this box set, Manly are very, very aggressive in chasing you there. It's really, really hard to get to the box when taking on Manly. That's 2 touches, but they've done well on this occasion.
They did on that direct run, and it is quite predictable heading towards the box. Now fanning out, trying to set up their set, the Neptunes, to get over halfway. That's a small win in the bigger grand scheme of things.
See what I mean with this box set, this box pattern? They just defend it too easily. Neptune are seeing none of that other end. Absolutely zero part of it.
Something has to change. They've got to change the strategy, something, but they are hanging in. They're really trying to bank on their defence to cause that Manly error, to be able to see a better look at better field position. As Manly attack their subs box. The fresh troops come in. That was McPhee. She's been good as a middle. Her partner in crime, Williams, in the 10. So the 4 and the 10 occupying as the middles. Nice footwork from Williams. She'll be touched on last. It'll be a turnover. This game on a knife's edge.
Look at the open spaces in the middle of the field here. And they're just playing into Manly have their whole defensive lineup on this side. They have to ask a question and challenge them on the other side of the field. They just have to change something.
They do. Smack bang on halfway is where that touch is. Smith, now Manning. This is their 2 best attackers.
But if you don't change something, Tony, you're really just banking on a penalty to get you up the other end of the field.
They'll need a little bit more than that. Smith trying to be expansive, but that's cost her. And it'll be Manly once again. 40 metres out from their own try line. And they're going to be over enemy territory in a matter of moments. Touch 2 on the drive set. Matthews dumps it down. McPhee says she'll have a gallop. Williams, McPhee. The 2 architects in this. Williams again. Did she evade the touch? She did.
No, no, they've just survived again.
Got to buy a few lottery tickets if you're the Nelson Bay Neptunes. Of course, their coaching staff will, not the players. They're under 14. Back to the 7. What can they scheme here, Manly? Williams, their 10. It all floats off her. And why wouldn't it?
Well, that's going to be
consulting. And it's that golden 3-point try we talk about, Joel. Manly have it. They've deserved it. Piling on the pressure, and finally, the Neptunes break.
For the older viewers like myself and yourself, perhaps, Tony, you're probably a bit younger, you remember a movie called Shawshank Redemption, right? Where Shawshank Redemption, Andy Dufresne, he just kept chiselling away behind this Rita Hayworth picture, and nothing was happening. He just kept chiselling and chiselling and chiselling away, and then eventually broke loose, and that's exactly what Manly have done.
Yep, they opened up the frame, and then the big hole emerged.
That's it.
So the Neptunes, here's an opportunity to see what they can do in attack. They've used up almost their 6. This is the last. What can they deliver here? Sweeper coming around. Not good enough from them. Rankin touched on last in the 7.
Okay, so they're going to be really aggressive here, and they seem to have started well, Neptunes. This is going to be a chance for them. They've dropped it in the corner. Here's a chance for them to get themselves some decent field position. There's play 3.
1 a quarter. Finds Crotty in the middle. Tordian over halfway. Tamale gets in behind the offside player.
See what they've done here, Tony? They simply were disciplined at the other end of the field, put in the corner, and look where they're starting their set. They haven't started there all day.
Correct, that's right. But with a movement like that, the knock-on, going to surrender possession. Wasn't for very long, Joel.
No.
Now Manly, as they've done for much of this first 15 minutes, in the attacking half. Tamale plays wide. Farrell, the lone try.
I love how they're getting her the ball. They know she's got wheels.
They're using their width of the ground, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Back towards the Whittle Manly. Looking up, assessing the options. That's Butcher in the visor. Heading right to the line, into the strike zone. Where's her support? The acting half. There it is. The referee says touch, though. Right in the nick of time.
So down 3-0, they've got to score 2 unanswered to win this game. And that seems like a bridge too far at this stage. However, you get that one, and then all of a sudden there's immense pressure on Manly. They've just got to find a way to pick up this next one.
They do, as they pretty much shoot out of their subs box. Last touch, says the referee, but they've made good ground across field. They're going to surrender it just 55 metres out now. 9 minutes 12 on the clock. Manly 3 points to 0, but it's only the 1 touchdown. 3 points on finals day. Straight through, Unwin. Made 25 metres and then stumbles over the sideline. That'll be a knock on. 3 points to 0, the Neptunes. Looked like they had a little bit of something when they got within touching distance of the try line, but they haven't been there often. Working to their box set to the right, good dummy. Making an extra 10 metres for the Neptunes. On the skinny short side, they keep running this right channel. The drive's good this time. Via Chloe Barrett, Manning, now Smith, jinking and weaving. Has to go back to her touch. 10 metres shy. 10 metres into enemy territory. This is better, draw pass. Can't quite hold on to it. And now it'll be Manly ball. Of course, this is the Northern Conference of the New South Wales Junior State Cup. Joel, you were at the Southern Conference last week. Your club, the Sharks, doing very well, taking out the club championship. Tell us a bit about it.
It was good fun. It was something that the club have been working really hard at for a long time. We'd never won ever the club championship, and it was a club who barely didn't exist, say, a decade ago. So a lot of hard work by many people, a lot of fresh faces come into the club, and we are doing things a little bit differently. Like, touch can become a bit of a copycat sport, and we've tried a few things, and so far it's paying dividends. But we've got some state finals next week. 5 teams will be there for Cronulla, so looking forward to see who we play from the Northern Conference.
And will you be there, Joel Kane?
We'll be there, yeah. My 12 boys will be there. Some great contenders for the 12 boys up here. Manly doing well. Northern Beaches doing well. Newcastle are playing some great footy, so it'll be very interesting to see who we play.
Exactly. It'll be very good competition next week. You can find that on KO as well, so make sure you keep it here next week. Lock it in your diary. The Neptunes trying to venture forward. 7 minutes remaining on the clock. 3-0. So we mentioned Manly went almost undefeated in the 14s girls. 6 wins, 1 draw. 26 points. That 1 draw was against Newcastle. 2-2. Nelson Bay finished 3rd in Pool B. 5 wins, 2 losses.
Hang on a minute. There's some wheels. Oh, that touch had to be made. Otherwise would have given Manly a real scare.
Rankin has to come back. Or had to surrender possession because that was the last touch. 2 points for the next touchdown. If it is the Neptunes, that makes it very interesting. McPhee heading towards her box. Farrell. The lone touchdown for Manly. She's been good. 2 passes infield.
I like what they're trying to do there, Manly. Just a late touch.
Late touch. Now just shy of halfway.
They haven't been given many of these opportunities, Tone, so that they've got to just stay on the field and try and make something happen here. Try and force 6 to go or perhaps get a penalty. But it's kind of now or never. Manly's not going to give them too many opportunities up here.
Correct. Now that clock becomes another competitor for Neptunes. Taking that one up, down. Looking to the left. That's where Manly's had success. Can the Neptunes do the same? Now knock on, I believe the referee's found.
I've noted too, they've raced Kyla Rankin back out there. Clearly she's the one who could do it if they were to do it. She had a very brief spell and the coach has put her straight back out there.
Yeah, that's right. You've got to get your good troops on now. Playing for all the bickies. This is the quarterfinal. Winner moves on to the semis. Loser, that's the end of their tournament. So someone could be facing an exit in the next 5 minutes. Last touch. It's a good ball to Whitehead. Good diving touch, desperation from McCallum.
They've got to go. They're letting Manly get set here. That's another thing you need to do, Manly. You must start fast.
And that's instinct. That's just knowledge of the game sometimes. Knowing the situation. This game being played on Manly's terms. Neptunes have to change that. Manning, here's a good effort. Draw pass on. Space. The Neptunes away. Heading for the corner, but well touched by Fairall. Barrett almost went all the way. Has to take it back to the mark. Had to go back about 20 metres.
I'll tell you what, Tony, I, as a guess, and I haven't watched many of these Manly games, I'm tipping there's been next to no tries scored on the Fairall wing.
Yeah. That's where the source is. And that's where the source is. You keep going to it. The Neptunes. Opportunity here. Last play. This is the one. Manning pops it over the top, but couldn't be collected by Borg. They'll still get a few more opportunities, but the Neptunes, how many more better looks are they going to get than that? Tamale working in with the middles, the link on that far side. Substitute left really early to get to that box. Fresh troops on for Manly. They look clinical in their swap over. Whitehead. Nice quick play of the ball. The momentum with Manly.
You know what, Tony? I just sensed a little bit there in that set. There's only 3.5 to go. You've just got to defend 2 tries. You didn't need the lavish play they were doing then when you're leading by that. You just had to just button up, get to the other end, plonk it in the corner and finish the job. However, they've given the ball back Neptune, but they shouldn't be doing that.
So it's Manly again. Let's see if they've learnt from that previous set. Composure. And they've just got to get to that area. Where's Fairhall, of course? They'll be looking for her. She's on the right wing. They're heading to the left, though. Perrott drops it down, receives it back, trying to slide in pretty much from 3 metres out, but it was a touch. Last touch here. Space on the right if they can get it there. Butcher. Will she throw one long?
See what this does, this 3-point try, Tony. Like, in all reality, this game is 1-0, right? But the extra comfort for Manly, they know if Neptune score, they've got to score another. It is such an advantage.
It is very much, and that really determines we get a result in this one. Manning shoots out. Butcher, now Unwin, slides in, but it was a touch from Manning, got the long levers to Torgel. Be taking it back centre field to the 7. Butcher, Unwin again, trying to use the width of the pitch, Manly. Here they go on that right-hand side. Fairall was waiting. He'll be asked to play it. Unwin gets into acting half, gets into the strike zone. Who's there? You know who's there. It's Fairall. That's her second try, and that's just about game for Manly.
Yeah, she deserved that. She's had a great game, not just with the ball, but also defensively, and she has booked her team directly into the semi-final. And I just got the feeling it probably is one of those games for Manly where it hasn't completely clicked based on their former results, but they're going to get the job done 5-0, which is 2 touchdowns to 0. And they are off to the semi-finals, and they're going to be very, very hard to beat. And defensively, Tony, they are so buttoned up.
They are. Rarely give away too many touchdowns and do enough to win. One of those grinding teams that are able to just make the moments count and then defend what they create. Smith. Ball further on, but it was a touch pass anyway. Minute 20 left on the clock.
They can hold their head up high, can't they, as they go back to Nelson Bay tonight. The Neptunes, you know, like they are possibly playing a team who is going to win it. I'm not saying they are certain to win it, but they have to go very close, this Manly side.
Yeah, not arguing with that. More quarterfinals action coming up next. It'll be the under-18s girls. I'll be in the chair with Dean Russell. So all your GYG finals day action here on KO. Ball's gone down from Manly. They couldn't ice that one. But they've got a super handy buffer. They'll play down the last minute. They'll know they're on their way to a semi-final. Good dummy. Needed to see more of that from the Neptunes today. Out from Nelson Bay. Head to their box, now over halfway.
Look where the Manly winger is, Farrell. So when they're like bees to a honey pot. If they sense you go into the box, they will just follow you in there as Rankin takes off. Who's had a good game too, the young lady.
Press the defence. Manly with 20 seconds remaining or a little bit over will get the last chance, you would think. There's a commentator's curse. Didn't perform on all game. 20 seconds remaining, there it is. The Neptunes heading forward. Rankin involved in that play. On further wide. And that is the referee's final whistle here in the under-14s girls quarter-final. It's Manly heading to the semis. They've defeated Nelson Bay 5-0. Joel Kane, dominant performance from Manly, always in control.
Always in control, Tony. Defence was superb, and that's what wins you the big game. So wasn't all there for them in attack, but if you defend like that, you can win a game 1-0 or 3-0, as is the case in the finals.
Yeah, we saw the value of that first up try very much for Manly. They'll take that form into the semi-final. Next up, under-18s girls action here on KO. Thank you for joining us. Stay tuned. More action after the break.
Something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Where you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero. Some
Boys referees ready.
The big finals keep coming here on KO. We've reached the under-18s quarterfinal between the Mudgee Mad Crabs and Northern Beaches. I'm Tony Salerno. Dean Russell has joined me in the commentary box this one. Mudgee in the purple, Northern Beaches in the blue. Cream starting to rise to the top, Dean.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Mudgee have had a really good tournament so far, and a little bit unexpected, I would say, from some of the bigger Sydney clubs to be challenging here. But they're going to have their work cut out here. The Northern Beaches girl, a very impressive team.
Mudgee turning over early. Now it's the Northern Beaches' turn. These two teams very strong in qualifying. The under-18s girls. We had Mudgee. There was two pools, Pool A and Pool B. So we see the error being made from Northern Beaches. Manly were top of the pool. Mudgee coming in third. 3 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses. And the Northern Beaches second. 5 wins and the 1 loss. 5-4 loss. Northern Beaches had to Nelson Bay, who's been quite good in this competition as well.
Yeah, so the Mudgee girls, they've started pretty well here. They're controlling the ball. Just they're in the red zone now, looking to set up a play.
Getting in behind in the 7. Good interchange of passing. 6 again, says the referee. It'll be Mudgee again.
Yeah, they tried to come back to the short side that time. Pretty narrow short side they've got, so they want to try and move it in the centre of the field.
Space on the left. Can they get it there? The wingers unmarked. Decide to come back inside though. That's an example of maybe eyes up footy, Dean, in terms of being able to identify that.
Yeah, but the defensive structure that the Renegades displayed there was very good. And you can see again, they're solid in defence. Everyone knows their assignment. They're staying in their lanes, in their channels, and not being committed to the wrong player.
Here we go, space! Can it be the first touchdown of the game? No, it was a touch in the nick of time. Rawlinson from the Mud Crabs went really close.
Yeah, they fooled me. I actually thought the play was on back to the top side of the screen, to the left of screen as the girls were running. But they've come back against the grain and they nearly created the opportunity, but very good defence from their winger flying in to make the touch. They had to be made.
And it was a forward pass, so the Northern Beaches shooting themselves in the foot at the moment. Game being played on Mudgee's terms.
Yeah, all the pressure being applied by Mudgee. I don't think we've actually seen Northern Beaches into Mudgee's half yet.
And I'm sure the Mud Crabs will want to keep it that way. Dowdy. Rawlinson again. In the 16. Now Horrell. The fresh troops come on. O'Brien taking her time. Godfrey the tap. Now O'Brien again. Tries to shuffle through. To go back to the 7.
Certainly asking a lot of questions of the defence here, Mudgee. They're full of enthusiasm and full of running.
And they'll turn it over on the last via Hallie O'Brien. A couple of sisters in this team. Hallie O'Brien and Madison O'Brien for Mudgee. Shauna Rawlinson and Maddie Rawlinson for Mudgee as well. That makes it a lot easier for us, Dean. Call 2 names for 4 people.
Exactly. Well, I hope all 4 of them on the field at the same time make it easy. Oh, we missed a knock on there, the referee.
Ball looked like it was rolled forward. Even worse, into the strike zone, but a touch before that. Didn't have too much of a bearing for Mudgee.
Yeah, Slater came flying in the half, went to pick up the ball and just tapped it forward, but was able to re-scoop it. The referee, unfortunately, was unsighted, but it didn't cause any dramas.
A few messy play the balls. The referee wasn't going to let that one go. So now the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty tough call on Mudgee there. Like, the touch was made in the middle of the back, 2 hands from the Renegades, and really pushed the girl down top of the ball. You could have quite easily seen the penalty go the other way.
Quinn now back infield for Slater. Dumps it down. Release. Here comes Slater again, sliding in. The touch too good from Shauna Rawlinson.
Yeah, good defence there. Had to dive full stretch to get there. But so far it looks like Slater's the one who's going to cause the problems.
On the Northern Beaches, and it's not Kelly Slater. Into the strike zone, looking for options. There it is, the first touchdown of the game. Lily Comba is the one who has the spoils. Northern Beaches lead 3 points to 0.
Yeah, good play here from the Beaches. You see that Slater rolls the ball. She splits to the right. They dummy to her and come back hard to the left. You see here scooting through, good foot speed, and the support players are able to get on the outside and get the ball down. So first score is here in the 3-2 scoring system. And so it'll be the Northern Beaches 3, Mudgee 0.
3-0, of course, it's just the one touchdown, but in finals, the first one's so important to get your nose in front, but also get the points on the board, literally. That's 3-0.
We're often asked why we have the 3-2 scoring system, and with the juniors, it's to try and avoid having drop-offs. We've had experiences in the past where we didn't have the 3-2 scoring system. In 1 year, we had a drop-off go 28 minutes, so 3 minutes longer than a normal game.
Wow. So, yeah, in the interest of time, it just makes sense that you do the 3-2 system. I don't think that would ever... it would always be odd and even, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so there would always be...
Yeah, the only time we'll have a drop-off for the 14s, 16s or 18s is when they... nil or draw, which isn't very often. But while we were talking about that, great try there to Mudgee to get on the board, and just a simple play, quickie and a dive over, catching the defence in front of the line and able to get the ball down. So well done, Mudgee.
So that's 3-2. Northern Beaches lead. Up the field, Northern Beaches go. How do they respond? That's what's key here. Lettingham's out there, as is Harding. The two middles, occupying space. Now the split, getting involved. Touch pass. Is it going to be called? Yep.
Yeah, good decision by the referee, right on the spot.
Towards the touchline they go. Working their way up the field. The Mudgee Mud Crabs, their driving has been very impressive today.
Yeah, their whole game so far has been very impressive, and just got beaten by a little bit of foot speed for that first try, but they're certainly taking it to the Renegades.
Up they come through Rollinson. Shaking to go underneath. Finds her sister. Sisterly love. The beneficiary of that try. And Mudgee have gone bang, bang. They lead 4 points to 3.
Yeah, the sisters are doing it for themselves. I think that's the way the song goes.
You win.
But it's really good footwork here. They attack to the bottom side of the screen. You see they come out of half. They're coming to the bottom of the screen. They prop here. Rollinson props here. Steps inside. Gives a little pass to his sister. And she's got great acceleration to get to the line and score.
So Shauna is the deliverer and Maddie's the recipient. So Maddie gets the bragging rights in the household. She got the try. But I dare say Shauna has a bit to say about how it was scored. Northern Beaches straight away on the attack. Can't quite get into that strike zone. Murnane drops it down, receives it back again, diving from distance. The referee walking back. Thought he might award the try, and he does. Jumping over the touch, that was great athleticism.
Yeah, that was Slater who got, we said earlier, to keep an eye on her. She looked like she had the hot hand for the Renegades, but you'll see here, she gets the ball off the quickie, realises the defence is going to be offside here, and dives at the girl who's offside. The referee, and that's what the referee called. He said the girl didn't get both feet back on behind the line, so he's played on, and that's where the touchdown was scored.
That's right, so just as quickly as Mudgee had the lead, they've given it up again. The Mud Crabs. Nice swerve. Now a penalty. Offside, says the referee. Now Mudgee looking to go back ahead. They're really trying to make you work in that scoreboard area, Dean.
Yeah, they really are trying to work the Renegades over, getting their middles up and trying to spread them apart. And they'll send the sweeper around here.
Yeah, good idea. How successful is it? The referee says it was a touch, so right in the nick of time. Northern Beaches.
Yeah, Matthews getting across to affect that touch there.
The winger holding her wing. Don't use her though, come back inside. And the ball's knocked on, but a penalty. So this is going to be 3 sets in a row, Dean.
Yep, it's really starting to mount the pressure and going to fatigue the defenders out there the longer they have to stay there and absorb. So this is where you really want to play with a bit of pace, a bit of patience, but pace and move the defence around. And unfortunately, and you see a lot of teams do that. They get the repeat set and they want to attack straight away and look to score the touchdown rather than being patient and work the defence over to create an easier opportunity.
10 minutes gone in this quarterfinal. between the Northern Beaches and Mudgee. I'm Tony Slono alongside Dean Russell, calling all the action here. 15 minutes from home, an intriguing battle. The Northern Beaches ahead. And now they win the penalty too.
Yeah, good decision there from referee Balcom. He saw O'Brien, that was Hallie O'Brien, was offside there, but he tried to play advantage. It didn't turn out, so he's come back and given the penalty to the Renegades.
Harding in exchange. Looked like she was in the strike zone, but a lasting touch. That was a good one that needed to be made by the Mud Crabs. They're staying in it. Still plenty of game to go.
Yeah, I think that was Hurrell out there, just holding her position at the link, but also protecting her inside, and just reached out at the last minute back inside to make that touch.
2 passes infield. Northern Beaches trying to spread this Mud Crabs defence. Coming back towards the middle. Great ball! All alone. But couldn't find the target.
Yeah, the idea was right. They created the space out wide by working the middles over, and then came against the grain and threw that long ball. It was just the execution of the long ball. They couldn't find Hickey out there on the wing. And so Mudgee are going to have to work it from deep in their own territory.
And well done to Mudgee as well, being present in a lot of the finals. Their club doing really well. Maybe not in club championship contention, but they definitely have a strong showing coming up in quarterfinals and round of 16s across all the divisions.
I spoke to Erin Perenni, the president of Mudgee, a little bit earlier. She was ecstatic with the performances of her club's teams this weekend.
That's what they say, Dean. If you're playing on Sunday, you're doing a good job.
Exactly, and you've got to do the hard work to get to Sunday, and then it all starts again. And anyone who plays on Sunday, they're a chance to win.
Correct, that's right. This one, of course, winner goes through, loser goes home. So a lot riding on this one for the Northern Beaches, and they've succumbed to that pressure. Knock on.
They've done that a couple of times coming off their own line, and I think if they are to progress, that's something the coaching staff will have to address before their next game, because as you get deeper into the tournament, the harder the games, and you don't want to be giving repeat sets in your own half continually, otherwise you're going to get scored against.
Rawlinson, I don't know how she held on to that one. Referee eventually said it was a knock-on. So the Beaches will head upfield. To the right-hand side they play. Amelia Anderson goes to her box. Isabel Slater going off for a rest. So now the Mud Crabs getting good field position. They could have taken that closer, actually.
Yeah, and again, the Renegades just not completing their set and getting forward. And that's one thing the Mudgee have done. They've driven the ball well downfield. They've taken plenty of yardage. They've identified, just like they're identifying offside players. But then when they get down here, they tend to slow it down. I'd like to see them just keep the pace up.
7 metres away. The Mud Crabs looking to strike, clawing their way back in this one. Underneath, now it's Rawlinson, gets past the touch. Had the chance. It was on the chest of Phoebe Copps, but she couldn't take it.
It did everything right, and unfortunately the pass just fell short of Copps. It didn't really give you the opportunity to take it, but bonus, they've picked up an advantage penalty for the defence not moving forward.
Watch Maddie Rawlinson, really good conduit for attack. She also set up that try, but more so the key middle in this set. Let's see what she can manoeuvre. Looking for Rawlinson again. Sneaking through. The touch was claimed, and it'll stand.
Yeah, just propping to get off, trying to get back on the inside there, but the defence was strong from Quinn.
Godfrey drops it down. Here's Rawlinson. Double pumps looking under. Don't think the touch was made that time. So it's try time for Mudgee. They take the lead in this game. Through Rawlinson. A lot's come from her, and why wouldn't it? 6 plays 5, 11 minutes from home.
And again, you'll see here, they like the out ball off the half, and they just then try and get into a foot race there. But the defender's offside. That's what the referee's called. Never made it back onside. That's why he's played through and awarded the touchdown.
They have the Northern Beaches. One of the first times today they're behind. So they need to change that pronto. Still 10 minutes remaining. Plenty of time. But in finals, you don't want to be behind for too long.
Yeah, like
you don't want to be behind at all, I guess. Back in the middle with Lendingham. Heading towards that strike zone, but a good touch needed to be made. by Madison O'Brien in the 24. Lettingham receives it back again.
It's the shootout nature of the 3-2 scoring system. For Renegades, if they score next, they take the lead. But with the Mudgee, if they score next, they're out by 2 tries. So it's this unique opportunity.
Rollinson inside for her sister. What was in front?
Yeah,
it was a forward pass.
Yeah, good decision from the referees too. No doubt it went forward. Referees right on their game here.
Manane into enemy territory, the Northern Beaches. She sprinted onto that one. Did Amelia Anderson. And a penalty, a push.
They're just trying to get up underneath the carriage of the body and disrupt the roll ball there, and the referee right onto it.
6-5 Mudgee over the Northern Beaches. But the Beaches women on the attack. And they're giving away a penalty in possession. That's a big no-no, Dean.
Yeah, especially in the red zone. Like, the time is... There's still 10 to go. There's a long time to be played in this game. You think about it, you're talking about 20 sets of touch. Oh, an opportunity
big
there.
push. And that's Shauna Rollinson, her sister, claiming an aggressive touch, but it's not going to count.
It was an aggressive touch. I thought she had the opportunity not to try and pass the ball back on the inside, just get it down and continue the drive forward.
Crether has fresh troops coming onto the ground again. Everybody running, everybody moving. Mitchell. Slater. Mitchell picks it up from the ensuing dump. Finds Slater into the strike zone. And that's another 2-pointer for the Northern Beaches. Now they go back ahead.
Yeah, Quinn and Slater working well there together. Quinn comes out of half, steps back off her right, puts Slater into a hole, and then it's just a foot race to the line. And we've seen Slater's got excellent acceleration through other aspects of the play here. And so gets her team back in front at 7-6.
And of course the Northern Beaches through this tournament so far have been undefeated. So Mudgee knocking on the door. Boy, you'd hate that, Dean, if your first loss is the one that makes you exit.
Well, you've got to be on your game the whole weekend, not just through the round games. And again, this is sometimes, depending on how the luck of the draw, like who you draw in your pool. Previously, as a coach, I always like to I would always hope that we had hard games in our pool to get us ready for finals day. But if you've drawn a pool where you can just cruise through, sometimes when you get to the big games, you're just not hardened and ready for them. So this might be, if Renegades get through, this might be an excellent hit out for them.
Yeah, most certainly. They'd get the experience, that's for sure. Marshall receives it back from Rawlinson. She's back out there. Now Dowdy joins in. They win the penalty, Mudgee.
You can hear the referee calling play on there. The outside player was offside. Luckily, her inside support defender came across and made the touch, but that's why the penalty's been given.
Dowdy drops it down. Now looking inside. Can't find somebody, so she'll go back. Play it on the 7. Northern Beaches need to come forward. Dowdy. Rawlinson drops it down quick. Sweeping around was Marshall. Floater for Dowdy, but couldn't control it.
Yeah, they went with the sweep back against the grain there, so came to the short side. And there again, they're just inviting Mudgee into the contest all the time. If they get through Northern Beaches, they have to fix their roll ball.
They do, but that's what the benefit of something like a quarterfinal is, where they can hone their skills. Rawlinson, a penalty, forward pass, I believe.
Yeah, late pass that time, but that's a consequence of just rolling through your setup rather than playing with intensity and playing with some speed. And you slow the game down and you slow your reactions down, and that's exactly what happened there. You can see Northern Beaches now, they're full of running in this set.
Great driving set from the Beaches. In behind, but it was a touch. At the last minute, Quinn, she's really quick getting in behind.
Yep. If you're the Mudgee coaching staff, you're highlighting Quinn and Slater at the moment, saying, listen, when they're on the ball, we've got to be really alert and tighten our defence up.
Audrey Walker, she's out there. Cops, 2 passes wide. This is Maddie Rawlinson. Dropping it down, she's the acting half now. Taking their time, Mudgee, being meticulous. Rawlinson drops it down. Here comes O'Brien. Pass didn't hit the mark.
Yeah, 6 to go. The Renegades got their hand in that channel there and just knocked the pass down. So they're going to get another set of 6 here.
5 minutes to play. Mudgee on the attack, behind by 1. O'Brien and Rawlinson. The middles on this occasion, linking up together. Side of slide in, Rawlinson. Hand goes up from the Northern Beaches, claiming the touch.
Yeah, Quinn got back on side there, got both feet back and was able to effect the touch. Referee's right on top of that.
O'Brien, Rawlinson, O'Brien again, sliding in. Does that one count for Marshall?
Yeah, saying the touch was made again, so you can see what Mudgee are doing. They're trying to isolate the offside defender and get underneath her.
Walker, just trying to hold the ball, can't do it.
Yeah, it was the last touch, so they were just chancing their arm.
Northern Beaches, they're holding this slender 1-point lead. Anderson heading to the box. Driving strong, the Northern Beaches. They've looked likely. How about this for a drive set? 20 metres each run. Getting really good position. Slater. Now Lendingham. And now hands it over. 7 metres away. So that's a really good set.
One to
with
come.
1 to come. Lendingham receives it back from the dummy half. Dropping it underneath, inside ball. Slater. That was a desperation touch from Rawlinson.
Yeah, the Rawlinson sisters have had strong games. And they also with O'Brien, like Hayley O'Brien and Madison O'Brien. Like the 4 sisters, they've been really strong in this game so far.
Like family, some might say. Into the middle. Mudgee.
You can tell this game means something. There's a bit of exchange of words between a couple of players just below our commentary position there.
Northern Beaches coming back on side. A touch at the last minute from Rachel Marshall.
Only 3 to go now, and you can't give away a cheap penalty like that. Instead of giving the ball back to the defence, they've thrown it away, and that's for they've been marched a further 10 metres downfield. Renegades being smart, just slowing the play down before they bring it back in.
Who do you like from here, Dean?
Oh, look, you'd rather be in front, but not with any confidence. They've turned the ball over too many times with cheap errors at the roll ball. So if I've got to pick one, I'm going to go with the team that's in front with 2.5 to go, but I'm saying that not with any confidence.
No, well, 2 minutes 30 on the clock, a point in it, and it's not even a draw level. So if Mudgee score, they will win. So it's a bit like the schoolyard. Next try wins pretty much. Let's see who can get it done. The Mud Crabs. Their subs come on, but even them sprinting on. They're very tired. This game taking a lot out of both teams. For one of these teams, there's another game. For one of these other teams, that's it.
Sisters working together here.
They are. Shauna and Maddie. Last play, pop over the top. That would have been spectacular.
Yeah, and you're right, it is taking a lot out of both teams. I actually think the Renegades might have a little bit more running their legs at this stage of the game, and that might be the difference.
The only problem with them is that they're on the wrong side of the field. So they've got all the work to do to get in the attacking part, but they don't need to score.
Yeah, they're on the right side of the scoreboard.
Correct, that's very true. Which means a lot more than the territory. Slater, across for Quinn. Ball goes on, can't be held. Hickey lets that one down.
Yeah, just the pass wasn't a great one. Hickey went behind her. She had to reach back. It would have been interesting if they had to put the pass out in front of her and let her run onto it where it might have got to.
Rawlinson Sisters combine again and win the penalty. That's key.
Yeah, good decision there from the referee.
1 minute to go. Mudgee to march up the field. They need to be clean. They need to be good. Here comes touch 2. Nothing special from O'Brien. Now Walker drops it down. There's space on the left. They need to go quickly. 48 on the clock. Centering play Godfrey. Now Walker couldn't control it. She saw the line wide open.
Oh, I think she was going to get under too. The defense, they trapped the defender at the ruck. She was in a sprint to the line, and I was pretty confident that they were going to beat them to the line there. So There's 25 seconds to go. They might get one more opportunity if they don't give away a penalty here.
Need to rush out with this defence. They need to make something happen. Northern Beaches know they just use their 6. If they're clean, they'll get it done. Last touch. Want to hold it. That one finds the ground. Doesn't matter. 5 seconds remaining. The Hail Mary. Here it comes.
They're going to throw it around here.
Walker, they've got to move. Siren coming in a second. Play on. That touch seals it. The Northern Beaches are through to the semi-finals in a cracking quarter-final. Northern Beaches 7 have defeated the Mudgee Mud Crabs 6.
And if you're a fan of the Mud Crabs, you have to be really proud of their efforts there. Like, they were right in that game. It could have gone like 45 seconds to go. They have a big opportunity to score. The ball just goes to ground. That could have been the game there. Fantastic effort by the Mud Crabs. But take your hat off to the Northern Beaches. Like we said, they're running their legs late in the game, really got them home.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see them in action. The Northern Beaches Renegades a little bit later. The Mud Crabs, that's the end of the road for them. Thank you very much, Dean. That's been good fun. Our first of our semi-finals up next here on KO. Jason Stanton will join me back in the commentary box. It will be the under-16 boys semi-finals after this short break. We're down to the final four in the under-16s boys, the semi-final between the Northern Beaches and Manly. I'm Tony Salerno. Jason Stanton joining me in the commentary box. Jace, the cream is rising to the top.
Yeah, this is a great game. Absolute arch rivals, these two clubs, Manly and Northern Beaches, they're neighbours there. All these boys would know each other inside out from local competitions, so I think this is going to be an absolutely superb game of touch football.
We'll be looking out for that. Of course, we saw Manly in the quarterfinals here on KO defeat North's Bears. Earlier today, Saxon Gore was fantastic in that game. Joined us on the coverage as well. Manly's turn, here they go. They'll be running from right to left on your screen. There is Saxon Gore. The one for Manly. Looking to get Elkins involved, the 7. Gore, that was a line ball at best. Manly go so quick as they head to the 7. Here is Elkins. Winger unmarked, but it was a touch pass. So quickly, Manly on the attack. But it'll come back. The Northern Beaches survive very early on.
Yeah, Northern Beach is quite active there in defence, Tony, getting up. I think they realise how dangerous this Manly team is, and that's a pretty good way to try and nullify them. Both teams very active, rushing in defence.
You can't sleep on Manly, that's for sure. The Beaches come out of their box, just shy of halfway. Tartone. Now back inside. Newell, the smaller player. Nice cut-out ball, but just didn't find the mark. The idea was right from Slack. The Northern Beaches, early in this one. Got to do some strong defence on Manly as they cross halfway. Showing it underneath. Was low. Back in towards the middle. Crotty. Through hands they go. Good touch. Desperation one from Andrews. Back on the 7. Manly, goose step, trying to find a way through, drop underneath, flick out the back. Here's some Harlan Globetrotter stuff. The intercept, and Slack saves the bacon of the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, Northern Beach is looking pretty solid there. Again, just with this 16 boys division, different from the 18s, this is 3 pools. So both these teams are undefeated, and they wouldn't have met each other on Friday or Saturday.
That's right. So we're starting to see the best, of course. There's only 4 teams left. And now the referee's seen an infringement. So it'll be Manly's ball.
Yeah, I think 3 of the 4 teams left are undefeated, the winner of each pool. So they'll be coming into these semi-finals full of confidence.
So let's see who's the most seasoned, who can get it done. No more softer games now. Got to be up to the task. Denny drops it down. Comes back on the sweep. They don't use him. Henderson holds it up. Carlisle. Henderson and Carlisle exchange. Around the 7. Carlisle drops it down. Henderson shaped a long ball. Really nice stepping come back inside. But Henderson was taken care of. Penalty for an aggressive touch.
Yeah, big set here for Manly because Northern Beaches look pretty sharp there.
They do. Carlisle and Henderson again, that double. That's a messy play the ball. In fact, it's a knock on. 5 minutes gone, no score between Northern Beaches and Manly. Semi-final time here on Guzman E. Gomez Finals Day. They take the touch. Patchett does. Manly over halfway. Here they come, driving through the middle. Last play, getting in behind, using the hands. Great win work from Slack. Slapped it down. If not, it would have been a draw pass, and Manly would have been in through Lucas Hickson. They'll go up again, Manly. Was that a knock on? No, well touched. Northern Beach is really good in defence. Doing really well. Try and keep out Manly, but Manly will come again. A penalty, so that's now 3 sets in a row. To the right, slowing things down. Now they've got the extra man. A touch though, taken away. Denny keeping Manly at bay. Looking to the left, Manly. Saxon Gore's out there. He drops it down, receives it back from the acting half. and wins the penalty.
Go down and visit the team from Inferno to pick up your last
Manly bench appealing for 3, which means that there have been 3 penalties and a player should be sin bin. Fotu Moala, long ball wide, Hickson. It was a forward pass. No score between the Northern Beaches and Manly, and of course that first touchdown's worth 3. And of course having the lead in a final is huge. To the left they come towards their box. The Northern Beaches come back on. A juggle. They're shouting out no penalty in the Manly coaching box. Want them to be clean while they're defending the Northern Beaches. Hot potato from the Northern Beaches. That was a suspect ball and turned over.
Yeah, very good press there from Manly on that set. Not a good play of the ball here, but he'll get the penalty. So this is a real good opportunity for Manly on the back of that defence, and that's what we saw in the quarter-final earlier, Tony, where they almost used the defence as a form of attack to really pressure the opposition, get an early turnover, and let's see what Saxon Gore can come up with here.
Yes, he can. Elkins working with him. And that trio, Claremore couldn't find Gore, so turned over. Bit of nerves as well from both teams. Their polish not where it could be.
I think so. You've got to try and focus on your own game a little bit, because sort of most of these teams, like these two anyway, they've barely been challenged Friday, Saturday. So you sort of get a bit of a cruise mode, think you're going well, and now you've got a big challenge ahead of you. You've got to readjust a little bit, but it's best to focus on what's worked well over the first 2 days.
So there will be a City team that goes through to the final. We're just trying to find out which one. Newell. He was touched with the last touch.
Is it Wallsend and Maitland in the other semi? I might have to check see who won through in the quarterfinal in the other quarters.
I believe so. Gore drops it down quickly, instigates his touch. Now Manly go to work over halfway, and a knock on. So both teams failing to complete their sets. Need to be a little bit more patient, a little bit more clean to get downfield. To the left they come. Tartone. Jaden Richards. Back towards the middle. 5. Isaac Carlisle through the gap. Instigates his touch. They're on the front foot. Northern Beaches. A slingshot pass. But a great touch. Jaden Richards couldn't go beyond the 2 metres.
Great read there from the winger too. He had the link covered and then he peeled off while the ball was in the air. Beautiful work there by Manly, and now they've turned it over, and the Renegades with very good field possession and ball here.
Manly shooting themselves in the foot. They continue to do so. Richards on the wing. Link getting involved as they work it towards that middle. Henderson slowing things down with Clark. Clark jinking around the 7. Now Henderson again. The middle directing traffic. Drops it down. Receives it back again. On that 7, Henderson. Clark does the same for him. Now Clark has it. Big right foot step. It was touched. That was telegraphed by Benbow. The Manly player able to touch him. Clark. Thought they had Manly stripped for numbers, but the defence from both teams has been quite good.
Yeah, pretty good there. Manly quite good at sort of disrupting the sort of play the ball there. They're sort of rolling a bit out, putting a bit of pressure on Renegades, so they might need to move the ball a little bit more around if they want to open up this Manly team.
Good drive set. Saxon Gore into good position for Manly. That ball through hands, last touch. Coming, Combs has the ball in hand, drops it back underneath. It's the last touch. They decide to surrender on the 7.
A good set there from Manly. Went the full field, the full 70 metres, and dropping the ball down there to Renegades on their own line to come off that.
Quick hands. Down to the box of the Northern Beaches. Manly looks slightly the better, I'd say. But both teams still looking for that 3-point try to take a big stranglehold in the game. Is it coming here through Cruz Death? To the right they come, dummy. Kearney touched, and that was the last. Manly like to make the ball sing sideline to sideline, but more recently, more driving downfield. Gore. That was a forward pass. You picked it. Gore doesn't like it, but it'll count. Slack plays it. Back towards the middle. Death. Puts it down. Kearney and Death working together. They're trying to get the split involved. Here we go. Ball back on the inside. Clark fires one out for Richards, but the defence peeled off nicely and keeping the Beaches at bay. Intercept. Ooh. Touch immediately. And now a fresh set of 6 for Manly. Was that a strong touch? No, referee happy with the contact.
Good press here again from Northern Beaches. But there's
plays the
contact
ball.
there again, so they might have been lucky on the first, not on the second, Tony.
That's right. Bit suspect first time around. And what's that rule with the aggressive touch, Jace, for those new watching?
The rule book says minimum 4, so depending on what the level is, if under 10's right up to men's, you'll sort of get a balance of how much sort of contact. That's an easy one because he didn't use his hands.
Right, yeah.
So the referee will look to see if you're putting your hands to make the touch rather than your body. That's an easy penalty.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, it's just minimum 4. So Northern Beach is trying to let Manly know they're in the game. But I think Manly are doing quite well. The middles are sort of mirroring, like they're actually defending quite well, almost like a man up. So Northern Beaches have got to try and hurt them a bit more through the middle before they go laterally. So let's see if they can adjust.
It seems quite even. Can you tell us maybe who you think might be a little bit on top?
I think the Renegades probably marginally on top, but they need to make an adjustment in terms of what plays they're running. They're going a little bit lateral, which Manly's handling very easily. So, let's see whether they can adjust. Manly, otherwise, it is evenly matched, but if I had to say who's marginally in front now, I'd say the Northern Beaches.
So Manly, the coach's call is to come to the box. They win a penalty. That was important. We're almost halfway through this game. Still no touchdown.
Yeah, it's becoming a battle of the midfield, isn't it? Like who can get a better drive, who can get a better roll on. Here's Saxon Gore again. We'll have to watch him.
Yeah, he could be the game breaker. Game breaker Gore. Looking towards the middle. Elkins in the 7, waiting for his ball to be provided. Gore, nice fling outside. Hickson, the winger, drops the ball inside. It's back for Gore now. Asking someone to come underneath. Gore, inside! And that might be good enough for Manly to get that golden 3 points.
Saxon Gore. And the Manly players here looking up at the box saying, what, you think they're in front? No, they're not. Yeah. We're in front.
Claremore, and now they've got the score to prove it. 3 points to nil, Manly ahead.
It's really good. It was last touch coming there, Tony. Northern Beaches almost sort of got out of trouble. But a beautiful quick release, quick play, and an inside ball. Now the Manly boys getting even more vocal here in the box.
And here comes the pressure. Of course, it's been a penalty now for Manly. Northern Beaches starting to lose that momentum.
Yeah, I think referee Cooper's here going to just probably give a bit of a warning. So you've got to settle down, guys. Last couple of minutes, probably a bit too physical.
And off he goes. Henderson. They're going to play with a man down. This is very difficult. Manly, very good attacking with 6. Now they're against 5. Look out, Northern Beaches. Here they come. And another penalty. So what do? You be patient or you got to attack right now?
No, Manly, after that second penalty, I'd be pulling them right up off the line as they are here, and I'll be running at the offside player. I'll be looking for that third penalty in a row. Northern Beaches have gone from, I think, controlling the game to being on the rack because Manly have just exploded and gone another gear.
That try really affected them. Low, he's let it go. And just like that, the Northern Beaches. So what do you do with a man down here? They've got to keep possession. How do you... Oh, no, now Manly have it.
Yeah, no, it's back to 6 now. It was a forced replacement, not a sin bin.
Oh, okay.
So they're back to 6 aside here, and again, Renegades really can't complete a set these last few minutes. Manly really want to cash in here and get up with a 2-try lead.
Low in the middle. Calms and Low, the two middles operating at the moment. Gore and also Medved join in. Medved. Now Gore. Slingshot pass out for Hickson. If that went backwards, it's good, but it did go forward. The vision was correct. It's the execution and the wind picking up as well. Execution just a little bit off. It's Saxon Gore. He's really looking ominous.
Yeah, because what he did on that first try was he was very direct, almost faked the dive before throwing it inside. That's got the Renegades thinking inside. So that long ball was very clever from Saxon Gore there. Good footy IQ to mix it up.
That's right, Northern Beaches evaded the tap. Macaulay over halfway. The Northern Beaches need to turn the tide back through Oscar Andrews. Messy roll ball, and now it's Manly's ball. 9 minutes 18, just the one touchdown separates both teams, but that 3 points is so important. So we mentioned both these teams undefeated in the pool phase. It's the semi-final. We're down to the final four. After this game, there'll only be two. Which of these teams will make up one of those final two? Fotu Moala going across field. Coming into the 7. Floats the ball, Harbour Bridge pass. Tries to bat it back inside, but it hits the ground. Northern Beaches will come back and work it out of their own end. At the box, heading towards halfway. Good drive from the Northern Beaches. Newell making a good 15 metres for his team. Got Manly on the back foot. Poor execution with the inside ball.
Yeah, Northern Beaches, I think probably earlier they had the right plan by being like loud vocal getting up from Manly. Now they've got to adjust. They've got to get into their rhythm. Too much drop ball for the moment. Only 8 minutes to go.
Fotu Moala drops it down. Manly want to work at pace. Here they go. Crotty dumped it down. Gore wants it back. Here he is. At acting half. Ball back on the inside. Knock on, says the referee. Tough pass. 40 metres away from their own try line, the Northern Beaches. They need to see more of the northern end. This local derby, 3 points to nil. As the Beaches drive forward, looking inside. Deaf drops it down. Now Clark looking to spiral it, but goes Deaf short. Good touch from Manly, needed to be made. That's clutch.
Yeah, very good defence there, and evenly matched. Probably Saxon Gore the difference here, and probably Northern Beach is just guilty of not completing their sets, because certainly on that one they've gone end to end, and Manly looks a little bit in trouble.
Now it's very poor. Couldn't quite find it. Manly, they can't give away those balls.
Yeah, golden opportunity, because the Beaches will have to score twice to win.
They do.
7 minutes to go. They've really got to cash in here on that Manly error.
Clark, Death, spin it wide. Sesha has the ball. Has to go back to the 7. Manly need to come up.
Manly, if you're not going on, come to me. Clear the box, please.
Asher. Death. Asher again. He's touched. They've wasted about 3 plays there. The 3 with the ball now. He's going to dump it down and wants it back. Death. A long spiral. Couldn't find Slack. The idea was right. The execution just a little bit off. If it was an inch taller, might have been try time.
Yeah, definitely a better set here. Northern Beaches know they're coming into the last 5. They're going to have to keep pressing, look for another Manly error, and no penalties, hopefully.
Yes, they do. Manly haven't been as dominant with this drive set as they have previously, but straight through the middle. Goes low. To the right they come. Medved now low. Space here, but they can't catch it. Richards on that wing, heading towards the box.
Next spot, please.
2 passes infield, Clark. Looking back towards the middle. Scoop. Now to with Henderson. Quick running, Matthews. Henderson. Ball through hands. What a ball. Slack all alone. And if that's called backwards, that'll be a try. The Northern Beaches reduced the lead. It needed something special, and that's what that pass was.
Yeah, really superb that they've gone through the hands there rather than trying the long ball. They've tried a couple big looping ones. It hasn't worked. That time chain passing through the hands. Very clever. Great to see that adjustment from Beaches, and we're back to 3-2.
3-2, 5 minutes remaining. I'm Tony Salerno, joined by Jason Stanton. Under 16 boys semi-finals. The winner goes through to the finals. For the loser, that's it. Gore, cut-out ball. Dixon coming back inside. Last play. Gore again, running around in circles. Nice banana pass. Trying to find a way through. Great touch by Andrews. 4 minutes 30 on the clock. Manly 3-2. But the next try's worth 2. So if the Northern Beaches get it, they will be in front. Just shy of halfway. Usher. Ball spilt by the Northern Beaches. Manly now got to start thinking about playing time. Heading towards their box. A safe haven for them. Jake Medvedev. Up the field they come. Fotu Moala shows good footwork. Back towards the middle. Benbow. Scooped up, and now Fotu Moala. Calms. Cut out ball onto the chest of Dixon. No touch. All cleared from the referees, and is that the one that gets Manly into the final? 5-2, a rocket ball needed to be made. Manly can't let their guard down, but they have the lead, and it's 5-2. Northern Beaches heading towards the attack. That's more like it. They've got the overlap. Slides in under the touch. No one was touched. Great work from Manly. All eyes on this game now. A jink from Clark. That touch on Macaulay. 2 minutes 42 on the clock. Manly lead 5-2. They may have a buffer. The Northern Beaches needed to score there. To their box, Manly. Almost at halfway. Dixon's been really good. Touch pass. That's big. That's going to be a help for the Northern Beaches. They trail 5-2. As they head towards the 7, Northern Beaches, if they've got a trick in their bag, they've got to use it now. Heading towards that left-hand channel, Macaulay. Slack with the previous try. Going across with chain passing. Clark, Death, cut-out ball. It's a 2-on-1. Don't worry about the 2-on-1. Macaulay into thin air. And now Manly lead 5-4. 1 point the difference. With a minute remaining. Manly need to hurry. The Beaches Gore straight up the guts. Low. Now Gore combined. Just slowing things down a bit. Scoop up. Have a dish to Gore. He loves that pass. But it was a forward one. A lot of noise on the ground. Manly will go berserk. If they're able to advance to the final, that's what awaits the winner. Northern Beaches, they need to hurry. They have the ball. If they score, they win. It's as simple as that. Heading towards the centre. Oscar Andrews dumps it down. Receives it back from the dummy half. Into the 7. Henderson underneath. Now Clark. The miracle ball for Richards. Claiming a touch, Manly. Referee consulting, and they do say touch. No, they're still having a chat about it. And it will be called touch. Manly defence compressed. Andrews almost spilt it. Back towards the centre. Clark again. Andrews slides in. Ball claims a touch. It's within inches this game. If they score, they win the Northern Beaches. Andrews. Now Clark, great footwork. Knocked on as he went to put it down. Tartone. Manly kick it up in the air. They're into the final, Manly. A local derby victory in the semi-final. Manly 5-4 over the Northern Beaches. What a win, what a game. Fitting of the occasion. Boy, oh boy. Manly, they had to win it at the end with their defence. And they were good enough. Through the Bears, through the Renegades. And now they've got a date in the final a little bit later. I'm Tony Salerno. The semi-final action continues. Joel Kane in the commentary box with Dean Russell in a moment. It'll be the under-12s boys semi-finals. Stay tuned on KO. More of that action to come right after this.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo.
G'day, Jason Stanton here in the referees tent. Absolutely been a great Junior State Cup, and I'm here with three of our champion female referees, Linda, Crystal and Tamsin. They do a great job. Tamsin, how long have you been a referee for?
I've been refereeing for about 3 years.
3 years, and what do you enjoy about it? What gets you into it?
I just love being involved in the game, and you get to meet a lot of great people, so yeah, I just love the community here refereeing.
No worries, and I'm sure she sorts out all us cheeky players as well. Crystal, how long have you been a referee for, and what sort of got you into it?
I've probably been refereeing for I reckon 15 to 20 years maybe, actually. I first got into it just in local comp, I guess because we had to do duty for your in club footy, and then it's just gone on from there. And I just, again, like being active, really like the game. And, you know, now I've got a lot of my good friends have got kids who play in the junior tournaments, so I just, you know, like I guess helping them out because without the refs we can't have the game, so yeah.
Yeah, very experienced. Have you got any tips for some of our young referees starting off, especially if some of us old guys give them cheek?
Yeah, just be confident with your call. If that's what you've seen, just call it, go with it.
No, that's good. And Linda, have you? I was having a look at it. There's 202 teams here, over 250 referees. What do you sort of do for recovery? How do you get through so many games?
I think it's really important to maintain that hydration and nutrition throughout the day. So it's not so much recovery at the end of the day, but working towards it before the event. So hydrating the days leading up, electrolytes, and really looking after yourself during the day, and then at night, legs up, compression on, and hydrate.
You're really good. And for some of our young girls wanting to get in referees, most of us behave ourselves. Would you have any tips for them?
Yeah, I think, as Crystal said, just get out there, and we're human. We call what we see. Sometimes we make mistakes, but to be confident and do courses, come to these sort of tournaments, because this is where you get great feedback.
Great work. That's our referees. They're doing an absolutely great job. We've still got a few more games today on KO, so looking forward to it. Strap yourself in. Back to you up there.
seconds, players and referees, please take the field.
Welcome back to the coverage here, and it's a busy Dubbo, the semi-final. Newcastle preparing for Wallsend, the local derby winner through to the grand final. Behind us, another local derby where Manly are taking on the Northern Beaches. We'll try and keep an eye on both games, both sides through to the grand final. The three-point try is worth everything. Wallsend are going to have the first opportunity. Welcome back to the coverage, Adam Collins.
Yeah, great to join you again once again, mate. This should be a fantastic game. Local derby, as you said, 12 boys. First try scorer, crucial.
Elvis Nathan takes them on for Wallsend, and he's got a few troops around him. Hugo Warzenak, and jumping on it now is Noah Kelly. But it's really relieving, isn't it? With a three-point rule, you lose a toss. When you defend that first set, Newcastle survive the biggest problem of the match so far.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And we see them now ruck out off their own line. I want to get down this good drive here if they can.
I'm trying to sell to Dean Russell, the general manager. The tap-off should be from the 7 to replicate more of a natural play. I think it's a huge advantage. I can't sell him at this stage, but anyway, Newcastle, who look good. I saw them play Manly.
Overlap here.
And they play footy, and we really like that with the young kids. We want to encourage them to play footy, and they'll do that.
The skills have been amazing this weekend, we see. Nice little step and acceleration.
Away he goes. Oh, great chase. It was Cruz Henderson who put the afterburners down, but the chase, I think, may have been Hugo. It was brilliant.
Yeah, great play there. Good little heads-up footy. You said, just talking about the skill set, that's exactly it. That anticipation. He saw what was happening in front of him. The big hole open. He put his head down, off he went.
To the box they go, Wallsend. And the new troops come on through Luca Rufo.
Oh, diving touch. Maybe short it was. It pulled off the big touch.
So Smith's there. And scooping for dummy half. He's got to get the pass away, and Oliver Smith does so. So Wallsend on the last. What do? They could just keep the ball there.
Too slow here.
See, Colo, they had it in the corner there, and now they're going to throw a nothing play over here and put
ball.
Newcastle right in front of the box.
They're chancing their arm, which is great to see, but as you said, they had an opportunity to shut it out in that corner.
So Newcastle looking to get fresh legs as well. Here is Kobe Short.
It's a good drive.
Shovels it away.
It's what they do on the back of this now. The men coming onto the field, they pop themselves straight into attacking position. This fella there had to straighten it up. He came too far infield then and made his substitutes come all the way. Because of that sideways movement then, he didn't line up forward to roll the ball. Turnover.
Kalani Ale, the number 1. I see Jermaine Ale was a young kid from Newcastle who played for Australian Schoolboys. Lucky to not get pinched there for playing at square Wallsend. I wonder if Kalani Ale is related to Jermaine Ale. I think he played a bit of first grade with Canberra. And as I said, an Australian Schoolboys. But here come the Wallsend team. And they're just going to get it straight over to that sideline. So Archie Towney is out there. And
Colin Dan it was, who got that one down. Nice roll the ball.
Archie Guillot. And, yep, they're going to dump it right over there on the box side, which they could have done last set. Are they aggressive here in defence? That's the question.
Yeah, penalty given there for a late pass. So now penalty tap from their own 7 metres. They'll work it up that sideline. The Wallsend have to be aggressive here in defence and try to get, and they've done that, exactly what we're talking about. They're moving up out of the line and force an error.
The premium of the first touchdown still up for grabs.
Straightens up through the hole there.
Jordan Ryan.
Yeah, he's a name that we've mentioned a couple of times here, so keep an eye on him, the number 12 for Wallsend.
So Jordan Ryan's there in the middle with Archer Guillot. And Kylan Dan is going to jump into dummy half right now. Dan to Guillot. Archer goes to the line, but the touch is made. In control on the line, Newcastle at this point.
They really are. They're standing up strong. You can see the communication, the finger pointing just working as a unit in the middle there. The young fella clashed his head as he went down into the touch, but he's up back on his feet, all good to go.
Jordan Ryan drops the ball. The sweeping coming around was Hugo. And the defence on the line, very good once again from Newcastle.
Last touch coming up on the 7. Confusion coming from the sub-box. We're perched high above the Wallsend sub-box. Lots of instructions being yelled, just creating confusion out in the middle of the field.
They did do what the other player asked, and here's an opportunity.
Off the mark.
the pressure it puts on a team if you can claim the first 3 points.
You can't overstate it, mate. It is so important. And that's done so that we don't have drop-offs in the junior championships. First try is awarded 3 points, and the tries after it are awarded 2. So if you go down by that opening try, you've really got to work hard to get back into the game.
They seem really comfortable on the line, though. You get the feeling if anything's going to happen here, it's going to be through the number 12 who has it now, Jordan Ryan, who goes down there. Jordan
Young
Ryan
Dan.
for Kylan Dan and Archer here. They look very comfortable on their own line, Newcastle.
I think they are in control of the game. They haven't converted it. They've lost opportunities coming off their own line a few times. And again, second touch, they give away a penalty for a forward pass in the ruck. They really need to tighten up that aspect of their game, or this, completing defensive efforts will cost them in the end.
Okay, here's another chance. Ryan to the line, and there's not a lot in the middle. They're defending quite fat in the middle, so I feel like Colo, they've got to have a play on the edges somewhere.
Yeah, they're really trying to push through the middle, and as you said, they're not finding the hole, so they have to get something out wider. We see a sweeper now, young Kylan Dan going around, but again, they play it through that middle third and nothing doing.
Try to Manly in the backfield. Not sure if that's the first or not, but Manly have taken one against the Beaches.
Now, the local derby, that is always a contest, the Renegades and the Manly outfits.
So Archer got it, and they're going to push it out. Just athletically, they're just
Late
covering
pass.
everything really easy here.
Late pass signal by the
Newcastle.
sideline referee then. So now, let's see what they can do. They've turned it over the last 4 or 5 sets that they've had, Newcastle, coming off their own line. So this looks much better. Up to the halfway now, still 2 touches remain in this set.
I know it's 0-0, Colo, but at this stage, they look the ones, don't they, Newcastle?
They look more in control in attack when they can get upfield, and this has been their best set for the last 5 or so minutes. Cruz Henderson, I think it is, gets the ball away. The referee looked to hold it back, but then let it go.
It's a big call because there's a difference between handing the ball over right in the middle of the park, and in the end they get it to the
They
sideline.
get it right into that far corner.
Which means next set, if they defend well here, they're going to be all over them.
So they've got this passive-aggressive defensive line. The guys set deep and they're coming up in numbers to shut it down. That's really good meters from Wallsend to get on the outside and create that space. That was young.
Was it Archer, I think, the 3?
Yeah, Archer Gahoit.
So here's a chance, a little cheeky chance here. If he
Back
goes
on the
back on the
inside,
inside,
foot.
it becomes a massive chance. Still chasing, long ball, clear. That is a great start. Noah Kemenade. But what about the work from Elvis Nathan?
Elvis, hey, by name and nature, the footwork on the young fella.
Elvis has entered the semi-final.
Left and right step, the hot stepper. He worked his magic through the middle of the field, and then the heads-up touch football. You can see it here in replay, the big, long bomb over the top, perfectly positioned. And that is that crucial opening touchdown you talk about, Joel.
Well, they're the favourites, I've got no doubt, here, Newcastle, but all of a sudden, a little bit of pressure. 3-0 Wallsend. But you do quite often see a quick response from teams. Can it happen on this occasion? So Newcastle in the corner through Jack Wayland. Burgess. Moole. Billy Moole. So Moole at the 7. Burgess back to the short side. Cut out ball. And it's caught in goal, so we're guessing it's forward. And that is the case. Wallsend survive.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, in the backfield, Northern Beaches on the attack.
Back with the action here on the stadium. And it's Wallsend working off their line now, but again, that sideways movement, no half in position, the play slows down.
We might get the great Streak and Deacon. If the great Streak and Deacon can hear me, we might keep an eye on the score over there for context of this game. So we're going to try and get you updates for those watching on the other semi-final, which is Manly versus the Beaches side.
And here on the stadium, as you saw there, that from Wallsend, that wasn't the set they wanted coming off their line. They got stopped 20 metres out, and Newcastle straight on the attack.
So here come Newcastle. If at all possible, I'm going to have a chat to Deacon in a moment as Newcastle on the attack. What's the score down there, Deacon? 3-2 to Renegades. If we can, it'd be good to have a camera on that field for around-the-ground updates. Have a think about that, Deacon. 3-2 Renegades leading Manly, which means they got the first of the 2 tries there. Meanwhile here, 3-0 Walls End.
And Newcastle right on the attack as a big dive over.
Billy Mills, the man. Billy Mills scores. He's been very good this tournament. The young fella, you must keep an eye on him. And all of a sudden the score, same as it is in the semi-final on the other side. 3-2 Walls End leading Newcastle. Meanwhile, the Beaches 3-2 leading Manly.
And Newcastle striking back there, and it's that crucial, 1 to 2 minutes after you have a try scored against you, you need to lift. We can see this defensive lineup now. They've sent men up in numbers. And the second lot, but we've got a forward pass, so a forced error from that aggressive defence from Newcastle.
So Newcastle now through Patrick Hancock. And what was that ruling for there, Colo?
It was a no touch in the play the ball. So it was a voluntary roll ball, they call that one.
So Walls End.
Good space here, Joel. No second phase on
that. No dummy half, just gets rid of it. Just got it away. And now it comes back in the hands of Oliver Smith. And Smith, he's got some great athleticism, Smith. And again, they've got no dummy half. They need to get somebody behind Smith. Movagladi's there.
Long pass.
He looks to
Smith.
Smith.
On the outside.
And the winger's going to be taken. The touch was made comfortably in the end by
Taj
Howard. Still 3-2 on field 1, which is Manly, and the Beaches also playing for the grand final. The Beaches leading that one. Here 3-2 to the team in possession, being Walls End.
Just trying to drag them up off the line. They've got the men up.
Hugo sends it left, and the dummy not fallen for. Oliver Smith, the man to do that.
Kalani Ale came up from the inside as well and shut down any options they had, so that's great defence from the Newcastle lineup.
So Hugo again. Taking off. That was a play. Smith.
He's got a winger unmarked out there.
He has got a winger unmarked.
Beautiful
but the touch
touch.
was made. That was the play. There was big yardage out there, and he identified that, did Smith.
Kobe Short, that's another clutch play from him in defence. He's shut down a couple of opportunities from the Walls End lineup with some brilliant defensive efforts. So well done to young Kobe Short.
I'm going to go early here. I know there's a long time left in this game, Colo, but I'm prepared to say the next touchdown will win this game. I've just got a real big feeling about that.
You've heard it here first. We're going to hold you to that one. Joel, you've been on the money throughout the tournament, so I'm going to back you.
Good play. Good play from Newcastle. I love when they're playing footy, and that's the case through Boston Green. Goes to the short side. Hudson Gray is there.
Last touch now.
Cooper Priestley. Just got him. So now they've got to sort this dummy half situation out, don't they? Walls in.
A changeover here. 10 metres out from their own line from Walls End. Another unforced error.
Green. So we've got a green and a grey out there. So Grey's there, Priestley. Now with Green. Here they come. And they are doing a rooster. He slams it down.
Referee's
Boston
on the spot.
Green. He's going to start to track back. He wants to give it. Newcastle take the lead. No change on field 1. Beaches 3, Manly 2.
Scoreline here, 4 tries to 3, but that's on the back of, if the traditional scoring method, it's 2-1. So they've poked their head in front by that single margin. It's crucial for Walls End that they score the next one. Walls End, 25 metres out. Again, a little bit too slow in this play. They lose momentum each roll ball, and it's going to have to be an individual effort, I think, that will see them cross again. The end of the set there with not too much asked of the Newcastle defence that time.
4-3 Newcastle leading Walls End, and we are about 14 minutes gone in this one. So just over 10 minutes to go, Colo. As you said, 2 touchdowns to 1. Newcastle have the ascendancy, but the score 4-3 with that first, which is so powerful for Walls End. Ordinarily, if they were to score next, hypothetically, on the bell, then that would be a draw. But in this situation, they can actually win the game with the next one.
They can actually win the game with that. Exactly right. So that was good from Newcastle. There was a collision there. Referee just said incidental contact. We'll just play on.
Beaches go in for another. So that's all clear. The Beaches 5 lead Manly 2. And
Newcastle.
Here
Check out White
on the hunt.
Cruz
touches
Henderson.
made.
Cruz Henderson. It's been busy. Young Cruz with the ball once again. Goes back to that short side overlap here. The winger comes up into the channel, knocks it down to 6 more. But that was tough defence from that far winger for Wallsend.
So here they come now through Kalaniale. They've got some chances here on the
Sweeper.
open side. They've got some chances. Cruz Henderson. He links up now, and in the corner, Taj Howard. And they're going to give it.
That was a beautiful pass.
At this stage of proceedings, Manly strike back on the other field. 5-4. Northern Beaches leading Manly, and here it is 6-3 Newcastle and Wallsend.
That was a really well set up play there by the Newcastle lineup, and a great finish. Taj Howard with the long dive in the corner. But beautiful skills on display here in this under-12s match, where the skill set is, belying their age. Now Newcastle roll up from the tap, but both teams have given away possession on the second roll ball of their respective sets. It's Wallsend back on the attack.
Non-negotiable now, Colo. They must score next.
They have to, absolutely, Joel.
Have to score next. They trail 6-3, 2 points, touchdown. He's been dangerous, Smith. He wanted to throw the long ball, and he gets it down. He gets it down. They've got to give this to Hugo. For my eye, he scores.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The on-field referee was right on the spot and says the ball was down cleanly, and you'll see it in replay. That was just a sensational effort from those young men.
Well, Oliver Smith does really well. He wound back as if he was throwing the long ball and then just popped it short. It was beautiful, Colo, wasn't it?
It was right on the money, and young Hugh, he hit the hole perfectly. So we're right back. So tight here, 6-5 Newcastle over Wallsend.
Both semi-finals. This is a good driving set here for Newcastle. A terrific response. Toby Burgess is there. Billy Moole, who scored one already. Burgess gets an immediate response. And the 1 point buffer goes out to 3, 8 points to 5. Still 5-4, the Beaches leading Manly, which really is 2-all.
That first try, so crucial as you called it. And these matches will determine the grand final. So this is all she wrote for two teams in these games. And they really are bringing it.
So Wallsend again facing 3 points to catch up. Beaches on the attack versus Manly. They lead by 1. Once again, Wallsend have the non-negotiable. If it goes out to 5, that is all she wrote.
Penalty here for Wallsend, so this is a great opportunity. 15 out.
Can they find something here, Wallsend? Elvis Nathan, who played a key part in a couple of the tries so far.
He's back out there. Dangerous.
Isaac Georgalis. Here comes Elvis. He wants to go Rooster short side. And on this occasion, they're claiming the touch. Maybe the pass was on that time.
It's Kobe Short that came up out of line and made another clutch defensive effort. But I think you're right there. That was an opportunity to give the ball that time. And they had a man unmarked out wide, but it's a little error in the roll ball. Unforced errors have been crucial here for both teams, but it's Newcastle that have the better of the play, and this is a great set. They roll on 20 metres on that settle. It's Howard through the middle, switches it back on the inside. This is better. Expansive ball movement. Howard steps back, no touch called. Referee's going to call a phantom touch here. The player called the touch and the referee said play on, and then he mouthed off a little bit, so the penalty was for the mouthing off. Potentially the referee deemed that the touch was made, but it was the ball was gone, and he didn't agree.
Cooper Priestley, he gets the ball wide, and they're in for another one.
Touch called.
Oh, touch called.
Yeah, touch called. I think it was just in the action of putting the ball down. There was a touch on the foot.
8-5, Newcastle.
This is young Penny.
They're just looking to hammer home a grand final spot. I spied them on field 12 earlier in the week, and I thought this side's going to make the grand final, Newcastle. I just had a feeling. And as it stands at the moment, they're going to be playing Beaches in the live scores so far. Beaches leading 5-4 against Manly.
This is good. Right through the middle.
Got to get it down with the dummy half.
Noah Kelly. 30 metres on that drive. On the back of it, they make another 20 metres. But he stepped out as he was rolling the ball.
So here come the Knights.
There's young Ashton Penny driving forward. The nephew of some touch football royalty from New South Wales in Dean Wilbo and Liz Penny. Both represented New South Wales. Dean's been a long time stalwart in mixed touch footy in New South Wales.
Here we go, racing away and maybe racing away to a grand final. Toby Burgess in the corner. Book your spot, Newcastle. You got another game up your sleeve.
So they've gone length of the field there to score that one. And that was just pace to burn. Beautifully done. And that will be it. I think, Joel, you called it early, but you called it correctly.
9-5. So realistically, that's 4 touchdowns to 2. Still 5-4 on field number 1. The Beaches and Manly. So Walls End really got to turn to razzle-dazzle stuff here, but not square. They'll hand it over. Still 5-4 on field number 1 between the Beaches and Manly.
Newcastle once again come off their line. Big metres here on that set. Outside play for Short. They're just making metres now. It looks like the defensive energy of the Walls End lineup is fatigued somewhat. Now
Here's
they have
chance.
numbers.
Here's
There's
a big
Penny.
chance. Penny.
Oh, a little ball over the top was nicely timed. How not able to convert that time.
Ball lost. Still 5-4, Beaches and Manly.
No control from Priestley then.
Which side will they play, the Newcastle side? Is it Beaches, is it Manly?
So now a turnover here, Newcastle, 10 metres out. Cooper Priestley.
Just wonder whether you start to rest a few of your trumps here as the 23, Boston Green, who's been good as well. Green's going to get one. They're marching on with this, Newcastle. And just as Newcastle confirmed their spot, almost immediately, I think the Northern Beaches have done the same on field number 1.
Yeah, just looking at the body language over there, high fives all around. It looks like they may progress through, and that could be our grand final. The Renegades to take on Newcastle. Back with the action here. Some good energy from young Elvis. He hasn't stopped trying for Walls End. Been very impressive. Just that lack of communication around that roll ball just delays the play a little bit. And I think that's been the difference, Joel. When Newcastle are on their drives, they're making metres, and Walls End just don't get that second phase because it's a bit clunky around the breakdown. Newcastle come off their line now. That ball movement, they're just creating space and getting extra metres almost at will now, with the defensive Walls End just playing it a little bit deep. See, young Elvis is in a bit of distress. He's worked himself to a standstill. But he'll get looked after as he comes to the sub box, and Newcastle still on the attack. Short.
12-5. Squaring up, and they're just losing the ball.
Yeah, just lost the ball. It was a nice hold there from the inside man. He went to throw it initially, held it back, and then second double pumped it. Some good skills here from these lineups. Bit of
there's no
confusion.
players on the field.
No
They're gonna try
fielders
and
out
cash
left.
in.
They need to move it early if they can. The pass wasn't on the money.
Well, hang on a minute here. Manly have just given themselves a late-minute chance here. Well, what is there left here? They're down by 1. Newcastle have booked their spot. And we are down inside
It should be
the last minute or so.
Yeah, we should be right on the hooter now.
So Newcastle, there it is. Newcastle prepare for the Northern Beaches in the Northern Conference Grand Final.
And they celebrate with the high tower kick.
Plenty more still to come. It's all finals action here on KO.
30 time slot.
We'll be breaking and coming back with another most important match. Thank you, Colo.
Great to join you, mate, and good luck to all the teams as they make their way through.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Find tickets now at taronga.org.au.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer. Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalizing a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Welcome back to the coverage. This is a big one. This is a semi-final. And once again, it's a battle of the hunter. We just saw the Newcastle Knights defeat a very, very brave side in the last game. They just couldn't quite get there in the end, Wall's End. But Newcastle are off to a grand final with the Northern Beaches and the 12 boys. And here, one team can go into a grand final. Is it another Newcastle team, perhaps? It is 2 versus 3. The Maitland Redbacks taking on Newcastle.
Please take the field.
Jason Stanton, it's been a high quality of the 18 boys, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it's been interesting to watch the way the teams have developed and progressed. I know both these teams have tried different things out over Friday and Saturday, settling on the way they want to play it. And now they're playing for a spot in the final.
And that very important coin toss, or these days it's a rock-off, goes to Maitland. You want to win it, don't you, Coach? Here we go. So Maitland have possession first. Harry Carlson's out there. Xavier Stewart is out there. Stewart sweeping. Looking for Carlson. Stewart. Oh, can't quite get it down. Bailey Tranter's out there as well. He's in the emerging blues. Bailey plays for Hornsby. New South Wales Triple C. Tranter picks up 3. No, they just get him.
Super touch. Good call there from Brendan Sanderson all over that one. Looked to be a try there for a moment.
Bullet dodge for Newcastle. What a great set out of trouble here. They are steaming up the field. And just repeating, we've said this a few times, the whole team, Jace, is under 17. This whole Newcastle team could come back next year.
Yeah, it's really amazing, especially when you see how dominant they've been. The other semi-final that's happening right at the same time is Central Coast and Northern Beaches. Don't know if we can get all the scores, but Central Coast have already kicked off with the first try over there.
Yeah, 3-0 Central Coast. 3-0. We'll try and do as we did in the last game, keep an eye on both. So Central Coast leading 3-0. No score here, but a near miss for Tranter. Jackson is there. Goes back along the left-hand side looking for Geordie Harris. And Geordie Harris picks up the 3 points. And Newcastle skip out to a lead. 3-0 Newcastle, 3-0 the Central Coast leading the Beaches.
Yeah, probably Maitland there probably took that a bit easy. The defender seemed to be mirroring quite well, like he was opposite his player, but the touch was made on the 7, and he only got back 6. It was a bit off the line, and referee right on the spot. 3-0 Newcastle.
So Maitland, they'd probably need to answer immediately, and the ball gets lost. Maitland had the bye this morning, Jace. Sometimes it's good to get the fresh legs, but sometimes you kind of don't mind the warm-up game.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think the bye's all that helpful sometimes on finals day. Look at this drive from Newcastle, but that's going to serve them well if they can keep that going.
Geordie Harris, who got the first one, long ball this time, and is that down? Is that down from Joey Thompson? It is. What a start for Geordie Harris.
And this is on the back of that Newcastle drive, Joel. They're really getting up and down the field very well. And Maitland have got to try and contend with that, because if Newcastle dominate the midfield, it's going to be hard to stop.
Meanwhile, it's 3-2 with the Beaches answering back. 3-2, Central Coast leading the Beaches. So Maitland, they're going to ask a couple of questions here. Good speed and good pass. Yes, please. Well, Cohen Camborne combines with Xavier Stewart, and they're back in the contest, 5-2.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a feature of this Maitland's attack, is that they do have the ability to score on the line sometimes at will. And if they can match Newcastle in the midfield, we're going to get a really good game here.
Synchronised scoring, 5-2 here, and Central Coast pick up one. They're also leading 5-2. Stone's been very good for Newcastle. Jackson is there, and Geordie Harris played a part in both the Newcastle touchdowns. Jackson looks for Stone, and he just made it back onside. It's high pressure. Tell you what, Jace, 25 minutes is in a coach's box is a long time, isn't it?
I think so. The game goes so quick, and your mind's rattling 100 miles an hour to think of what you can do, how you can impact the game, and help the boys out.
So 5-2 here, Newcastle leading Maitland, 5-2 on field number 1, where Central Coast leading the Northern Beaches. Both teams up for a grand final. Playing with real intent when they come on. They're driving hard, Newcastle. And they've got it about 30 out. A game with speed and purpose, Newcastle go. Just short 15 out, Stone. Laith Brain's been good. So too Cooper, McKenzie. McKenzie to Brain. Stone, back to McKenzie. Back to Brain. Stone at dummy half. Casual pickup. Late switch was on. Picks up the other side and Stone will concede on the last.
Yeah, pretty good defence there from Maitland. I like it when they're pressing up because this Newcastle team, if you give them time, they've shown they can hurt you both inside and outside with the short ball and the long ball.
Still 5-2 on field one. Central Coast leading the Beaches. And a penalty here to Newcastle. Brain. Seesawing affair on field two. The Beaches strike back Jace. 5-4. Coast leading the Beaches.
Yeah, the Beaches are very similar to this Maitland team where they've got a really good line attack. And if they can match you in midfield, you've got a real game on your hands. Newcastle and Central Coast probably a little bit more consistent in this division and definitely drive the ball up and down the field better.
So here it's 5-2. This is a fair premium on this next touchdown, Jace, isn't there?
I think so. It really has to be Maitland, I think, for them to win it. Newcastle jump out. It then needs 3 tries for Maitland. Could be a hill too steep for him.
This is better from Maitland. They've got a bit of pace up here now. They're looking much better, Maitland, already. Here they go. Oh, unfortunately. But that's what they need, Maitland, don't they, Jace?
I think so. They had a lot of success early Saturday with this dump scoop type game, and they might have put it in the pocket. So they're going to need to bring it out because they definitely had Newcastle a bit off balance on that set.
Doing really well there was Archie McElwain, who brains back into the contest. And McKenzie goes through. Great touch. Terrific touch. Cohen Campbell, and he's come up with a couple of those.
Yeah, very solid. They almost showed him the short side there and sort of tempted him to take it and then wrapped him up. So good play there by Cohen.
5-2 Newcastle leading Maitland, still no change, 5-4. Where the Beaches are trailing the Central Coast, but they've got a prime time opportunity on field one here, the Beaches.
So this is that drive we're talking about, Joe, where Maitland are turning over the ball on halfway. This sort of plays right into the hands of Newcastle. So Maitland's got to get up and down the field a little bit better if they want to get back in this one.
The next touchdown is everything. Stone. Geordie Harris. Jackson. Harris for Jackson again. Stone's there. Jackson goes long to the winger and well picked off by Caden Weller.
Look at this great press from Newcastle. And this is where Maitland just got to go straight down the middle here, look for the offside player and try and get the penalty.
Oh, the Beaches have taken the lead. Beaches leading 6-5 on field number one.
Again, we've seen Maitland turn the ball over again, Joel. I think that's the second time in a row, but probably the 4th or 5th time in the game. So they're really their own worst enemy at the moment. They've got to control the footy.
Brain. And this combination of Brain, Stone, McKenzie and McElwain. They've had a very, very profitable tournament, this quartet. Here they come, long ball, great hustle. But it was a forward pass in any case, but it was a great chase from Ashley Clark for Maitland.
Yeah, see, Maitland defended quite well there, and as I mentioned, their line attack is good, so there's only one part of the game they need to correct. And if they don't do it, Newcastle will be there in the grand final.
Still 6-5. Beaches leading for the first time over the Central Coast on field number one, and here it's 5-2 Newcastle over Maitland. Here we go. Here's a chance. Over the top they go, and touch pass.
Yeah, slightly better set there from Maitland. I need a little bit more of that. Here's that good drive from Newcastle again. Oh, not on that occasion. Ooh.
And the Knights back through. Oh, this is a real big opportunity. It's a big part of the match right here. Still 6-5 Beaches leading the Central Coast.
Yeah, so I think you quite rightly pointed out this is that good ball that Maitland needed, and throughout the tournament they've been very good at making the opposition pay when they get a good set like this, and they're going to need it here again. Let's see what they come up with.
Massive set coming up right here for Maitland. Nash Campbell. Bailey Tranter is there. Carlson is there. Tranter back to Campbell. Now was it away? Campbell. Carlson got the pass out wide, but just a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's really good play, that one, sweeping around the back and then almost doing the reverse or coming back against the grain. And they probably had the dump a little bit close to the try line there, Joel. They needed another metre or so of space, and that would have been a try.
So Central Coast take the lead back 7-6. 7-6, they've got the lead back on field number 1. That's a cracking game happening over there, 5-2 here on the main stadium game.
Yeah, I think all 4 of these teams in the boys 18s could equally take out this title. And we've got a great game, like 2 semi-finals here.
Coach of Central Coast has been doing some commentary, Mitchie Walkerton, for us. And at this stage, his side, who have never ever won in Newcastle, take a giant leap towards heading to a grand final.
Yeah, well, Maitland have got it all ahead of them now. They're going to need 3 tries to get back in this one. And I think it was Brain there, they gave him a bit of time, and once again we've seen the defender leaving the ground to try and touch the dummy half. Sometimes you're better off keeping your feet, running the dummy half into the corner. But on that occasion, chose to dive, and Newcastle got the benefit.
Really starting to throw. Oh, hang on a minute. Immediate response from Maitland. 7-4. Didn't they need that, Jace?
Yeah, they needed a real quick response to keep them in the game, keep their energy up. There's still plenty of footy left in this.
Beaches have the lead 8-7. Jace on field number 1. 8-7 with Central Coast on the attack.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a whole lot of defence there on field 1, Joel. They're trading tries.
So Newcastle, once again, this next touchdown is everything. It really is everything. And taking the lead back, Central Coast. Central Coast back in front, Jace. It is a seesawing ding-dong affair. 9-8, the Coast leading the Beaches.
And we've got plenty of fans on both fields actually watching it. Just here on the stadium field, they're starting to cluster around as we get ready for the grand final.
Newcastle here, though, they've got the eye on the prize. 7-4. So, and realistically, it's 7-4. Whilst may appear to be a big lead, it's truly 3 touchdowns to 2.
Yeah, it's a close game. Maitland, of course, I think they've had 4 draws, Joel. A draw's no good to them here today.
Yep, and McElwain tried to get through, but great defence for Maitland, who are hanging tough.
Now they need probably 2 or 3 really good driving sets to get back in this one. This is going to help them here.
7-4. 11 minutes 50 away from a spot in a grand final.
And we've got a forced replacement there. That won't bother them too much here on halfway. This is where Maitland have got to roll over this halfway and go into this dump scoop style that we saw earlier in the tournament. They can't afford to go static here. They've got to run into it.
They're taking your advice here because Cohen Campbell is talking up the field and gets it to the winger, but he's knocked off there on the last.
It wasn't a bad set. I think good without being great, but they need more of them. They need to string 3 or 4 sets like that and really try and arm wrestle a bit of ascendancy here, because this Newcastle drive, it just keeps coming.
And Central Coast may have just taken a bigger lead. They have. Central Coast go out to 12. 11 points to 8. 11 points to 8. The Coast leading the Beaches.
Let's see how Maitland go here on the drive. This is a second touch coming. They're just got to punch it again. They gain a little bit lateral. That's the 3rd touch. So Newcastle definitely winning the midfield.
Okay, getting a bit heated out here, Jace.
Yeah, we'll just listen in and see what's happening. It was a penalty to Maitland, but I think the players were sort of pleading for the penalty, probably a little bit over exuberant. So Brandon wanted to settle them down, and they have been quite settled throughout the tournament. So probably some good advice there from the referee. I'd be taking it if I was Maitland. And a good chance here for them, Joel.
Big chance here. Oh, gee, he's charging through, but once again, Geordie Harris has had a big game. Comes up with a big touch, 7-4 inside the final 10.
Yeah, that was a big one there. They've got to hold Maitland out here.
Tranter, long ball. It was just up in the air a bit too long, and Newcastle survive it.
Yeah, they've run a few plays there where they've opted for the long ball, but if you remember back, that previous try was from hitting short.
What an opportunity here. Can they take this big opportunity? Chance. He's backed himself. The winger's got the ball in the corner. Oh, here they come, Maitland. Toby McDonald. He just put the afterburners on. Oh, no. Ruled no try.
I'm not too sure what happened. It looked okay to me. It went into a 2-on-1 because Newcastle got a bit confused with their changes.
Central Coast, by the way, they're on their way to a grand final, we think, 13-8.
Might have to check the replay. Look, there wasn't a lot in it. If it was forward, it would have been marginal. And Maitland really left that try on the table. They really went begging. That would have got it back to 7-6, Joel. That's a lost opportunity.
7-4 with 8.5 remaining, leading by 5. So on field number 1, well, they've got one back. They've got one back here, the Beaches. 13-10. 13-10 is the score.
Really good opportunity here with Maitland. Let's see whether they can learn from the last couple of opportunities with the long ball and go a bit straighter.
So Maitland have got to find something here. They have to find something here. With the Coast still leading 13-10 on field number 1, and just making a touch there was Stone.
Yeah, he had to reach above his shoulder to catch that. If the pass was in front of him, I think that could have been a try. A little bit of space
switch
out here.
The late switch was on, and he just ran out of troops. Touched.
Yeah, Newcastle, I think it was Mackenzie on that occasion. They've been very solid in defence. They've had to leave the ground at times. Big dives, but they've been very well connected. Lots of talk. This is Stone.
Stone's just saw clean air. He knows he can't go the journey, Stone, so wants to pass it inside, and eventually in support there to assist Stone was Willis Hahn.
So quite interesting here. If Maitland were to get another try, they could potentially be, almost like an undefeated campaign and not make the final because they would miss out on the first try scorer rule.
Jackson. Oh, exactly right.
It's quite interesting if Maitland get one back.
That's exactly right.
Because they're down 3-2 here. This is better. But he hasn't controlled it.
Won by 14 boys. That's what happened to us last year. Undefeated.
Oh, really?
Beaten by the 3-point rule in the semi.
Oh, wow, that hurts.
It hurts, all right. Beaches trying to find something on field number 1. They're right on the line. They trail 13-10. And here Newcastle lead by 3. So Newcastle and the Central Coast with a 3-point buffer with 6.5 remaining. Mackenzie. Stone back inside to Brain. Well, hang on a minute. Beaches get another one back. 13-12 on field 1.
I think if you're one of the spectators here at Dubbo, you don't know where to look. The main field, it's a lot of action. Field 1, there's action.
They score next here. That'll be the ball game, won't it, Jace? 7-4.
Yeah, I can't see Maitland scoring 3 consecutive tries. As it stands, it'll be tough, but there is enough time if they can hold him out here.
Here they come, and Touch made is the claim from the 15, and they hold him out and just keep a pulse. So ever slightly pumping. Brain, McKenzie sweeping. He gets the pass, McKenzie, but they're all over him. That was terrific defence from Maitland. Still 13-12. The Coast hanging on by a thread, but they are on the attack.
Yeah, we keep saying it, Joel. Maitland have looked really good on both ends of the field. And they got a few minutes if they can get this drive going. This is better. That's the second. They need a result here, Joel.
They must cash in here. 5 to go. The championship rounds are upon us. Stepping, has to get the pass away. He had to. He was the dummy half. And Central Coast. Central Coast.
Good call from the referee there, because I was about to jump in and say they're all offside. Where's the penalty? Now they've got it. They're a chance. Let's see what they come up with.
15-12 the score on field one. That might have been the one that puts them into the final. The Central Coast 15-12. What can Maitland do here? Tranter. Geez, the defence has been good from Newcastle.
Superb, very superb. I think that's McKenzie again. He's been amazing in defence today. Really making it hard for Maitland. Links on.
Tranter. Oh, the link was in space. The link was in space, but you just get the sense he was a little bit half-hearted about it. In the meantime, they're careering upfield with an intercept, but they're going to be caught. Central Coast, they lead by 3. 3 minutes 40 to go. 3:58 in fact.
And it's going to be tough for Maitland now, because they've had 2 or 3 sets of really good ball and they haven't been able to peg one back. So the Knights must be thinking, control the ball, get up and down the field, and we're in the final against Central Coast by the looks of it.
Geez, Beach has had a couple of players as well fly up after playing rugby league. They flew up this morning, so it's a long flight and trip for one game if that's to be the case. Newcastle, he's gone out. Willis Hahn.
So you'd have to think Maitland would going to need a result in this next 90 seconds to be any chance.
Central Coast into the grand final. They've just scored another 17-12. Central Coast are into the grand final.
And it's looking very much like it's going to be the Dolphins versus the Knights here. Another rivalry.
But the way we've seen the defence of Newcastle, I don't think they won't be in for 17 points next game in the grand final. Central Coast, that's for sure. They've defended really, really well here, the Newcastle side. So Stone, back to Brain. What an achievement from Newcastle. Every player under 17, and they're about to play in a grand final. 2.5 remain.
Really good tournament from Maitland. I had tipped them to make the final, Joel, because of the way that they were playing both ends of the field, but I think their drives let them down here in the semi-final.
Last row at the stumps right now. So Tranter on the last play. They've got to concoct something here. Tranter going through. They must cash in here now, Maitland, and yes! Yes, they do! So Tranter went, oh! Wow, Brandon Cox denied, and that should see enough for Newcastle to a grand final.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the replay live. It looked like it was a good finish. Let's see what good pass by Tranter. I don't see a lot wrong with that, but the referee was in good position. He's a lot closer to it than me. So Maitland, I think they'll rue that one, Joel, and also the forward pass in the corner.
Yes.
They could have easily have won this one.
So Newcastle 3 touchdowns to 2, and on the other side it's 17-14, which equates to 8 touchdowns to 7. Okay, have they got something? Have they got one last throw at the stumps here? There's Maitland's side. They've got to score here, and they've got to get an early stop. Maitland taking off. Here's another chance in goal, but they can't cash in. The defence from Newcastle is way too strong. You're going to have the attacking prowess of Central Coast in the final, Tell you what, they've just come up late here. This is a 1-point ball game all of a sudden for the Coast and the Beaches. So it's 17-16 at the moment. How important was that first touchdown? The Beaches are going to have one set or about 15 seconds to try and steal the game. If they can get the ball back, that's the question. So down to the last few seconds now. Maitland, they get a penalty. And this is it for Beaches. Beaches have the ball 10 metres out from their own line and they trail by 1. This is it. They've got to play hot potato. The Beaches cannot get touched. They're inside their own half. And they've taken off. The grand final will be Central Coast and the Newcastle side. What a grand final that's going to be. Congratulations to Maitland for how much they pushed the Knights. But Newcastle, this young side, are off to a grand final. We'll take a quick break, a 30-second break, and then we'll be back with one of the winning participants for the Newcastle side who are grand final bound.
Junior State Cup finals for the North.
Jason Stanton here on the sideline with Jai Stone after a great Newcastle Knights performance. How'd it go, Stoney? What'd you think?
Oh yeah, we struggled with numbers. We're down to 11 for the rest of the day, and we haven't had maximum of 12 players for the tournament, so we've had to dig deep. We've had to fight through injuries. We've got people out everywhere, and we've just kept battling and showed a bit of ticker, I reckon.
Yeah, the Knights have been really strong. I think that was your 9th game. What do you do for recovery? How do you keep coming back up?
We just have a rest in the shade, just get heaps of fluid into us, Gatorade, bit of everything into us, just getting our legs right, heaps of stretching, heaps of just communicating with the boys and just having fun.
Yeah, the Knights have been really dominant. I've been really impressed with the way you've progressed through the tournament. I think you beat Central Coast yesterday by 1.
Yeah.
They've now got through to the final. How do you think that's going to go?
Yeah, that should be another good game. I think they've got a few boys back as well, so should test us a bit more, but hopefully we can get it done.
And just one final thing, I noticed the Knights, the drive has been really, really strong, not so much just line attack defence. You've been rolling through the midfield really well. Is that something you've been working on before the tournament?
Yeah, we've been working on that for a fair few years now, and we've just started to grow, get faster, and we've just slowly built up our skills and finding the speed that we need to play to be good.
Thanks so much. All the best for the grand final.
Thank you.
Up the Knights. So I think that game's an hour or two away. Newcastle Knights versus Central Coast Dolphins in the 18s boys final. Welcome back to the coverage. We've got a grand final on our hands, and that's the Eagle Rock, Jace.
The Eagle Rock Manly getting ready for, this is going to be a cracking game. Manly taking on Maitland. Maitland having won the 14 boys championships last year at the state finals. So they have got some great young up-and-comers coming up here. Should be a beauty.
Yeah, this Manly team's going to take some beating from what we saw earlier today in the quarterfinals and the semis, and definitely Saxon Gore, the number one, I think, for Manly, one to watch.
So Maitland, having just lost in the semi-final to Newcastle and the 18 boys, Newcastle will now prepare for the Central Coast. And I'll tell you what, relieving, we talk about how important the 3 points is. If you can get a mistake or a stop in that first set, the game's now on an even keel, isn't it, Jace?
Yeah, you're definitely a little bit different from the round games where you can feel your way into it with that 3-2 score, and you really got to get out of the blocks.
You know what? I've changed my mind. Let's have the tap off from the 10.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Just to make it a little bit more even as we see the Maitland side out the back. And here's a big chance. But great scramble defence for Manly. And they're going to take the last rod on the sideline. Really excited for this game too. Flashy teams. Good football to watch too. Puts the afterburners on. And straight away, look at this, Jace. They started, it was coast to coast on the other side. And Manly get to the box immediately. It was terrific play.
Yeah, really good driving set from Manly, and just the speed of play. If you're not sort of across it, you might think you're watching boys 18s or men's open. They're just so fast, and their ball movement's outstanding.
Taro Lowe, he's had a great tournament. Lovely parents, his mum and dad, and unfortunately his little brother, and he coaches Taro the 16 boys. He co-coaches. His younger brother broke his arm, his wrist this week, which is unfortunate, as the Maitland side gets stopped there about 7 metres out.
Yeah, this boys 16s division's been hotly contested. Actually, a lot of the pundits here thought Northern Beaches were going to take this one out, but Manly were able to edge them out in the semi-final and get through to take on Maitland in the big one.
Whatamoala, here's Jack Calms, and they get a penalty. Isn't this a big set here? Isn't this a big set? The grand final, Manly and Maitland. Calms. So again, they try and find an edge as well. Maitland shifted. That's 2.
Yeah, a lot of these clubs, Joel, have got high performance programs, so it's not uncommon to see like Maitland being strong in the 18s, then strong in the 16s as well, and the 14s as they, and we're also seeing that with Manly. So it's sort of becoming a bit of a trend in the game now. The sort of clubs are putting a lot of efforts into their juniors.
Here they come, Manly. Ball down. So nervous start for both sides. So good speed from both teams to start proceedings. Riley Barnes, they had to wait for the players to come on, juggling effort there. And Rico Ehlers puts the ball down, and he's good from dummy half, this kid. Gets a little pass away, but Cohen Hill can't quite hang on to it. Yeah, they won the 14s last year, Jace, the state final. And this boy Ehlers, with the blue boots on, he is dynamite out of dummy half.
How do you reckon they'll match up next week with the Southern Conference? I did ask, I think it was Nathan Loveday yesterday in the call, but it just seems to be so evenly matched between the conferences at the moment.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I do believe in this age group and potentially the 18s. I think the Northern Conference have the edge, but happy to be proven wrong. As Maitland through Ehlers, long ball, it's a bullet, but enough time there. The link, yes, that is beautiful, beautiful play. The pass came from Ehlers, but the wingmanship from Joseph Crouch, he was not selfish at all. He gave the pass back inside, and it was return to sender.
Really good eyes up footy there. Not always the moves and the little trick plays we see. Sometimes it's just eyes up, play what's in front of you. Sensational try to start this grand final, and it's 3-0 to Maitland.
Joseph Crouch Gets an important first 3 points for the Maitland side. Saxon Gore, he's been one to watch. Medved out wide now and scrambling well in the last play. They probably stay here, don't they, on their sideline? Saxon Gore says, yep, we're going to stay there, boys.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. So the winner of this, I think it was the Hills Hornets last week.
Yep.
Won this one. So bit of a shout out to the Hills. You reckon they're all watching this game together live on KO?
If not, definitely delayed. So hello to the Hills boys and congratulations. They were a dominant team. They were a terrific team to watch. The Hills team. I think the Hills join the Northern Conference next year, Jace.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
So that's my understanding, or that's what I'd heard. So if that's the case, by gee, this age group, you throw
Red
these
hot.
two teams in with them, it's going to be very hot next year.
Yeah, it's going to be red hot. Oh, that's close.
Saxon Gore tries to go through, but as I said, that's just what I've heard, so don't take that as gospel.
If I was in the Hills camp, I'd be sitting back with my Guzmani Gomez.
Saxon Gore, he throws the intercept and it goes out to the winger who knows to carry the ball up to the 7. Good start in a grand final. So hard to win these things. Geez, he did well there, didn't he? The 21, Riley Rostron. Here they come on now, the Maitland side. Noah Carlson has a couple of carries. Campton, Cohen Hill plays short, and that is a brilliant touchdown, and that's a big lead. 5-0 early in the grand final.
Yeah, they had him on their heels there, and it's been a feature of the whole Maitland representative club where they play this dump scoop type game. They come charging into the line, get you on your heels, and then great hole running. Maitland Redbacks, they're out 5-0, and Manly's really got to respond here. They've been dominant throughout the whole tournament. Now they're up against it.
Well, Noah Carlson doesn't feature in the touchdown, but he set up the platform. 2 really strong drives from the young fella with the long blonde locks on the right-hand link spot, and as a result, Maitland leading 5-0 against Manly. I was watching Manly in the semi-finals thinking, who's going to beat this team? Oh, good response. Great response and great work from Jack Carms. He just bamboozled them, drew the pass, and Manly had to answer quickly. They have. 5-2.
Yeah, great work there. You mentioned the actual dump like that happens before the play, and you see a really good try. And if you're able to scroll back, you'll see a really good dump invariably before every good try. So we've seen that with the last 2 tries. Great setup work.
My wife, many years ago when she was young, as we see Maitland have a crack here, she'd scored in the semi-final about 5 tries.
Wow.
And she worked out the grand final was on a different field, and she was upset because she felt the other field had more holes in it, more gaps. I get the sense that this field's got lots of tries in it at the moment.
Hopefully she's not watching on KO. You said when
No, I know she's driving, so I'm okay.
Yeah, maybe she's still young, Joel. What do you reckon? She might not like that one.
No, Rico Ellers played a hand in the first touchdown. 5-2, Maitland leading Manly. Ellers. They're making him earn these touches, aren't they?
They definitely are.
Ellers sizes them up. And, well, hang on a minute. Have they not been coming up? Is that, were they offside?
I think so. I think it was maybe not coming forward. It looked a bit innocuous. So this is where the Redbacks really want to wait for him and get Manly off the line, especially after that penalty.
So Ellers is there. Hedges. Ellers are setting up a little short side play here. It looked as though they were trying to do a little tight sweep on the winger.
Yeah, Manly did that quite successfully in the semi where they didn't rush into the touches. They sort of hesitated a little bit, tried to disrupt a little bit, and it worked quite well. And obviously worked on that occasion with the no touch. Here they come.
Yeah, this has got him on the back foot now. Carms again goes through, and the touch is made. Desperate plea from Luke Hedges. 5-2.
One of the things that's really hard to defend against, Joel, is when your team's able to do that dump scoop on the fly, and then if the play holds up, you can then run a nice little sweeper or a bit of a quick release. It's really hard to defend against everything. So that was a pretty good sign there from Manly.
Okay, Maitland now By 3 they have it. Long ball, and it's gone forward in any case, I fancy.
Yeah, they probably wanted to get it in the corner there. I don't think he was that concerned about trying to score on that occasion.
Saxon Gore cleverly finds the winger, and away he goes. See, I love that, going away from your box. You find opportunities like that, don't you, Jace?
Definitely caught him napping on that occasion.
Great eyes up from Saxon Gore. Down by 3 Manly. They can put the pressure back on him here with 1. So Clarkmore's got it. Gore's there. Elkin's out in this left position here. Can he get possession? Oh, Gore with a no-looker.
Oh, close.
And the 12 Calms must have went very, very close.
That was super close. It almost looked like a try live, but I think referee Cooper was right on top of it in good position to make the call. But Manly maybe a little bit unlucky. We'll have a look at the replay. It was a nice inside ball. Probably, maybe a touch. Very close, Joel.
So, running they are. Maitland, they've been good at this. Straight through they go. Long bullet pass, but there might be 6 to go. I think there was a case for 6 to go there with the Manly player touching it without having seen it.
Yeah, I think it would have been 6 to go, but I think the referee's caught a late pass in the inside.
Beforehand.
Yeah, there's been a fair bit of action here. We're only 10 minutes in it.
Yeah.
It sort of feels like we're late in the game, but we're actually not. Both these teams are really going end to end here.
So Manly, Calms coming off, Gow coming off, and back to the short side through James Patchett. Fotu Mawala from dummy half. And Fotu Mawala, he tried to get James Patchett in the clear, but good defence again from Maitland, 5-2. Lucas Hickson.
You mentioned the drive before there, Joel. I think that's going to start coming into the game more and more, where teams don't just automatically go and substitute, because there seems to be so many opportunities in midfield or even the opposite side.
Definitely the opposite side.
So I think some of the coaches and the players watching at home, they're going to start picking up on that. We might see a bit of a change in the next couple of seasons.
I know I joke that I'm opposed to the box, but I am opposed to it being done 100% of the time.
Yes. Yeah.
I think you've got to come up with something, which I think I've got the answer to just quietly, Jace, but
I wouldn't share it.
No. I just don't think it's... The whole state's wedded to it every single time. So here they come now, Manly. Through Max Elkins. Low. Taroa Low. Is he okay? He just rolled his ankle there. As I mentioned, hasn't been a good week for the family injury-wise. And they're going to take one on the touchline and really make Maitland earn this one. Corralling them back in. 5-2. Maitland with the ascendancy over Manly.
Yeah, so by going to try and substitute a bit too eagerly, they've gone lateral.
Yep.
Lost their drive, and now Manly with a good opportunity here to get one back.
Chance, the winger did well to stay out, not collapse. But that again, it was because of where they killed the ball. And that angle to get there is too hard. Late switch. Chance low. Great shutdown defence. It was the number 10 in Riley Barnes who come up with a big play. Riley's been asked 2 questions. They went back to him, and Hickson takes Manly within 1.
I don't think Maitland ever recovered from that bit of a mix-up on the substitution. They looked a little bit flustered, the guys running on the field, and Manly just kept going at him, and what great feet there in the corner. I think there was, I actually lost track of how many steps there was. I think it was a left and a right. Got outside him, and then a great finish to the winger. It's 5-4.
Manly killing the ball in the corner is what won them the touchdown. And it's now 5-4.
We're coming up to that last 10 minutes. This is the championship minutes, Joel.
Here come Manly. Looming up in the rearview mirror, and that little chat from Maitland just senses a bit of pressure in the camp.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration, and then Manly are going to have really good field position here as their fresh players come on. Maitland have to meet him as they have here, but here comes Saxon.
Well, that's the problem that Maitland may have. Saxon hasn't put a big imprint on the game just yet. You just know at some stage he'll get you. Saxon Gore on the pink boots, they said. There he goes. Saxon Gore's through now. Take your pick. Where are they? There they are. Manly in front just like that. 6-5 Manly lead Maitland.
The Manly Sea Eagles almost on cue, Joel. You picked it. You said, where's Saxon Gore? It's almost like he looked up to you and said, here I am, Joel. And there's a try in the corner. Beautiful scoop from the number 1. He's in the game now.
He's in the game. You always worry about that, don't you, when the game's in the balance and the key player hasn't struck. Where's it coming? Maitland now for the first time behind.
That's right, Joel. Yeah, it's a little bit like watching Penrith and Cleary's having a quiet one. You get a bit nervous, don't you?
That's
You go,
right.
here it comes.
Yep.
And that's the same here with Saxon Gore. We knew he was going to inject himself.
Not forgetting this is 3 unanswered now. Ellis. Well, the champion players are stepping up on the big field, and Ellis gets one back. What a game. This is 7-6 Maitland leading Manly.
It's a superb game. You could probably hear some of the crowd coming through on the ground mics. We've got full stands to the right and left of us, and also on the end of the field. It's and they're starting to spill into the other side as well, which is in the sun. I think everyone's starting to feel this is an absolute cracking match. We're coming into the last 9 minutes now. I don't know if I've even got a winner. I don't know who to pick here. 7-6 to Maitland.
End-to-end stuff. Manly doing the chasing. Saxon Gow again. Saxon Gore. Yes, it was almost the same. Go and watch the last one he set up, and he's done exactly the same thing, however, denied.
Yeah, I'm not actually too sure what was on there. I think it was no try.
Late advantage.
Yeah, and then the referee Cooper's brought it back for the hold. So there must have been a bit of a grab there from one of the Maitland players off the ball. It would have been minor. Otherwise, he would have been in the sin bin. But again, we've seen the exact play. Saxon Gore off the right foot into the in goal. Absolutely superb. And I think you'll find it was a late pass. They just got Saxon.
Whatamawala.
Passing, and then they've come back for the hold.
Okay, they're liking a play here. Okay, there's a passive play coming up here. Calms could be the one out the back, I reckon, here. Here he is, Calms. They made the call. Oh, what a try. And that is a coach's call. They called the passive, and they take the lead, Manly.
Superb smarts there from Manly. I think you said it was the coach there calling the play, and that's what happens. Saxon Gore gets you twice on the short side. You start collapsing in. You got to help out. He's compressed it. Where's the space? Out wide.
What a coach's call. They call the passive. Manly take the lead.
Coming into the last 7. Let's see, Maitland. They're very good at the line, constructing their plays. Let's see what they come up with.
Oh, they can't quite capitalise. What a game this has been. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on KO. Manly 8, lead Maitland 7. At one point they trailed 5-0.
And generally that play you're talking about that you called passive, where you're playing out the back, generally late in the game is when that's going to work, because you've conditioned them to shut down. So great call from Manly, but the execution was spot on as well.
Absolutely it was. Here's Saxon Gore. Watch him go on the back. Oh, if they get it down for him there.
A little hit pass there would have been nice.
The old fly play, you reckon?
Yeah. I'd be watching him. When they sweep on, because they have that speed, any sort of extra pass is really hard to defend, because you're on your heels having run back about 30, 40 metres.
Okay, it is 8-7, but it is 4 touchdowns to 3. Maitland with the advantage of the 3-point start. But now they find themselves in the rearview mirror. This is a team who would love a draw. I know the 18 boys were having many draws in the tournament. They'd take a draw here because they would win the match.
Yeah, definitely. Now they've got one more play here. They really need to construct something here. Maybe a sweeper or something. The link's on if they can hit it.
Rico Ellis takes off. Can he find someone? They've pushed him in a corner, and he threw the speculator, but they were just asleep at the wheel and couldn't find it.
What a save for Manly. If they go on to win this, they're gonna think back to that play. A scooper in the in goal. He just had to find someone to take the lead in the final. Manly held on.
What an opportunity here, 5:48. It is Manly 8, Maitland 7.
Manly are going to have to do it again here. I'm starting to feel Maitland getting a bit of a feel for this one. I'm half expecting them to go over here if they can execute a good play. Let's see what they come up with.
Maitland. Ellis is there in the blue boots. We watch him. A lot of people tuning in through the KO streaming.
Here comes the sweeper.
Ellis wanting them to bite. He'll take off now. Gets the pass short and plonks it down through Harry Ledbury. They'll consult here. You want to see the ref move back. No touch. He's made the touch.
Well, the referee wanted to double check with the toucher, and looks like he's just saved Manly on that occasion.
As we enter the championship rounds here, Jay Stanton, it feels like Rico Ellis versus Saxon Gore. The two number ones could decide this.
Definitely, and here's a great run down the sideline. Manly just held on there, didn't they? They were just sort of clinging onto it. Two big sets of defence.
Hello to Nash, Pax and Cody watching the coverage. That's the play you wanted, just wanted him a little bit wider. They've tipped us off about Gore and Rico Ellis. Gore's got the hand at the moment. There's Calms. Calms goes through. Ellis claiming the touch and the refs is in agreement. 8-7 with 4 minutes 20 remaining.
Manly have got to keep Maitland off the line, because if Maitland get there, I think you half expect him to score. They've looked very dangerous those last two occasions, Joel. Manly have got to be active in the middle and not give away penalties.
Got
4
to keep
minutes
the
to
speed
go.
up. Got to keep the speed up. Sorry, Jace.
No, you're right.
And they've just lost momentum. They've been really good with the running game, the Maitland side. As Hedges comes back into it, that's the sort of run they want us to do. But Gore just waited for him to be onside, and as soon as he got there, he went whack. We'll take the ball back, thank you.
Yeah, great defence there. Probably a little bit unlucky for Maitland. I think they had him in a bit of trouble there. Maybe a couple of players might have been not quite back to 7, but they got the call, and Manly now, they're probably 3 driving sets away from winning this one, Joel.
That's it, they've got to keep the pace up. Can they get one more? Here we go, waiting to scoop. Chance here, but the touch is made. Jake Medved applying a lot of pressure on the Maitland defence. It's been a great weekend, and this has been a fascinating game from the get-go.
There's been so much energy, and it's almost like watching 2 games.
Well, it was this play, killing into the corner, that took the lead from, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was a huge turning point. That they're there for 3. And look at that forward. That was forward, but play on to the referee. Oh, he's gone straight through. Maitland running away with it. Ledbury goes straight through and takes the lead back. Maitland 9, Manly 8.
Well, out of nothing. I think you called it forward live, Joel, so it's going to be one of the most interesting replays of the day. But it seemed like everybody stopped. There's an inside ball. It's a little bit hard to get the read on it, but I think everyone stopped thinking maybe it was forward, but you can't afford to stop in this game. And a clean pair of heels, and Maitland with their nose in front. 2 minutes to play.
Saxon, Gore and co over to you. 9-8. Maitland and Manly, the way this game's been going, you're almost expecting one to come. From dummy half they go. Fodawala, he's taken down with a late switch. Fodawala. Oscar Crotty's out there. Calms is out there. Fodawala now. Saxon Gore takes off Gore. Long pass to the winger. It's caught. Hickson in the corner. Manly take the lead back.
Wow, Manly, it's end-to-end action. And what's interesting is Maitland have been great on the line, and they'll get a chance now to take this grand final as well. Let's see what they come up with.
One of the great sporting features was Mbappe versus Messi, where 2 were at their best. Saxon Gore's come up with a big play. Rico Ellis is now out there. 1:22 to go, 80 seconds to decide a grand final. There will be no draw. Manly by 1.
Here we go, 2 touches to do it. Everyone leaning forward on their seats here. What can they come up with?
Ellis takes off and wants the late switch. Goes back to Hedges. Hedges flicks it up. Manly take it back. They will get one more set though, the Maitland side, if they defend well here.
And this should be enough for Manly to be the champions in 2024, Joel. It could have gone either way. So many close calls, so many dive-in touches.
Maitland will get 3 plays, Jace. They will get 3 plays if they don't concede a penalty. They must be disciplined. This game has had everything from the absolute first minute, 33 seconds. Maitland and Rico Ehlers, can they get there?
Let's see what they can come up with. It could be I'd be looking long ball against the grain. Maybe diving at someone's feet. They've got 20 seconds. They've probably got 2 plays. They'll be having a go at someone's feet on the inside and then maybe a long ball against the grain.
Saxon Gore's out there too. 14 seconds to go. They cannot kill time, Hedges.
Looks like the last play's coming
Ehlers
up.
is here, scoops from dummy half, goes long ball, and away they go. Manly. Manly West racing away with the premiership. Manly have a date with Hills in the state final. What a match we've seen, and look at the scenes here. Down 5-0 to win one of the better touch football games you will ever see, and have a look at this.
They're coming from everywhere.
Well done, coaches. What a win.
Manly reigning supreme here at the stadium field. Maitland so close, probably not the right play those last couple times there, and Manly just would not die, would they? Same as the semi-final, They just would not lay down, and they're the champions.
That is as good as a game you'll ever see. This is under 16s, mind you. That is an absolute cracking game that Manly have displayed, Maitland have displayed. Well done to both sides. Take of our gentlemen, and thank you for giving us what we just witnessed. Jason Stanton's going to be down there with a very happy Manly participant. We might squeeze a quick break in just to get ourselves back together. And we'll be with Jason Stanton live in about 30 seconds with a winning Manly player or coach.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
Jason Stanton here down on the field here with Manly. They're the champions. 2024, an absolute superb game. The crowd, everyone loved it. I'm sure everyone at KO and home enjoyed it as well. Saxon, you just wouldn't give up, would you?
Nah, bro. Well, they scored against us first, so we put our heads down, but then we switched on, came back, and everyone put in an effort to win that game, bro.
I was lucky enough to be on the call in the semi-final. I didn't think you could do it, but you just kept coming back. In the grand final again, Maitland, I thought they had it time and time again, and you just kept coming back, and some nice plays there. How about that passive down here on the right? What was that? Was that a call from the box?
Yeah, the coaches called it because we sequenced them, and then, yeah, we scored it.
Yeah, great work. So can we have a cheer for everyone at home? What have we got, Manly?
Let's go. All right, 3 times. Ready. Manly!
All right, you saw it here. Looking forward to the big game next week, Manly versus Hills. They're the champs in 2024.
They come out of the race. It's the second of our grand finals between the Northern Beaches and Manly in the under-14s. I'm Tony Salerno. Dean Russell is alongside me. Big grand final to come. We saw a cracker earlier called by Joel Kane and also Jason Stanton Manly winning a thriller 10-9. If we get a grand final half as good as that one, we're going to be in for a great show.
Yeah, this promises to be... There's the traditional rivalry between the Northern Beaches clubs, the Northern Beaches Renegades and the Manly Sea Eagles, and this promises to be a cracking game.
30 seconds, please take the field.
It most certainly does. Big field atmosphere. A lot of the other fields are clearing, other teams out. We're getting down to the grand finals. Everything being packed down, but not the stadium field here on KO. That's the big one, and that's where we are for you. Live action, under 14s grand final. The Northern Beaches and Manly ready to do battle. And it'll be Northern Beaches with first use of the ball. Drive it forward with their first effort, usually being good out of the blocks. Have the Northern Beaches, and that's a good example of it. Able to get a try almost.
Yeah, straight through the line there. It was Tonga coming to the short side, trying to get through the line and link up with support players. And unfortunately missed the mark, but a good start to the Beaches.
And we love seeing this type of grand final, Dean. This is the winner of Pool 1 versus the winner of Pool 2. So we've got the best two teams on display. 25-minute grand final. Touch turnaround rules. So we'll be going 25 minutes straight.
And I saw the semi-final between Nelson's Bay and Manly, and Nelson's Bay really tested the Seagulls girls, but they had enough class to get through in the end. And so they've got a penalty here, so they're going to get a repeat set.
Good field position for Manly early. Northern Beaches arguing the toss, but it'll be Manly. Back up to go again. Wanakore taps the ball. Out comes Tordian. Now Tamale driving through the middle. Manly. Good scoop. Tamale assessing her options. Running across field, looking to link with the link. Tamale scoops it. Back again for Taurian. Last touch. Tamale going right to the line, sliding in. Couldn't get underneath and was touched at the last minute by Bucky.
Yeah, they got right across there, nearly got through the line, a big dive short of the line and the big arm movement. Like she was bowling a cricket ball there to try and reach for the line, but the defence from the Northern Beaches girls, young Belinda Matthews there, got across to make the touch.
Northern Beaches heading towards their box, trying to get those reinforcements on. That was a poor pass anyway, and they'll surrender possession. So Manly with a better field of position to start.
Yeah, and this is the grand final of the Northern Conference. The winner of this, and let's not square there, the winner of this game will face the Penrith Panthers in the 16 girls state final next Sunday at Tempe, which again will be brought to you live and free on KO Freebies and Sky Sport.
We're looking forward to that one, seeing how far the Manly and Northern Beaches Chargers can go. I'm sure the Penrith Panthers will be watching the stream at the moment, seeing who their opponent will be next week. Grand final up for stakes in the Northern Conference. Williams. Touched was McPhee. Williams gets involved again. Was that a touch pass?
Yeah, good decision there from the referee, late pass. And I'll tell you what, it wasn't the last game. It's Guzmani and Gomez finals day here, and the last game between Manly and the Redbacks really lived up to the billing, and Guzmani Gomez, they'll be right happy with what's happened there.
Oh, absolutely. Some would call it delicious, Dean. It was so good. We want more of it, that's for sure. And that was only our first grand final of the day. We've got this one, and I think we've got another 3 after that.
That's right, and it's all coming to you from Dubbo. Beautiful playing conditions out here today. The sun's out, there's a bit of cloud cover, a bit of breeze. So really good junior state cup touch action.
McPhee, been in everything so far. Williams, thought about going outside, decided to dummy inside. They weren't falling for that one, the Northern Beaches. Williams again, her and McPhee, the middles, working together. Here they go again. Back towards the middle, slipping passes together, and a touch wide at the last moment from Lazic. That was big.
That was very good defence, but Aquilina takes the ball. Beautiful inside line. She ran and actually twisted the body so to avoid the touch as she was taking the pass. Great skills from the Manly Seagulls.
Northern Beaches happy to spread on their first touch and then get their box involved. It's time off for a moment. They shift it sideline to sideline, dropping back underneath. It was Murray. Just trying to change the angle. The Northern Beaches team.
He just took a step too far that time, Murray, and she had a free player on the outside. She just hadn't got a metre earlier and got the pass away. Would have released the winger for a clear run to the line. Still had 50 metres to go, but it would have been an interesting foot race.
5 minutes gone in the 14s grand final. The women's. It's been put down. Northern Beaches and Manly still no score. Waiting for our first touchdown, which of course is worth 3. So that wasn't a touch pass. That was passed before the touch. Pucky succumbs to the possession. Northern Beaches driving forward. Got to be careful not to run behind your own player. Kilby. Now volleyball over the top. Last play. Kilby again with a skip. Northern Beaches getting close to that 7. Space on the left. Decide to take it safely. Saving up that drive. Kilby. Here it comes. A shift. Through hands. Great touch in the corner. It was Matilda Whitehead and it needed to be made.
Yeah, great defence there from Whitehead on the wing. She actually forced the link to throw the pass and was able to turn and run the ball down before they got to the line.
Northern Beaches load up again. They go short ball. Referee said touch, so it's going to be a changeover. Really good online defence from Manly, keeping the Northern Beaches at bay.
And Tonga's been instrumental in a lot of the play there in attack for Northern Beaches, so that's someone Manly will have to keep an eye on.
And Manly with a draw pass, make good metres up the ground.
Good speed too from Aquilina.
Shifting the ball. Now the referee's seen an infringement, so Northern Beaches get it right on halfway. They'll head towards the left-hand side to their subs box. Murray drops it down. Back towards the middle they come. Good 20-metre gain. Juggle. Kept it, said the referee. Hattinger. And now that's the turnover.
Yeah, and again, I was impressed there by Whitehead, the defence on the wing there from Whitehead. From Manly, got herself in a really good body position early so she could shut that play down.
Straight and hard from Manly. Getting to the left-hand channel, exploiting, they've done that. Fairhall able to get to that position. And just play up the ground. Manly making good metres on their drive set. Back towards the middle, quite direct. Williams jinks past one and will surrender possession.
It's a real arm wrestle at the moment, isn't it? Back and forth down the field. Both teams controlling the ball pretty well and looking to get into the opposition's attack zone to see if they can get across the line. So a real even contest.
If we use the boxing analogy, of course, early jabs, just trying to feel out the opposition, seeing where they might be able to exploit something later.
I'm sure the girls from Penrith are at home watching this game, looking forward to who they're going to play next week. Of course, they won the Southern Conference, so hello to all the ladies from Penrith. One of these two teams is going to be your opposition at the Guzmani and Gomez State Finals.
Will it be the Penrith Panthers and Manly Seagulls, or the Penrith Panthers and Northern Beaches? That's what we're going to find out in about 20 minutes' time. Williams shaped to go with the long ball. Manly happy to take it and play it within that middle channel. McPhee going across field. Williams shaped to go right, comes back underneath. Running out of room and penalty.
Yeah.
Not collapsing.
No, they've penalised the left link there for not moving forward. So the rule is you must move forward. You can't hold your line. And so they're playing advantage.
McPhee. Now Matthews. Goes back to play it on the 7. Where's this first touchdown going to come from? McPhee instigates her own touch. Williams. Good defence by the Northern Beaches, marking up well. There's space on the right. Manly easing the tempo. Waiting for the Beaches to come up. And a penalty. Same infringement again, Dean.
Yeah, and that's 2 penalties now, so Northern Beaches are going to be careful here. If they give a third penalty on their line, they will have a player removed from the field until they get possession again.
And the tip will get out there anyway, so I don't think the Beaches will do that. They've got an overlap if they go right. McPhee decided to stay central. Williams dumps it down. McPhee, Williams again. To take it back to the 7.
Defensive structure from Northern Beaches has been very good here. They had to face a couple of repeat sets of 6, and they haven't looked like buckling yet.
Here comes Tamale, almost into space. It was Chrysler.
The winger there from Northern Beaches, I think that was Kayla Arundel. She, again, the defence from both teams on the wings has been very, very good.
And here it is again, another strike on the wing. Couldn't quite get the job done. Good defending from Clark on that occasion, the wing for the Northern Beaches. Heading back towards the middle, seeing if they can catch out. Rushed up. Did the Northern Beaches. She'll have to take her time to get back on side. Tamale looking up. Here it comes from Williams. The referee's seen a penalty.
And forward pass off the ruck. And that's, you've got to take your hats off there, the Northern Beaches guys. That was 3 sets they absorbed on their line, and were able to repel the Seagulls every time.
And if Northern Beaches end up going on to win, this will be a very important period of the game for them.
Yeah, but they've let themselves down here. They defended really strongly. In situations like that, when you've been under the pump defence, you've just got to tuck the ball under your arm and make sure you get down the field, no mistakes. And they made a mistake short of their sub-box, and they've turned the ball over. And you can see the coaching staff from the Northern Beaches reinforcing that message out there right now.
The Beaches being instructed to rush up on Williams, the primary ball handler for Manly. She's gone off to sub, so we've got Unwin who comes on. Holding the ball now in the orange boots.
Keep an eye on Unwin.
Dancing around. Gets it back from the acting half. Tried to slide in, but it was a touch. And the Northern Beaches again up to the task.
Very dangerous 7 out, Unwin. She's built low to the ground, so she's able to dive low and get under the defence's arms on occasion. So there's someone that the Beaches are going to have to really keep their eye on.
Kilby's been really good, the 8 for the Northern Beaches. Find themselves just over halfway. Making good metres from this drive. Tamale was offside. Good cutout ball. It was ruled forward. Only marginally, though.
Yeah, and again, the Northern Beaches are trying to take a couple of sets down the middle of the field, turn the ball back inside to try and bring the defensive line from Manly, squeeze them in, and then get to the outside of them.
Referee was happy with that. That's good metres from Tordian. But again, Messi at the play of the ball, which means it'll be a turnover.
Yeah, both teams started very well with their ball control, and we're now halfway through the match, and it's a little bit of fatigue maybe setting in on both teams, because the last 3 sets they've turned the ball over early, and both coaching staffs will be wanting to talk to their teams to say, let's just control the ball, let's stay settled. There's a long way to go in this one. We're still at 0-0, but there's still 12 and a half to go.
There is Unwin trying to get around Arundel again. Tamale finds Butcher. Chain passing for Manly. Maybe that's the way through for them. Williams has Tamale on her left shoulder. Acting half touch. There'll be a turnover.
Yeah, and the one thing that is very impressive so far about this game for mine is the Northern Beaches defence on their line. They've been down here a long time now, and they've held their structures well, and there's probably only been 1, maybe 2 half chances from Manly. That pass that might have been forward. They're going to be careful about that.
They do. Now the Beaches into enemy territory. Through the gap, but the pass can't stick.
And again, you saw the Beaches there into play between the 2 middles to drive them down the field, and then they shoot off to the top part of your screen, looking to get their support players on the outside of their defence. But Manly equal to the task.
Manly, of course, 6 wins, 1 draw. No losses in their pool phase. The Northern Beaches, 7 wins straight. So these 2 teams, the best of a lot. Up the field they run again. Lazic on that occasion. Looking outside. Back out comes Kilby. Good charge this time for Marnoch. Evaded the touch, still going. Farrell came late. The referee's consulting.
Yeah, they want to have a discussion here. It was really good whirls there from the Northern Beaches, but Aquilina turned and chased hard and made the touch, but the referee said the ball was down first, so it's the Northern Beaches on the board first, and they lead 3-0.
And that's Harley Marnoch through the gap, was able to put it down. The replay will show this perfectly. Straight through, clear as day.
You see there, Arndale coming in and trying to make the touch, but the ball was down first.
The Northern Beaches up 3 points to 0. 10 minutes remaining in this game. Unwin. Through hands they come. Heading towards the 7. Looking back on the inside. Unwin again. Good courageous touch from Clark. Evading defenders, but the referee saw the touch. It'll be a turnover. So Manly almost replied straight away. 2 passes wide they go. Up the ground. The hard running from Hatting. Just shy of halfway. Northern Beaches through their subs box. That was a questionable pass. The referee does stop it. And she's going to turn around, so it was a forward pass.
So yeah, we've got 9 to play here. The Northern Beaches lead 3-0. Manly must be the next to score. They wouldn't want to see Northern Beaches get out to a 2-try lead and lead 5-0.
We saw in the game before between Manly and Maitland under 16s. It was Maitland a 5-0 lead, and Manly did peg them back. So that'll give the under 14s Manly confidence that they can reel in this 3-0 lead.
Yeah,
They'll need 2 touchdowns though.
And that's right, and momentum, really big thing in this game. If you can get the momentum in the game, it makes it hard for defence. Manly a chance here.
Williams, and now McPhee, touched with the ball. Another penalty.
And the referee saying they just didn't get back on side there. So he didn't penalise the player who made the touch, who was on side, but the inside girl who didn't make. So he's playing advantage.
Williams, now McPhee. Williams scoops it up nicely. Tamale was coming, but she was touched by her opposition, number 6, Lazic. 7 metres away, Manly knocking on the door. See if they can get themselves within 1. Not too much time remaining on the clock. Williams have got an overlap, long ball. Caught nicely, but an even better touch from the Northern Beaches.
Great defence there from Northern Beaches. Long ball looked to get them on the outside, but they shut it down quickly.
Northern Beaches a very good defensive side in the pool stages, and we're seeing it here. A dummy from Williams. Farrell, but the touch was already completed on Williams.
Yeah, it's Manly, but just need to be careful here. They don't start playing the scoreboard. They can see the time winding down. They know they're behind, but you can fall in the trap of playing the scoreboard and losing your processes.
To the right, they come towards their box, the Northern Beaches. It's quite hot out there now, so you want to get fresh legs as regularly as possible. This is the second of our grand finals here on Guzman y Gomez Grand Final Day. Nice ball wide. Away goes Arundel. Should be held 5 metres into enemy territory. Last touch, they're spinning it from left to right side, swaying it from side to side.
Saw McPhee there push up on that 2-pass play. These girls had played a lot against each other, being neighbours in the Sydney Northern Beaches area, and so they know each other a lot, and she knew that it was going to push a 2-pass there, so she sprinted up and put the pressure on the attacking team.
Yes, this one's for all the bickies though. This is for the New South Wales Junior State Shield Northern Conference. Past the defender, still going. Hatting taking it to ground. Gets it back from her middle, the link. Plays wide for Arundel. That was the last one. It's almost too gracious. Gave herself up a little bit early.
That's right. try and create something here. But again, good pressing defence there from the Sea Eagles. You can hear the coaches down below us trying to get the girls up and going, and they might need some of our great partners, Guzmani and Gomez, to get them up and going here. But on the finals day, proudly sponsored by Guzmani and Gomez. But Manly, they're behind on the scoreboard here. They need to be next to score.
That's right. Now the score becomes a factor, and so does the time.
So it's a penalty against Manly for off the mark there.
Northern Beaches got to play it smart here. Got to complete their sets, roll through. Now wide they go via Amelia Slack. Burke joins in. They get the subs on. Good meterage from this drive. Kilby comes back inside. Pucky with the hat on, cut out ball. Space to get to the line, the dive. How is it? The referee's seen a touch.
Yeah, good decision there. Both referees saw the touch. And again, excellent attack from the Renegades, but equally good defence from the Sea Eagles. This game is still in the balance.
It is only the one touchdown, but it was worth 3. So Northern Beaches are laughing about that, but they've passed it into touch. So Manly will get another opportunity.
Yeah, deep in their own half and on the far side of the field. So you might see Northern Beaches press here to try and force an error.
Manly working it away. Draw pass, using that chain passing to get on the outside. Farrell, she did well to catch that. Don't want to be surrendering possession at this part of the field. McPhee in the visor. Instigates her own touch. Farrell, Manly getting on the front foot now. Crotty dumps it. Scooped up by McPhee. And a forward pass, says the referee.
Yeah, just again, sometimes when the girls, or even any juniors, they dump the ball, because their momentum's moving forward and they try and then dump and split, they sometimes split forward and the acting half doesn't do the work to get in front of them and give the pass back. They just throw it from the ground. And that's what the referee picked up on that occasion.
And of course that comes with experience, and then
exactly the same thing, exactly what we're talking about there with the Renegades. And yeah, you're right, it's just experience, but also drilling it at training and making sure that when you do everything at training, you're practicing as if it was a game.
Wanakore, 30 metres from that run, and the referee wasn't having that.
Yeah, again, over the mark. And Manly been guilty on a couple of occasions now. They need to get their hand out and make the touch, initiate the touch before they roll the ball.
The Northern Beaches, 3 minutes for them to hold on. And the championship will be theirs. This is for the under-14s, the best in the Northern Conference.
All the ladies out of Penrith, all the ladies back at Penrith. I wonder who they're cheering for right now. Who are they going to face in the Guzmani and Gomez State Finals next Sunday?
Make sure you tune into that on KO, the Guzmani Gomez State Finals. But this one's not done yet. Draw past the winger unmarked. Didn't decide to pull the trigger.
Yeah, that could. Well, let's hope that it doesn't cost them the grand final here, because if they had just given the easy pass to Rundell, they score and you would say that's the ball game. But now pressure, all the Manly girls just sprinted off the field rather than working off the field. Chance here for the Beaches.
More than a chance. They've got to put it through the heads. They've got to score. And they do they? The referee's consulting. No touch, which means try.
Yep, Aquilina there. And that all came off the substitution from Manly. There was a changeover. Half their team ran straight off the field rather than working. The acting half had no one to pass. Northern Beaches sprint up, make the touch, get the changeover and just spread the ball wide. And Manly didn't have the defence or the troops out there.
So now that's 5-0. Northern Beaches with 1:30 left. It's just about theirs. They've got one hand, finger, grip on the trophy. Manly, if they're going to score, they need to score now. Do it quickly. That was Williams. Dumps the ball back, looking in the corner. Farrell couldn't put it down.
In 1:10 to play here, they really need to press hard here, Manly, and try and force a cheap turnover in the red zone and then score quickly.
Northern Beaches undefeated across the 3 days, culminating in what looks like it's going to be a grand final victory, really asserting their dominance in this age group, the under-14s girls. Bucky being one of their instrumental players.
Yeah, a very famous touch footballing family over on the Northern Beaches is the Packies. A lot of coaches, a lot of players. They've actually played for both clubs as well, so very famous name over there on the north.
And there's another bright shoot coming up too. Tamale, Butcher, Unwin, Butcher again. Unwin, Butcher, the middle's combining. Into the 7 they go. Unwin at acting half into the strike zone. Farrell was touched. Arundel claiming it, but it'll be a penalty to Manly anyway.
Yeah, we've made the touch from there, but the referee's penalised them for not moving forward. Who's about to go here? It's going to be there it goes there. It's going to be the Northern Beaches girls taking on Penrith next Sunday at Tempe.
And off they run.
Here they come. They know they're off to the Guzmania Gomez State Finals. And that'll be a very good contest between those two clubs.
Absolutely will be. Champions, the Northern Beaches in the under-14s. Girls, New South Wales Junior State Cup. Fantastic display, 5-0. It was a real grind at the start of this game, but then as the game rolled on, the Northern Beaches got stronger and stronger.
Yep, and they'll be pretty confident going into next week, but you don't know, do you? Like, it's a best-of-3 series next week. You've got to win 2 games to win the state finals. So it'll be an interesting game.
That's a very good concept, the best-of-3 matches, but it is the Northern Beaches who take bragging rights back to Sydney in our under-14s grand final. Northern Beaches 5 have defeated Manly Dill. We're nowhere near done on Guzman E. Gomez grand final day. Coming up next, it is the grand final in the under-16 girls. Dean Russell and myself, Joel Kane will be on the sideline to deliver the grand final for you. Stay tuned. More of grand final action when we come back.
Tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't a mucker, we're having fun, absolutely. And unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning, not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, running around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the Manly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So, like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene. I haven't
been up in Port Macquarie for the State Cup in almost 10 years now. So I used to play a lot of touch footy, loved it, big fan of it. So no, it's good to be here.
I've got to ask, what's going on this week?
Yeah, I'm helping out the girls Opens Bulldogs team, and yeah, it's the only time you'll ever see him in a Bulldogs shirt. But I've got to support the crew and wear the colours for him. But Sharky's through and through.
We're in the midst of girls' grand final day here in Dubbo. It's the under-16s grand final between Newcastle and the Northern Beaches. I'm Tony Salerno. Great to have you along. Dean Russell alongside me as well. I'm really excited about this one, Dean. Newcastle and the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, it promises to be a fantastic game. And Northern Beaches already got their defensive line set. They've got 3 forward, 3 back. So you can see they're going to try and put pressure onto the Newcastle from the start.
So it's Newcastle with the first drive of the game. The Royal Blue of Newcastle running from right to left of your screen, and the Northern Beaches running from left to right. Newcastle, a lot of them have the pink scrunchie as well, which would be used as a nice determiner.
Yeah, not a bad start there from the girls from Newcastle. I do notice in their coaching structure they've got Rachel Jeffs, who's a Premier League player for Newcastle, and only this week once again named in the Australian Women's Open team to travel to Nottingham, England later this year for the World Cup.
Yeah, most certainly someone very helpful to have in your box in a grand final, that's for sure. Plenty of wisdom to draw on. Up forward they go through Bensley in the 11. Berryman plays to the right, trying to shape inside, and that was a changeover. They've used up their 6 touches, so both teams happy to get all the way down the ground. Their drives look very good early.
Oh, the commentator's curse there. Newcastle had a good drive, but just the pass go to the ground, and so they're inviting the Northern Beaches girls to have first crack here in the red zone.
Bensley looking at Milligan. Here she is in the 7, heading up to the 7. Bensley again, walking back, wants Newcastle to come up and try and attack. Pulled someone out of a line. There they go. Bensley floats a ball off the head of the Newcastle player, and it'll be a changeover.
Yeah, and once again, good defence there from the Newcastle girls. They were coming under pressure from the Renegades, but they were able to withstand that. And now they really want to work down the field and get down the other end.
Down that left-hand channel, the subs are on, so here they go, venturing forward through Mackenzie. To the right they play, now back underneath, heading to the middle, nice interchanging of passing from the Novocastrians. Into the 7, now into the strike zone, ball over the top. Was it put down in time? The referee's called a touch.
Yeah, no, it was very good defence there from the wing out there from the Northern Beaches. They had to float the ball, which meant it stayed in the air to get it out to her. If they hadn't been able to get a direct pass, which they couldn't because of the way the defence was, it would have been a lot better.
They've lost ground on that play, the Newcastle Knights. They'll venture again in the centre through their middles. Settling play, thinking about how they're going to break down this Northern Beaches defence. Here they go to the right, there's space. Sliding in, the referee still believes there was a touch. So one more time, Newcastle will have a crack. Back towards the middle, Scarlets dropping the ball down, interference in the ruck. Play on, says the referee. Annika running across field, floating it over the top. Couldn't quite get to Isabella. Penalty for the Northern Beaches. 4 minutes gone and it's just flown by. It's been a very entertaining first 4 minutes.
Yeah, and both teams have had opportunities at either end, although here's another opportunity. So Northern Beaches have been under all sorts of pressure here for the last couple of minutes, and they're going to be under pressure again. And again, just a 1%er error that they needed to complete with. And the coaching staff out there, they'll want to be trying to correct that.
Brianna finds Annika, has to go back to the 7. Drops the ball down. Brianna again. The 50 happy to get involved. Back to the 7 they go. The Knights spread out wide. It looks like it's going to be occupied by the middles at this stage. Scarlett drops it down. The scoop. Now Brianna again. Long ball wide. Trying to get low, but that's a good touch.
Yeah, from our vantage point, I actually thought the ball was down. The referees are going to have a consultation. And Mason Cott and Kim Perry come together, and they also believe it was down. So it's Newcastle on the board first, and they lead 3-0.
By the barest of margins, able to place the ball down. It almost looks simultaneous. But Newcastle get that all-important 3 points. And how important, Dean, is it to be up in a grand final early?
Yeah, look, it is really important to have the pressure on there, especially when we play the 3-2 scoring system. But the interesting thing is that when we did the statistics on it, it doesn't necessarily guarantee you to win the game. You certainly have an advantage, but the statistics suggest that on 41% of the time, the team scoring second will win the game.
Well, that's what's happened. We've had 2 grand finals. 1 3-pointer has won, 1 3-pointer has lost. So it really is still luck of a draw.
And Newcastle forward pass off the ruck. So now they're inviting the Renegades to attack their line and get themselves back in the game.
Here come the Renegades. That's a good charge from Berryman. Gets it back from the acting half. She'll drop it down. The Berryman sisters occupying the footy now. Looking to the left, sliding in. Referee says no touch.
Yeah, great footwork there from, that was Talia Berryman, the number, oh no, what the referees have found, a forward pass off the ruck.
Wow,
so that's come from the sideline referee. The on-field referee was happy with the put down, but the sideline referee, and that's part of his job to look for those forward passes, has ruled that that's gone forward off the ruck.
So now Newcastle get a let off, coming towards their subs box, just over the 40-metre line. Brianna now on for Mackenzie, dropping it down quickly. They're moving nicely in this set. Scarlett, wasn't a touch pass, so we play on. Nice scoop up from Brianna again. That's the end of that set, but a promising one from Newcastle.
So now the Renegades, they just really need to get their composure here. Like, they've been good. Certainly haven't been bad in it by any stretch of the imagination. They've got good pace coming on the field here. They need to be patient. They'll get themselves on the scoreboard here, and this will become a real game.
It most certainly will. Bensley up and in behind Campos, trying to get through in a penalty.
Yeah, smart play there. She saw the offside play, ran at her, forced her to make the touch, and then the onside player came in and made the touch as well, so they pick up the penalty. So on the line here.
Dumps it down on the 7, sliding in. Touch on Campos, the number 9 for the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, good defence there from the Newcastle Knights. Stayed within their defensive structure.
Campos, Bensley, Campos again. She doesn't mind a slide in.
Yeah,
every time's an opportunity.
They've run the same play twice here. So let's see if they set up, we call this sequencing, let's see if they set up the same play again, but run a different option.
Here it comes, Campos. Bensley's there. Looking to get another to join in. Here is Bensley. Sliding in. No one touching her. And the Northern Beaches have the try and get themselves back into the game. 3 points to 2.
And that's exactly what we just talked about. They ran exactly the same setup with the dump and split and looking to get the defence to crash down on that high side of the field. But then they throw dummy and throw a beautiful out ball to the player running straight into the hole, and all of a sudden it's 3-2 Newcastle.
Oh, it's got all the makings of a great grand final, this one. We've already treated to 2 classics. Let's see if we can keep that trend going. You're on Guzman E. Gomez, grand final day. Sliding in again. She looked like she beat the touch too. Annika has a try, and Newcastle extend their lead 5-2.
Yes, and that's something that they'll be really pleased about, like striking straight back after you've conceded the touchdown and give yourself that buffer again. The coaching staff will be very happy with that, and now they want their defensive structure to stand up.
That dive from long range is really proving to be successful for both teams. Just slow reaction time on the try line sometimes, trying to get down. Now the Northern Beaches again. Campos their middle. Berryman ran out of options and the acting half was tapped. So it'll be a changeover. Just those subtleties when your mind's everywhere.
Yeah, that's right. And again, in juniors, they sometimes get guilty of playing the scoreboard rather than playing what's in front of them. And when you're behind in a grand final to get to the Guzman and Guzmani grand final Sunday, next Sunday at Tempe, the pressure comes on.
Ball back on the inside, panicked a little bit. 6 more tackles. Rose earned her team another set. Emily. Now Latesha. Into the 7 they come. Receives it from the acting half. Sliding in. The referees like it. Newcastle extend their lead. That's 3 tries in a row now.
Yeah, and if you have a look here, the footwork of Letitia, when she gets to the outside of the play, she just steps back subtly on their inside, dives low, gets the ball down, and that was great reward for great skill.
5-2, the Northern Beaches definitely not 7-2. Makes it very hard for the Northern Beaches. As they head into the 7, they need a try and they need it soon. This looks good.
Well, had an opportunity back on the inside there, a wide gap there defensively they could have exploited.
Cut out balls galore on the wing. Good touch by the 17, Mackenzie. Up to the 7. Newcastle, they've been good driving towards their box. Real momentum in their play. Here it is again, getting in and away and getting to that 10 metres shy of halfway and now at halfway. That was really well done by Newcastle. One of their real strengths via Michaela. 2 passes infield. Now right foot step. Thought about a long cutout ball. Gets into the strike zone. Just a touch in the last moments.
Yeah, good decision there by referee Kim Perry. They slid through the line, looking to release their winger on the outside, but late pass and the referee's right on top of that. Great positioning.
Northern Beaches not afraid to spread it early in the set. That's one of their features. Going towards their box, getting those reinforcements on. That was a questionable pass, but we play on. Over halfway. Good interchange of passing here from the Northern Beaches. Berryman. So sister underneath her. And the acting half is tapped. They get right down to the 7 though.
Yeah, it didn't result in any touchdowns, but it was actually a very good set. They've gone from their own line to the 7. They had forward movement the whole time. They had ball movement as well, and they were turning players in underneath. So really good play there from the Renegades.
Rose. Along the line, Newcastle like to do that too. Last place is the referee. To that right side, Annika. That ball was forward and it was knocked on to the double whammy, but yes it was. That's what the referee is ruling.
We're about halfway through this game now, and it's been Newcastle who've been in control probably for the last 4 or 5 minutes. But the Renegades, they look dangerous when they've got ball in hand.
Northern Beaches, dead centre with this attack. Bensley receives it from the acting half, slowing the tempo down. Campos. Now Bensley getting towards the offside player into the strike zone, but it was a touch.
Yeah, good decision by the referee. Late pass, and again, like the referees are positioned really well to see everything close to the line.
So this is our 3rd grand final here on grand final day. We had Manly win the 16s boys, Northern Beaches win the 14s girls. So pressure's on Newcastle as a regional team for the regional sides. Newcastle will want to get one back for the country.
And they're in control of it at the moment, so they're looking very good, although they've crabbed here and got themselves caught up. They just want to put the ball under their arm and just go forward. When the play comes to a break like that, just go forward the next couple of sets. This is better.
Brianna, that's what the doctor ordered. The acting half looking for somebody in the strike zone. Answering the call is Annika. And Newcastle extend their lead. 10 points to 2. It's a mountain to climb now.
Yeah, so their box set or their drive pattern there really broke down. The whole play halted. They took one really good drive forward to try and get themselves going again, and then the speed out of half through into the hole, and just easy touchdown, found the vacant winger, and now it's a mountain to climb for the Renegades.
Most certainly is. But they'll try and come again. The women from the Northern Beaches, really proud Touch Football Association of Northern Beaches, very successful, producing great talents. Here's more of it. The referee clearing, so that is a try. So Chanel Berry and Northern Beaches do get on the board, 9-2.
Yeah, Chanel Berryman there getting over, but again, good play. They drove down the field, and it was the big, tall Lawson who was able to just manoeuvre her body and her footwork to get by her player, finds the support player, gives the pass, touchdown, and that gets them back now with a bit of hope to try and get this deficit in. They've got 10 to play.
Yeah, 10 minutes, depending on how you look at it, can still be a very long time. They've just got to be very good in defence. Newcastle can't score any more points for the Northern Beaches Renegades team.
You're right, with 10 minutes to play, there's going to be about 20 sets here. So 10 sets each for each team. So matter of ball control for Newcastle and keep pressing. Don't go into your shell. Keep trying to score those touchdowns. And Renegades, they really have to just press forward, try and get the easy turnovers by putting pressure on the attacking team.
And they've got to be flawless as well, the Renegades.
And next to score.
Absolutely. Next to score indeed. They'll work towards their box. Berryman drops it down. Back towards the centre of the field. Here go the Northern Beaches on halfway. Juggled, couldn't control it. And Scarlett Hagan puts it down. Now Newcastle, where they like to attack. MacArthur.
And the 10, McCarthy, she should come off for a sub. She's been very good for them, worked really hard.
Brianna Rawlins. Now Scarlett Hagan instigates the touch. Rawlins again, getting low. But it was a touch, asking to go back.
Now that's great sportsmanship there. The referee viewed that the touch had been made, but I think it was young Chantel Baum who got up and said, "No, sir, I didn't make the touch." And so the referee awards the touchdown. And now that deficit is out again. So 11-4 with 8 to play.
And that level of sportsmanship's elevated because it's a grand final as well.
Yep, fantastic display.
So on Friday, that's nice sportsmanship. On Sunday, that's great sportsmanship.
Exactly.
Heading towards the 7 again. Berryman, jinking, heading back. Looking for support to come. There she goes, Berryman. Long ball, cutout ball, spinning around, pirouetting and slamming it down. Cervantes getting the try.
Yeah, and again, that's Berryman in the middle of the field. She's really dictating play for the Renegades. She's turned the defence inside and out all day, but a beautiful long ball to Cervantes. And she dives over the line, gets underneath the defence. And again, the Northern Beaches, they're just staying in touch, aren't they? They haven't broken that elastic band yet.
They haven't. Should get extra points for the pirouette before the put down. That was very impressive. Now Newcastle on the hunt. No, they've got a nice buffer. Looking to really drive it in and win the penalty as well.
So, yeah, they've got to be strong here defensively, the Renegades. They can't afford to let another touchdown in.
Then the skinny short side sliding in. Can't quite get to the line. Letitia West has to go back and play it. Newcastle knocking on the door. Rushing out. That was good initiative by Berryman. Able to keep Newcastle at bay. Again, good strategy.
Again, Newcastle got to recognise this and get the acting half close so when they do rush out, they can try and trap the defence out there. And the referee's found an offside player, played the advantage. The touch was made by the onside player, but there was an offside player in the ruck, so they've played the advantage and come back for the penalty.
And the Northern Beaches know it's desperation. They have to rush out. They have to get physical. They have to put pressure on.
And that's why Newcastle have to get the acting half close to the player with the ball. So when they do rush out, they can look to take advantage.
This is Rose Bond. Now West. Bond again. Shaped inside, but took the touch. Getting back, resetting on the 7. What can they deliver here, Newcastle? Change of passing by the middles. Dropping it down the sweep. Cut out ball. Knocked on.
Yeah, I think the pass, was meant for the winger, but the link put the hands up there. She was running into a hole. So that was Ty there, was trying to get through that hole, but unfortunately couldn't take it, and the ball goes to ground.
Berryman on the attack for the Northern Beaches. They trail 11 points to 6. This is the under-16 girls grand final. 5 minutes remaining. I'm Tony Salerno. Dean Russell joining me in commentary. Great to have you along here on KO. Guzman E. Gomez, grand final day. Campos running them inside out. And she surrenders possession because of a last touch. 2 grand finals remain after this one. I'll be bringing you the under-18s girls, and then Joel Kane will round it out with the under-18s boys. Look out for that one. That's our main event for the day. But in 4 minutes, we'll be giving away another trophy, looking most likely to be in Newcastle's grasp. Last touch coming in behind. Briannan. Good ball on. Couldn't find a handle on that one from Mackenzie Pitfield.
Yeah, Rawlings there, Brianna Rawlings with the 50 on the back. She's been really strong and been dangerous out of half every time she's got into the red zone.
2 passes towards their box. Campos in the pink boots, bringing her good luck. Subs right onto the field and straight into the action, of course.
Good interchange of passes there too from the Northern Beaches ladies.
It's a big good heart shown by the Northern Beaches. If they can get another try, it'll be consolation. But if they can hit the scoreboard again, give them some good confidence. As we mentioned earlier, these teams cross paths all the time. So definitely bragging rights on offer in Sydney.
That was really an enterprising play there from the Beaches. Spreading the ball, trying to create the opportunity, but really impressed by McCarthy from Newcastle. Could have easily given up on that play down the sideline with an 11-6 lead, but chased hard to make sure that there wasn't a touchdown coming.
Here's one coming here through Ehlers. Nice footwork and a touch right at the end.
Yeah, good defence. Under all sorts of pressure, but diving in there to make the touch.
11 points to 6, 5-point margin. There's another example where Newcastle got the first 3 points, but also have been a better team for much of this game. Dubbo really put on a show these last 3 days. Dean, I know you've been working very closely with the construction of this tournament. It's been fantastic what's been provided.
Yeah, like Dubbo Regional Council, the Dubbo Touch Association have done a fantastic job once again hosting us out here. Of course, really proud of my own staff and the amount of effort and work that they put into running this event. And of course, it's not over for us. We've got the Guzmani Gomez State Finals next weekend, and I know we've got Joel Kane coming up a bit later in commentary, but he'll actually be coaching next week. He got his beloved Sharks through to the State Finals next weekend, so he'll be down there on the field trying to get the state championship.
Be looking forward to that one on KO. Newcastle driving again, looking good too. Into the strike zone, and another touchdown. This time it's Isabella Alupis who has the touchdown. And Newcastle, you can put that one in the trophy because it's coming to Newcastle.
Yeah, and look, that was off McCarthy. It was all McCarthy. She's just scooted out of half with a clean set of hurls, got into the in-goal area, looked wide, gave a beautiful pass to a winger, and we're now 13-6. There's a minute 48 to play, and as you said, the trophy is going to Newcastle.
Minute 40 on the clock. Referee asking the Northern Beaches player to go back. 13 plays 6, 90 seconds remaining. Another grand final run and one. Just about. Berryman finds Campos, drops it down. Nice scoop from Berryman. Has Campos as an option. Doesn't need her because the wing is unmarked. And for the Northern Beaches, Charlotte Walker strolls in. Has another one, 13 points to 8. Not a lot of points in the early part of the game, but it's a really high scorer now.
Yeah, and Berryman just showed her class there, like just really good skills, like the speed, the footwork, and the pass. The pass was beautiful out to the winger. And even though Newcastle had slipped in the defensive line, I don't think they would have stopped that touchdown anyway.
So Newcastle with one of their last charges of the day, of the tournament. It's been comprehensive from the Knights. Been arguably the best team in this competition, and they're going to have the silverware to show for it. Would have been a nice exclamation point if they could have scored that one.
Yeah, and they're getting ready to celebrate, I think, the girls from the Steel City. They've got a date in Sydney next weekend at the Guzmani Gomez State Finals. And on what we've seen today, they might be pretty hard to knock off. They might go in favourites.
Very well drilled team, good outfit, got a good coaching staff. They're doing all the right things, Newcastle. Looking to take on the Southern Conference Best 16s next week. Nice ball into the middle. That is the siren. On come the Newcastle Knights. Oh, false start.
There's a penalty. They've actually got to stay off because there's a penalty in the Northern Beaches here. So they're going to have to play this out before they can go on and celebrate.
They're holding in all that emotion on the sideline. Like a shaken fizzy drink, ready to explode onto the field. There we go.
Now they go, yes. And look at them. They're really excited to win the Northern Conference. And that's an achievement in itself. But now they set themselves up for the opportunity to really take a state title next weekend when they come to Sydney to play in the Guzmani Gomez Junior State Cup State Finals.
That is a seriously good touch football team. The Newcastle Knights, 13-8 winners in the Under-16s Girls Grand Final. Up next, it's the Under-18s Girls Grand Final, our final Girls Grand Final for today. But then following that one, it's the Under-18s boys, what we've all been waiting for. Make sure you stay with KO for the big 18s Grand Finals to come.
Looks like we're going to cross down to Joel Kane very shortly. We're just waiting there. He's got the whole team down there. I'm not sure who he's going to talk to.
He's going to talk to all of them. Down to you, Joel.
So we're just waiting there. They're just getting a few technical things down. So really good game. And so we're just waiting. Joel's got the team down there.
Well, have a look at these girls. They are on fire. The big question is, girls, have you ever won one before?
No!
Do we like the winning feeling?
Yes!
Talk us through it. How do you feel?
Well, first of all, we beat Manly, but we are humble about that. We did put in the effort, and the girls did push through all the games over this weekend. But yeah, full credit to the girls.
Doing it to defend the kingdom.
Yeah.
And what about the fastest girl on the planet? What a great tournament. How'd you feel, darling?
Very good.
Hey, girls, go and celebrate it. Up the mighty Knights, eh?
I love how fast the game is, and I love playing with my friends and coming away and just enjoying the weekend all together.
I'm always learning. I love the speed of the game and just how you have to set up the plays and know what you're doing in defence. So it's more than just running around. There's a lot of thinking involved.
I think it's about just being active and having fun with your mates. You meet so many good people. It's great to catch up here in Port.
The body's in all sorts. I was actually really enjoying it a few weeks ago. I wasn't on Macca. We're having fun, absolutely. Unfortunately, I went on a holiday to Bali, come home, tried to play the next day, and the hammy went. And I've come up here doing my best, but at 42 years of age, mate, it's not the same anymore. Things don't work the same, and I'm struggling. But you know what? The boys are keeping me together. We've got some good team spirit. We're having a good time while we're up here, so we're enjoying ourselves, which is the main thing.
For me, especially now as I'm getting older, it's the social side. So we keep returning not just for the enjoyment of the sport, but for the people we get to catch up with.
I've just been out there with your mates, run around back in the moment, catching, passing, that team environment. It's a great sport. Boys, girls, here watching my daughter play the nearly 20s. It's just a great event. I love it.
Just about the people you meet, the friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So it's like a meeting place here in Port Macquarie, so I know.
It's really good to get back here and be around the touch footy scene.
Here we go, under-18s grand final for the women's. The premier women's competition here in New South Wales Junior State Cup. Northern Conference, I'm Tony Solano. Jason Stanton's alongside me. We've got the two heavyweights, Manly and Nelson Bay.
Yeah, a bit of an interest to see whether Nelson Bay can take down the Giants. The Giants in junior touch. Manly 18s, they've been dominant the whole weekend. And let's see what Nelson Bay, whether they can, really stand up and make sure Manly don't have it all their way here today.
Most certainly, Manly are dominant, undefeated in the pool stages, sweeping through to the grand final, and they've only got to win one more. It's this one. Grace French, the first dump of the game. Medved. Nice interchange of passing, coming through, over the top, and that's why they've been so dominant so early. Eliza O'Sullivan with the first touchdown in the first 30 seconds, and Manly have a 3-point lead.
It was a beautiful start, and with the first try being worth 3, getting out of the blocks. Nelson Bay probably... Well, they're just going to have to settle and regroup here because that's a super start, trying the first 30 seconds.
You think that'll settle in your nerves? My goodness.
Maybe for Manly.
Yeah.
Not for Nelson Bay.
Yeah. Now Nelson Bay heading to that same southern side of the ground here in Dubbo. Lady Cutler Field. We're playing this one. Nelson Bay heading towards the 7. Slowing things down through Mitchell. Quick touch, scoop. Here is Mitchell. Long ball over the top. Tries the same, but it doesn't quite make her winger. So Manly again straight into it. The under-18s girls. They move so quickly, so agile. They make their way towards the left-hand channel to find their subs box. Here they come. Now a penalty the referee's seen. So Nelson Bay, a let-off for them.
Yeah, for those following the coverage, the first couple of days been very blustery, quite windy here, but today it's sort of settled down a bit in the last hour or so, so these are perfect conditions for touch.
Super dry, not very windy. Nelson Bay being asked to lift from their coaching staff. That's what they're looking to do. Rawlins back inside. Just exchanging the ball. Was that an aggressive touch? The referee okay with that. Nelson Bay, what can they offer here? They like that left-hand shift. Here it is. Can't quite execute it that way. So both teams showing their hand. That left wing is where they like to strike.
And she's away.
Away she goes. Lara Pedersen reeled in right on halfway.
Great chase there. I think it was the number 12 Barnes. Super chase there. Otherwise it would have been 2-0. 2 tries.
2 tries, that's for sure. Manly looking very in a mood. All of a sudden French dumps it down. Perrott going towards Ryan. A diagonal run to the right-hand side, getting her team to a spot. Now back infield, Medved. Dumping it down. Gets it back as the acting half. Over the top! It's hurled, but it was a touch right in the nick of time. Back goes Bishop.
Was that Batista, the winger? The 2 great saves from Nelson Bay. They're going to have to do it again.
Well, they can't do it this time. And strolling in, Jazz Vera and Manly turning it on in the first 4 minutes. They lead 5-0.
Yeah, 2 early tries. One of the saving grace for Nelson Bay here is that it's happened so quickly. There's still 22 minutes left in this one. So if they can settle in, maybe get one back, the main thing is not to worry about the scoreboard and just look to get the next try. Focus on the minute.
And that'll help Manly as well. You know, sometimes the real heavyweights, when they get to the big stage, sometimes a little bit shaky to start, but Manly picking up where they've left off for most games. Now trying to be aggressive in defence as well. Trying to force that error. Nelson Bay into the 7. Here they go. This looks inviting and promising. Cut out ball. Was that a touch in time? Try. So Nelson Bay through Alice Mitchell are on the board themselves, 5-2. They've had 3 tries between the two teams in the first 5 minutes.
It's a nice settler there for Nelson Bay. And the thing to remember about both these teams is that they're coming in undefeated. I think it's maybe 8 wins or 9 wins each to get here. So they're both absolute class outfits. And Nelson Bay, it's not like they've sort of scraped into the final. They've been dominant through. I think it might have been a plus 30 or plus 40 differential. Like, they were a bit of the talk of the town. Just how dominant they were Friday and Saturday.
That's right. And then it all comes down to your pool, who you play, how strong they are, how weak they are. But both these teams, cherry ripe to go here, and they're showing it already. Driving upfield, the Neptunes, a juggle. Able to hold it is Rollins. They activate their subs box. Begley out there. Dummy. Netball pass over the top. Good play.
Big scoop coming here, mate. Big scoop coming.
Here it is. There it goes. The scoop into the strike zone, but active half touched. So it'll be a turnover.
Yeah, nice scoop there. And that's better play from Nelson Bay. I'd like to see him play a little bit of dump scoop in this next 5-10 minute period and really see if they can get Manly going backwards.
Manly want to be clean out of trouble. That's a good charge. Put her down for 20 metres. Able to get up the ground. Tordian. Saw her sister in an earlier grand final for Manly. Manly, of course, well in the 16s, and they're doing great in the 18s. Here they come. Space. Just got to put it down and score. Did she beat the touch? No. No, cleared the touch, so it will be a try. Carissa Smith. So a touch, and Nelson Bay will head up the field.
I think it was a close one. I think the referee might have got a bit of help from the sideline there because he was going back toward the try there, Tony, and then all of a sudden we got the right call in the end, I think.
You can't take your eyes away from anywhere. Everybody in on the act. 5-2 Manly lead. Nelson Bay Neptunes. After that shock start, Nelson Bay starting to warm into the game. Getting a little bit more confident.
Lots of energy here. Of course, the champions here in Dubbo go through to, like, you know, the big Super Bowl, the big championship match in Sydney next week. And that'll be against the Penrith Panthers, who edged out the Roosters last week in the Southern Conference.
So will it be Penrith Panthers and Manly Sea Eagles, or Penrith Panthers and Nelson Bay Neptunes?
I'm sure the Panthers are watching on live on KO.
They would definitely be. Draw pass, puts her winger away, evades the touch as well. And that's a try to Jazz Vera. That's her second. And Manly up 7-2.
Yeah, Manly really, it was really good to see him take what I consider to be a half opportunity. I don't know whether the winger from Nelson Bay had to come in. She had a lot of support from the inside, but maybe there wasn't good comms there. So she's come in to try and help, and Manly snuffed out an opportunity down the sideline there. They snuffed it out. I don't know what the word is, but they got the try, Tony.
They did, stretching out. Couldn't quite get it. The last-ditch effort, not good enough. So the Neptunes have to try and reel them in again. 18s girls grand final here on Guzman E. Gomez grand final day. 7-2 Manly lead. That was a little bit messy. And now it's going to be the ball the way of Manly.
And so what happens, Tony, in the earlier games is they get a bit more time to set up if they're playing against a team that's not as strong as Manly, and they can talk through their plays. But what Manly are doing, they're actually pressing. They're loud. They're cutting their time down. Nelson Bay have got to adjust to that. They've got to call their play a bit quicker. So they've got to settle in a bit. They've still got plenty of time, but they're going to have to just call their plays a bit earlier. You can see Manly meeting them here in defence. They're rushing up again, really cutting down the time at Nelson Bay.
Changing strategy from what they've been used to the opening few games. So decision-making has to be a lot more thorough and a lot more direct.
Yeah, 100%.
Working back towards the middle. Other Neptunes floating a ball towards the link. Last play. Tiptoeing, getting down towards the sideline. Draw pass, but the defence was there. Arm raised in the air. She was very proud of that touch.
No, it was a good one. Manly, a very high-energy outfit. Even in the box here, you sort of get a good read by what the substitutions are doing. And you can see Manly, they're walking up and down. They're clapping the touches. They're very energetic. here's a good chance for Nelson Bay. They've got to start to mount this comeback soon.
We'll start with a touchdown here if they can get it. This looks promising, but Forster has to take the touch. Back to the 7. Nelson Bay on the attack. What can they deliver here? Drop, scoop, receives it back. Sliding in.
That's down.
No touch. There you go. Something out of relatively nothing. Didn't look too dangerous, but then spur of the moment, diving from a fair way out, got the result.
Yeah, she wasn't really beat there, the Manly defender. I think just a bit of lapse in concentration. She didn't take that extra step back to hit the line. And the referee's in great position and very good vocals there. She said, you haven't hit the line, that's play on. And Nelson Bay back within striking distance at least, 7-4.
Still hanging around, and that's what you've got to do in finals. Perrott, they go to the left. They've got Vera on that wing in the orange boots, who they've used quite often. Bay. Nelson Bay working it away from their box. Heading up the field. Mitchell drops it down. Scooped up by Forster. That ball hits the turf, so it's a turnover.
Yeah, one of the things to look out for, it's a really good thing that Nelson Bay are doing, so shout out to their coaching staff. As they're substituting on, they're looking for that extra pass. They're not doing a one-up. As they're coming on, they're looping around and they're throwing that extra pass. That's a good feature. As opposed to, if you look at Manly here, they're more tactically just going straight. So it's just interesting to see the different contrast, but it's good to see Nelson Bay using the ball.
Yeah, that's right. Having a little bit of a different trick in there. Ball straight through, unopposed. Trying to put it down, but the touch was made. No, it wasn't. Dry. Grace French streaking away. Unopposed. Got really close, Nelson Bay, and were able to put it down.
Yeah, you'll notice on the replay that Grace French didn't actually just do a standard loop. She actually was quite tight to her, then just stepped out late and then just put the jets on.
She did. Dive for all money. Almost got there, Forster. But French keeps Manly ahead, 9-4.
And now Nelson Bay will need 3 tries, so the scoreboard's starting to come into it, but still plenty of footy left in this one. We're still not even halfway through.
Still plenty of time for Nelson Bay. Here they go towards the centre. Very compressed. Now fanning out. That was touched. Was it so to be 6 more tackles? Yes.
Yeah, Nelson Bay almost look more comfortable scooping than their lateral game. They look good coming into the line. I'd almost walk backwards to the 10 here and run in. They look a bit better than that, than more the statics. See, Manly tend to be compressing, really shutting down that dive. So Nelson Bay have to get them up for a scoop, or they need to look for some reverse plays going the opposite way.
Let's see if the Neptunes do that. They've got space on the left. Cutout ball was intercepted, well read. I just said that Manly compressing defence, really suffocating Neptunes on the try line. So Manly humming in attack and also in defence as well.
Yeah, they look quite comfortable down there with what Nelson Bay are throwing at them. So definitely it's the running game of Nelson Bay, which might get them back into it, but Manly looking the goods at the moment.
Gray, now Smith, dumps it down, the scoop from Gray. 1-2 again, last touch. Gray getting in and away, looking to drop her winger inside. Smith looking to chain past their way through the field, and Vera, she's knocked that one on. Usually finds herself in space that time. Had to reach out and couldn't reel it in.
And look for the Manly press here. There's the first 2 shooters, and they'll send up players again. And Nelson Bay quite rightly doing the extra pass. They'll need to be doing more of that, because Manly just keep running at him here again.
They go, but it means the defensive line's broken also, so they can make 20 metres on their drive too, which is helpful. Rawlins heading towards the 7. This looks better from Nelson Bay. Trying to get in and away. Really needed to hold that pass.
Yeah, the short ball was, or maybe a long ball to the winger there, might have had the try as well. But again, Nelson Bay, they really look good on that run, don't they, Tony? Rolling into the line. They really look good that way, and they've still got time. They've still got time. They've got to be patient.
Gray finds Vera. Back in for Gray. Manly on the front foot. Here they go through Tordian. The try scorer French. Was that a touch pass? That's what the referee says. So Nelson Bay, good field position to start this set. As they head towards the touchline. Get a few more subs on. Right down that right-hand channel. Good evasive work from De Bono. But just like that, unable to stitch those passes together.
Yeah. Well, you can't get they need 3 tries to get the lead, and you're not going to get the 3 in one go. So this is where you just really need to stick to your systems, get the ball down, roll into it, and just try and look to get one back.
French dumps it down. Now Tordian. O'Sullivan. Look at them work their way through. Medved. Now Gray. She's been good since he come on. Medved finds Gray. Space if she dummies. And she scores. Manly is that one hand on the trophy. We're 10 minutes from home, but it's a big lead now.
Yeah, you mentioned one hand on the trophy. Manly definitely, like, lots of cheers here from the box. Geez, they're looking great. I know it's only 5 tries to 2, but sometimes in a grand final, it's also the way the game's going, and Nelson Bay haven't completed enough. So, 5 tries to 2. Can Nelson Bay get 4 tries back? Possible, but they're going to have to start soon.
They're going to have to start pretty much now. Get themselves on the front foot. They look good, as you mentioned, being direct and forward and getting to that 7. It's just once they get to that 7, play starts to break down a little bit. Dump. Taking their time. Chevet. 2 passes wide. This is better if they draw past, but a last-ditch tap. Great work from Bishop. They try down that left channel again. Through hands. And intercepted. Manly read that one well.
Yeah, the Manly outside players, the links and wingers, they've really contributed. You often see on the drive here as they come towards the box, you'll see the winger invariably take a hit up, as we see here again.
Vera, over halfway. You called it, Jace.
Yeah, lots of value from their wingers, Manly. Good work there in their high-performance program. Very, very smart tactically.
Smith finds a good ball for Perrott. Over the top again. That was hard for Patterson. But the idea was right. Manly starting to get real confidence and throwing longer passes.
Yeah, they're definitely nice and relaxed in their footy, and that's what makes it even harder for Nelson Bay to try and get back in this one, because Manly get a bit of extra boost of confidence. They've got the scoreboard on their side, relax a bit. It's going to be hard, but as I said, you just got to focus on getting one back.
How are they going to turn the tide here, Nelson Bay? Last touch, they like that left side. Decide to go through the middle, but trailing nicely and making the touch, Imi Jackson. 7 away from their own line, centre field, Manly. They'll drive again. Good work. The subs come on, 1 out stuff, nothing special. Just making sure they get into enemy territory each time they have the footy. It's a good strategy, and look at the meterage they're making. French dummies into the strike zone. Touch, says the referee. So Medved wasn't able to put it down before she was touched.
Yeah, Grace French, what a player. She makes it look easy. It isn't an easy thing to do, like to bend down, scoop the ball, rising up, accelerating, ball in 2 hands. The dummy, it's quite hard, and then she had the speed to go with it, and she just made it look like she was strolling down the middle of the field here.
That was a line ball, and the referee's seen that forward pass. So it doesn't get much easier for Nelson Bay. Got to defend again. Manly don't look like letting up either.
No, they're in their groove here, and Nelson Bay, who have had an amazing event over 3 days, but definitely coming up against a classy outfit here in Manly who don't look like they're going to ease up at all, Tony.
French takes the touch. Down safely, Vera. Smith. Gray back to Smith again. Scoops it up, Gray. Looking for a pass into the strike zone. Who's there? She was touched though, and she was acting half anyway, so it would have been a turnover either way. Manly 11-4, so it looks like it'll be Manly taking on the Penrith Panthers next week at the State Cup Finals. That's brought to you by Guzman y Gomez, delivering you great content, great food, and they've been a great partner here for the New South Wales Touch Football Association on New South Wales Junior State Cup weekend. Beautiful part of the world, Dubbo, where we are hosting the event. Thank you to Dubbo Touch Football Association, Dubbo Council, everyone that's been involved.
It's a really good family trip. I'll come back to it because I've got a number again here.
And it's Vera looking for try number 3, pinning the ears back, but they got there in time. Forster able to get a touch on Vera.
Yeah, Forster's been superb over 3 days and great chase there in the corner. I think most other teams that's a try, but Forster run it down.
Had to, but how long do they stop the bleeding? Gray. Didn't take much longer, and there is the try to Toutian. Manly, they don't get you on the wings, they get you through the middle. And now this is a really dominant display. Look out, Penrith Panthers.
Yeah, I think the Manly team's a little bit in party mode now. Just going to enjoy the grand final, and as you mentioned, you said they're trying to stop the bleeding, and right on cue, Manly deliver a try in the middle as well, showing they got the whole range of plays.
They do. Nelson Bay Neptunes have had a great tournament, been very competitive in pretty much all ages, which will impress their association. Been a great tournament. And as we've mentioned, Jace, some teams come more for development, some teams come to win the tournament, but it's a good learning experience either way for any team that comes here. Some of the best reps in the land, certainly in the northern region of New South Wales.
Yeah, and Nelson Bay, they generally what you find, even though that some of these guys won't, be the right age to play next year, generally find as a club the high performance programs get a good boost, and Nelson Bay not always featuring here in the 18s girls final, so now they get a boost out of this, and lots of the kids there looking at how well they've gone. So sometimes you see the success in later years, might be 1 or 2 years down the track.
But definitely plenty to work with, even if all of these players, of course, won't come back next year. There's still a call that have been benefited by this experience for sure. Grace French, we've said her name quite a bit today. She's been really good on the drive. Manly again down that right-hand channel. Going to open up the field. Gray barking instructions as she scoops it up, getting in behind. Turning her defender around. Gray, the number 1 for Manly. Penalised on this occasion. And back chat. So they're having a great time of it, but still trying to be as competitive as they can. This grand final, one of the more one-sided that we've had today. 4 grand finals completed, 16 boys. Manly defeated Maitland 10-9. Northern Beaches 5-0 in their grand final win. And of course Manly here, 13-4 in command. Thought about going through hands. Gray wanted to keep it going on. 2 minutes 30 on the clock, just over halfway. Gray heading forward. Parrott. Underneath, Manly come. Just outside the 7. Through hands they come. Nelson Bay Neptunes, one of their last plays of the campaign. They'll venture over halfway. Been some really good players, Forster included, Mitchell. They've all been there, they've all tried their heart outs, but they've just come up against a really good Manly outfit.
Yeah, very much so. And for those tuning in, watching from Sydney, that's where we've got the 2 champion teams playing next Sunday over at the Tempe Velodrome. Not quite sure of the times just yet, but that's where the 2 champions will meet. And in this division, it'll be Manly and Penrith, as you mentioned earlier.
Manly and Penrith state finals next week on KO. Can't wait for that. Manly make an error. 90 seconds remaining. For the Neptunes, it'll be back to their association. Build up again. Who knows next year? Who'll be back around to see if they can contend again. Manly looking very strong. This division overall, across the board, very good teams.
Yeah, very good standard right across. I think this is just the case of Manly being, you know, a little bit better than the rest across, because it was a very good division. Like I said, like Nelson Bay, undefeated, superb tournament. Just Manly maybe 1 or 2 levels higher than them on this occasion. So they'll learn from this for sure, and Manly definitely going to be a really tough matchup with the Panthers next week.
Looking forward to that one, of course. It's a long bus trip home or flight home for some of these teams, so if they watch that going home, they might learn a few things, break it down. Gray, now French, trying to zigzag away from her opponents. 20 seconds remaining. Love seeing the subs box just about when they're about to sprint onto the field to celebrate a win. The under-18s girls. It's been Manly's day. They've been dominant throughout Sunday, all of Friday and Saturday too. There is a penalty, so they're going to have to come back off. A couple of teams have been guilty of that today. French. Now Gray. She'll succumb to the touch, and there it is. Out come Manly, the coaching staff, the players, loving what they're seeing. A victory for the under-18s girls Manly, 13 points to 4, a dominant display. Coming up next, it'll be the under-18s boys. Joel Kane and Jason Stanton will take you through that one. But Manly across the board, a fantastic association, and they're going to be able to take that trophy back to Sydney as they've been superb today. We're going to throw down shortly to Joel, who's on the ground with some winning reaction. Hopefully getting a coach or a player or the team just to bask in their success. Looks like he's got a coach down there, standing by.
I think you'll be hard-pressed to get the team out of it. Plenty of excitement being the champions.
And just before we go down to Joel, we'll take a quick break. And on the other side, Joel with the reaction from the champions.
Tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, see.
Thank you very much. These girls behind me are the new champs. Have a look at them.
Back to back, baby!
And back to back, baby. That's the term. Alyssa, the captain, the El Capitano. How do you feel?
I feel over the moon. Like, these are just the best bunch of girls. There's so many new ones, there's so many old ones, and we've just come together, we've gelled. You can see by the scoreboard, we were in it to win it, and it was just so good. I'm so proud.
Okay. Now, who would have thought the netball courts would be a great feeder for the touch? Who's our new players? How do you feel, Nolan?
I'm just over the moon. I was about to swear. I'm so sorry. I am beyond grateful for all my teammates. They welcome me so much. I've never played touch before in my life.
What position did you play?
Wing.
Wing attack or wing defence?
Wing attack.
Yes. Hey, girls, you're the champs. Well done. Go and enjoy. Back to back, baby.
Discover the wild at Taronga Western Plains Zoo in Dubbo. Go on safari. See new arrivals. Roam far and wide and marvel up close. Discover how we heal the wild at our brand new wildlife hospital. You can even stay the night. and wake up to this. Only at Taronga Western Plains Zoo. Buy tickets now at taronga.org.au.
Welcome back, final game of the day, Central Coast. Mitch Walkerton, who by the way is going to join the coverage. Look at this, they are pumped ready to go, but this Newcastle team, Tony Salerno, as they run out, we've seen both teams, they have points galore, Central Coast, and this Newcastle side, they are one of the better, grittier defensive sides you'll ever see.
Yeah, attack versus defence, a very good trait for both these teams. They're both very good in each of those facets, and I'm really looking forward to this one. They played yesterday, and it was dead even, and last minute Newcastle scored a try right on the bell to win it. This one could go either way, Joel.
Looking forward to this now, and it's an important rock-off to win, which Central Coast have. Here we go in the grand final. This kid here has been super impressive, the number 7. So Newcastle are defending this one as the Coast go away, and they're going to be plonked down on the 7. The man to watch without doubt is out here, the number 7, which happens to be Jesse Walker. So we're going to have interviews for the coaches throughout. Here comes Newcastle. It comes away now to the club captain, but he passes it along, and Louis Jack Skinner has been caught. End-to-end stuff, and the 3 points up for grabs, which we know is such a premium. Central Coast fresh troops. Travis Jackson into the contest. Riley Post is there, and Kyam Hunt that is, who has the ball. Back he goes away, and a juggling pass, and a big chance. Might have gone forward, but the referee is going to say that's all clear. Central Coast out of the gates.
Yes, they are. Fantastic work from the Central Coast. A big spiraling pass. They love that play. Hoiked it over the top and able to get it in the corner.
They can find points, this team, no doubt about that. They won the final having conceded about 8, but having scored about 9. So Newcastle now through Brain. Toller into the contest as well. McKenzie on his hip too. McKenzie at dummy half. Here comes Stone, and Stone's going to respond immediately. So 3-2. What a thrilling start.
He's very good at that diving try, is Stone. Getting in nice and low, getting underneath the touch. The replay will show it perfectly once it does come up. Here we go, Brain. Quick dump. McKenzie involved too, and then Stone sliding in underneath the hand.
So Central Coast now, who have the 3-2 narrow margin for this point. You've got to watch Jesse Walker. He's there at dummy half. Jesse takes off against the grain, immediately gets the overlap. He's looking to cash in, and that they will. You just got to watch him. You can plan for him, but I'm not sure how you stop him. Newcastle concede their second, and the Coast boys off to a flyer.
It's Rodriguez again. He's so good in that position. Able to go in, and always a supporter for Walker.
Absolutely. Let's go down to our man, Jace, who's down on the touchline.
Jason, just here with Coach John Dalton on the sideline. You've sort of got out of the blocks quick, but 2-1. How do you settle the boys down?
Just hopefully they can continue with their flow. They just got to complete their sets and defend. If we get that right, the tries will look after themselves for sure. So
no worries. Best luck for the game, mate, and we'll come back to you soon.
Thank you very much, Jason and JD. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the coverage as Central Coast leading 5-2 over Newcastle. They've just got so much points. They're just repeating to give an idea about this Newcastle side, as they go up the field again through Hunt, good touch. Every single player is underage, which I think is a massive, massive achievement for them, even to this point.
Well, it just means they're going to be a force again next year as well. These same players will be back, coming to contend for the title and also potentially the State Cup if they do win here. So it's great experience for them.
So aggressive defence here from Central Coast. And this man here, Geordie Harris, played a major part in the semi-final to get his side home. It was a thrilling contest. And now the Central Coast playing very direct. We like that. We really like that. Just a couple up the middle. And now they come on through Travis Jackson. Walker back into the contest. Walker again will ask some big questions. And a question which is a slam dunk touchdown. Try and stop him. Just try.
He's tall, gangly, able to use his body so well to get in between and underneath, so quick. He's got such great traits for a touch footballer, and he's been very dangerous. He would have been on the Newcastle tip sheet, as you can see on the replay here, just able to be so elusive.
So Newcastle, who have banked on their defence so often in this tournament, find themselves down 7-2. Newcastle, Brain, he's been good as well, but this defence,
that one hit the ground.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful people of Dobbo Touch have some fresh bread left over. If you would like to purchase a loaf of freshly baked bread, $2 a loaf, you can just come and see the team in the canteen.
Mackenzie, Brain,
Fresh baked today, beautiful.
back to Brain. Here's a chance, Stone. Well, Stone goes through. Mackenzie was brilliant. And just like that, the Coast 7 lead Newcastle 4.
Well, you can't take your eyes off them. Brain and Mackenzie, when they're working together, they really tie in those middles and create space for links like Stone just to slide in. He scored a try earlier. This one a lot easier, untouched.
So 7-4 is the score, which means really, in old terms, 3-2. But Newcastle, having conceded the first of the touchdowns, Walker's there again, and Walker is... He's got another one. Give the man a cape. He just goes out there and contributes to the scoreboard.
Just bang straight away. As soon as they get possession, both these teams lethal, able to provide another try for their team. 9-4 the score.
Stanton down there with Mitchie Walkerton.
Six. G'day, sideline here with Mitch Walker and the coach. Going really well so far. At what point do you keep doing the same plays, or when do you look for change-ups? Because they're going good so far.
Until it stops working, then we won't change anything until it might be a little bit boring, but we're going to keep running the same plays over and over and over until they actually stop us.
Until they do it. No worries. Back up to you. We'll catch Mitch later. Thanks,
Jason,
mate.
Mitch, great access during a game. Fantastic stuff for your KO coverage. As Brain has the ball out near the 7, and you hear the voice of Mitchie Walkman. Back to business for him. And touches made. Score remains 9-4. So Stone's going to get the out ball here. He couldn't quite bring it in, but it was nice how he said he crept in and then pounced on the out ball.
He's been eating those up these last few days, just didn't connect there, Stone. And you feel like when you're down in that 7 in a game like this, you're going to have to make it count. So now the Central Coast get a chance to roll up the field. No advantage. It was a forward pass thrown, but no advantage. So Central Coast, another set of 6.
Yep. So here they come, Central Coast. Through Nashi Russell. Hunt. Popping it up now against the grain. Oh, Hunt was almost through, but the wing reading was fantastic.
Bullet pass, just not right on the mark. Now 6 more tackles to Central Coast.
Tony Salerno, this is a big moment here of the match. 17 remain. I know there's a long way to go, but if they go to 11-4, it might be an unassailable lead. Hunt asking the question, short side, jumping around, but Stone up to the challenge. So the Central Coast now. Logan O'Brien. Penalty. This is a big set right now. Huge set, in fact.
Compiling the pressure. Newcastle hanging on by a thread.
So Newcastle, O'Brien, Hunt back to O'Brien, but the shutdown defence of the Newcastle Knights. Here they come. Can they survive this? They've got to find a way here, Tony Salerno.
They do. You spoke about Newcastle's defensive grit. It's on display here. They've got to really use it to keep themselves in the game. Central Coast red hot in attack.
So Hunt, chance, dummies, slams it down, touch made. We might go back down to the sideline with Jason Stanton just to get a read on how the game's flowing so far, Jace.
You going to come to us? Yep, sweet.
Yeah, Central Coast's been having a really good start to the game, running plays against the flow, Joel. Like they're sweeping one way, coming back. So that's something that the Newcastle boys are going to have to contend with to get back in this one.
We'll keep coming down to Jace. It's a wonderful access, just a great mind, Jason Stanton. And it is the Central Coast who maintain the lead of 9-4. This next touchdown, this is a massive opportunity. They want to get going here. The Knights get going. It was offside, must have played through, have to give the touchdown, I would think.
They do.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. So very, very smart play from Geordie Harris, who's got the Knights back into the game.
Nash Russell just couldn't come back in time.
Jason Stanton, 9-6, the Coast leading Newcastle.
You guys could get us. Yep.
Yeah, sometimes you need a little bit of luck to get back into it, and there's still 15 minutes left in the game. So if I'm in the box here for either team, I'm just looking to focus on the next minute and just getting the next try to get back into it.
Thank you, Jace. But how do you stop this bloke? Every time he makes a visit there, he finds points. I'm talking about Jesse Walker, but this time they'll shut him down. 9-6. Newcastle. Brain. Here they come. This is with a bit more intent now, Newcastle. This looks a bit better. Jackson. Away now to McElwain. Geordie Harris, dummy half. Harris wants to kill it in the corner, which they have been very disciplined at, this Newcastle side. Not so much there.
That was a commentator's curse in terms of discipline. Able to get the penalty, the Central Coast, and work it up the field. They're using their subs rotation well. Looking towards there again, driving up the field.
Here's a chance, not square. McElwain and Geordie Harris, 9-6. But in real terms, it's 4-3. So not really too much in this.
That's where that valuable third point off the first try comes into play.
Massive value. Jackson, the club captain. Can he hoist his club to a victory? Harris, but Walker is able to make the touch. Jackson, and again, they're just going to be disciplined, play the long game. What about grand final-wise? So the Northern Beaches featured in 7 of the 10 grand finals. Having won 4, that's a big day out, Tony, isn't it?
It is. It's most certainly a big day out, and it just shows the strength of the club at all levels to know that as they go up in the grades, there's always going to be more coming through, and this success that they're having isn't going to go away anytime soon.
Twice they've been pinched for not being square to the box, and they're just inviting Newcastle ever so slightly back in the game.
Both of these teams still waiting for their first win today on grand final day. So this is a real feather in the cap for whichever team wins.
Most of the action for Newcastle has been around this number 2 stone. So Brain goes down, McKenzie to Brain, but resolute defence from Central Coast. They drop it only a couple of metres out and Brain tries to go through but can't. But again, they keep the ball away from the Central Coast box.
Yeah, it's almost like kicking to a corner, really,
Yep.
just presenting it in the bottom of the field to make Central Coast work it out of their 7 all the time.
Hunt's a handful with great driving, and this time a penalty. Big set coming up. Jason Stanton here for the Newcastle Knights. Score is at 9-6. They just have to find a way to hold on here.
Yeah, Newcastle sort of getting back into the game on the back of some Central Coast errors, so that's something that Central Coast coach will have to have a look at. And have a look at that. I think it's Brain, number 28, and Stone, number 2 for Newcastle. They're going to be the key if Newcastle are going to get back into this one.
Here's the Coast now. And long ball. Caught in goal, though, so you fancy it may have gone forward. And the referee's body language indicating exactly that. Score remains 9-6.
It was the right idea. Long ball, but just floated forward. Not much of a wind anymore, but earlier that would have flown miles forward. Winds come down, dry surface, great for touch football.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage for KO. If you want to go back and watch the game, do yourself a favour and go back and watch maybe an hour or so ago as Harris goes. Oh, beautiful pass, but beautiful chase. 2 Central Coast kids have ironed themselves out here.
Look like a head clash if we get it on the replay.
Jeez, I hope it's not. But the commitment to make the touch. So they've just copped a whack there, the Central Coast. One's grabbing a leg. So they're both wanting to stay on the field.
One's hobbling towards, no, back into the line. So yeah, they will stay on.
Mitchie Walker and the coach has gone out to show some concern. They're fine, they're going to stay on. And the score remains 9-6.
10 minutes remaining though.
10 minutes remaining. They're just, if they get the next one, I think they can go all the way. And this bloke here, look at him go. Walker, the long pass away, they can't hold on to it.
That was low percentage by Rodriguez. The tap over the top, maybe should have held it and kept in position.
These boys for Central Coast have never, ever won a state cup. Is today the day? If it's not the day for Newcastle, they've got next year, as I said, they're all under 17. Not to say it can't happen right now, though. Brain, McKenzie to Stone, back to McKenzie, forward pass. It was the pass from McKenzie to Stone that was forward.
It was very close, but the referee had a good look at it, and he awarded it forward. Only 3 points in it, though. So Central Coast, if they play it smart, can really use the time to their advantage.
Geez, they're doing these box sets really good. They're driving very direct before going laterally. I know one Jason Stanton will be very happy for that. I might come to him at the end of this set. If they don't score, we'll see how this goes. Hunt away. Let's go back down to the sideline. Our man Jason Stanton standing by. They're playing very direct, the Central Coast.
Yeah, if I'm on the Newcastle sub-box at the moment, they've really got to try and press and get into the game. This is a fraction quicker than the semi-final. Central Coast have lifted it up and Newcastle a fraction off the pace at the moment. So look to press and get back in this one.
Newcastle must score next, we think, don't we, Tone?
Yeah, most certainly. They're looking, they've got the field position and they've had the ball for a while. But passes like that won't do it, Joel.
No, they've thrown it away. You watch how direct they play. They really take the yards early. They go forward before they want to go laterally.
It is. It's almost like a left-hand turn, isn't it?
Yeah.
Direct, box, back out.
Here's Walker. Walker's on, as they say. Walker, again, he's such a handful. And the touch is made. It wasn't made by his player, though. He invariably finds the other one. And now Newcastle. See how Newcastle are immediately going wide, whereas Central Coast just want to go straight, gun barrel straight to kick off their sets.
Because they want to get to their subs box earlier, it feels like. But they've made the error, Newcastle.
They can nearly close this out here, the Coast. 9-6.
This next try, to use one of the biggest understatements, next try is so crucial in this game. Could determine which way it might go.
Dransfield, Walker, Jackson. Jackson's the dummy half. Back to Walker. Dransfield. Jackson's going to sweep. Goes back away, and they've got the 6 to go. The ball was played out by Walker. It'll be a 6 to go.
Advantage paid.
Massive, massive moment of the match right here.
All the fields have cleared out, Joel. Everybody's under the collar. Everyone's around the ground.
So Walker, short side, Walker diving, and diving towards possibly their first ever championship.
And you mentioned it, Joel. Who else? Jesse Walker Able to get underneath.
Let's go down to the sideline. A little bit of a comfy break now. 11-6. The Coast leading Newcastle sideline. Jason Stanton.
Just here with Coach Walken again, particularly clever there. You went wide against the grain early. Now you're gone quite direct.
Yeah.
When did you make that change?
Oh, just on the fly actually, because we noticed that the middles have made a bit of a difference and change with the policy. So they're sweeping across, which gives our middles on just a traditional quickie more space to get one-on-one and dive. So trying to get that ball live and create opportunities.
No worries. Thanks, Mitch. Good luck for the last 5 minutes, mate.
Thank you, Jace. Thank you, Mitch. Good luck to you, Mitch. They've got a big lead at the moment, 11-6, but the Newcastle boys, you can't give up on them. You can't give up on them as Geordie Harris almost snuck through.
He did, almost got underneath the touch, but up to the task. The Central Coast post, able to keep them at bay.
Here come the Coast. Travis Jackson's out there. Hunt's been very good, and he's going to swoop upon this. Away he goes, but it's shut down at the last by Stone. Well played. They've got to get on with this.
Look out for Nash Russell as well in the bleach blonde hair for the Central Coast. He's got a trick in his deck, so maybe he might bring that out soon.
Newcastle. That's 4. They're screaming no penalties. Boys, stay disciplined. That's what the Coast want to see. And Brain cleverly defended there. Mackenzie, it's the last play. And they want to go to the eastern side of the field and make the touch. This is where it's hard to get to the box when you're quite shallow up the field. But you've almost got to come, and they've been playing so direct.
And you've got to come right to the opposite side of the ground.
Correct.
The Central Coast.
Correct. So they're still going to go direct, which is great. That's the opportunity you get if you play some eyes up. And he's going to run all the way. The big dive. The big dive in the corner from Dylan Kelsby. And that's the opportunity when you look to the box, you go the other side, and the Central Coast are claiming a big one here.
And of course, the box move is so fundamental to the game. The referee just making it official. But it was that they went away from the box that really surprised the Knights, and they weren't able to number up on that side, running away in the big dolphin dive for the Central Coast player, able to look like it's going to get the job done.
Well, Benny Homer introduced the penguin dive on Friday, and Tony's brought the dolphin dive. But the dolphin dive is going to put them up 13-6. And with 4.5 to go, these boys might be on their way to their very, very first championship.
Newcastle are very good at chasing as well. So you can't really count them out at the moment, but it is getting really difficult. They'll need a score now.
They have to find 3 unanswered. The Central Coast in command with 3 minutes 50 to go. What can the Newcastle boys find? There's Walker again. Walker is off and running. But Travis Jackson's the one touched on the last play. They're happy to go there. Jakey Dixon drops it down. They've got to survive. 3 minutes 20 for their first ever championship.
Well, it was funny yesterday in the corresponding fixture, Joel. Could hear Coach Walkerton down on the sideline addressing his team before the game, saying, show them why we're the best team here. They went down by a point last time, but in this grand final, when it's counted, they are showing the Knights why they're the best team here.
13-6. The Central Coast eyeing the clock. The clock's their best friend at the moment. Up the field they go. We might get Jay Stant with Jesse Walker. He's had the hot hand, this boy. He's had an amazing grand final. Down to you, Jace.
5 seconds.
Hunt.
Just on the sideline here with Jesse Walker. You're almost there, mate. How's it feel? Almost?
Unreal. I've never won this before, so it's a big achievement.
Yeah, very cool. I noticed the scooping and diving. You've been consciously having a big variety today.
I'm just trying to do my part for the team, get them over the line for a win.
Amazing game. You're almost there, mate. Couple minutes to go. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Jace. Congratulations, Jesse Walker. What a tournament the young man's had. and they're on their way to their first championship with 2 minutes 10 remaining.
That interview had a bit of Big Bash in it, in-game interview while the game's going on.
We might get the coach quickly, Jace, just before you lose him. You're about to get your first championship, Mitch.
Sideline again with Coach Walker, and you're almost there, mate. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels unbelievable, to be honest. I just love this. I've had some of these boys since they were 8 and 9 and under 10s. I just love them. It's just so good. I'm just so happy for them. It's unreal.
Absolutely amazing. Congratulations. It's party time here in the Central Coast, Joel.
Certainly is, Jace. Mitch Walker, and congratulations to you and the boys as they fly away through Truscott Jones with a great try.
That was lovely in that interview, just watching Truscott Jones run past him and scoring the try. Great vision.
You know what? Many of these kids, Jace, Tony, have come to so many state cups, and this is their last hurrah for some of them, and they're going to finish with a bang. Amazing stuff.
Well deserved too.
15-6, it's been emphatic as well. The Northern Beaches must have been thinking how close they went on field number 1. They pushed the Coast all the way, and now the Coast have gone right on it in the grand final.
When it's counted, that's what it is. You step up in those big games. None bigger than this one.
29 seconds away from the party beginning on the Coast. In fact, that's it. And fittingly, Walker's the one with it. Central Coast champions of 2024.
Have a look at the scenes. The Central Coast, well deserved, in command of that grand final. As you mentioned, the swan song for some of them. Coach Mitch Walkerton as well, very excited with what's happened. You can hear it in his voice down on the ground. And those scenes, party on the way home. It's a long trip back, but it's bloody worth it.
Geez, they're great scenes, aren't they, Tony? Really, like, you work so hard for it. All the gala days you go to, the 3-day campaign is brutal. Coach Walkerton and crew have put on a magnificent display, arguably their best of the tournament, the biggest game of the afternoon.
And they've stood up. That's what was required. The presentation coming out onto the field. We're waiting to stand by with Jason Stanton to get some reaction from the ground. Of course, some of your interviews earlier today, especially with the Manly girls, Joel, was just great to see, some of the youngsters lapping it up. But there's going to be real emotion with some of these guys that won't be part of his tournament next year, finally getting that closure that they've wanted. They've improved throughout the tournament, and they've finally got what they wanted.
And special shout-out again to that Newcastle side. You just bet your bottom dollar they're going to be in this game again next year, perhaps going one better. We'll take a brief break, and on the other side of this, Jason Stanton is going to be with some very happy Central Coast people.
Jason Stanton here sideline with Jesse Walker, the best player out there today, mate. How does it feel? I'm getting so I'm glad that you got the Gatorade. I got a bit as well. How does it feel?
Oh, it's great. Been wanting to do this for 10 years, so to finally do it in the last year, it's great.
And how about for the club? You're the state champions in men's. Now you're the champs in the 18s. How does that feel for the club?
Oh, it's a great achievement. Like, we've been building this club for ages, and to win both of them, it's heaps good. feels unreal.
Yeah, really good performance, and it was really dominating the way you built throughout the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Was there anything you did different along the way, like recovery? What sorts of things? Any tips for the youngsters watching?
Just run hard. If you run hard, you can roll teams, and they just don't know how to defend. So, yeah, just keep running.
All good, and no doubt you're looking forward to the state titles next week. I think you're up against Wagga.
Yep, Wagga, they'll be tough, so we've got to go down, play as well as we did today to beat them.
No worries. Big congratulations. Central Coast through to the state titles next week, the GYG state titles, and they're the champions here today. Congrats to the Dolphins.
Thank you.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community. I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
And here are my tips on how to speed up the tanning process this summer.
Okay, just give me 10 more minutes to top up my suntan.
It's time we stopped normalising a suntan. 2 in 3 Australians will develop skin cancer in their lifetime. Skin cancer. Let's end the trend. Slip, slop, slap, seek, and slide.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. We'd like to get into our presentations. Firstly, a big congratulations to all teams for qualifying for the grand final. It's been a long weekend, and making it this far into the tournament is a massive achievement in itself. So for that, a big round of applause to each other. Joining with me today, I've got New South Wales Touch Life member Chris Dolahenty to help me hand out some rewards. But first, before we get into the players and the games, we're going to get into our council award. So a big thanks to Dubbo Touch and Dubbo Council for hosting this event this weekend. Without them, we wouldn't be here, we'd be at another venue. Could we please invite Tracy Willock from Dubbo Council and Nicole Gross, President of Dubbo Touch.
Massive thanks to everyone for making the effort to come to Dubbo. It was a bit hotter than last year, but I think you can all agree the fields are awesome. Thanks to Council, and great to work with New South Wales Touch, so thanks very much.
Big thanks to Tracy and Nicole Gross. Now we're going to move on to our matches now. So in the under-18 girls final, we had Manly taking on Nelson Bay for the under-18 girls Rose Cup. In that game we had Manly taking on Nelson Bay, with Manly winning 13 tries to 4. Big round of applause to Manly, our winners. Could we please invite a representative of Nelson Bay to come up and grab their runners-up medals, please? could we also invite you guys to come up and say a few words?
We'd just like to say a massive thank you to Dubbo Touch. You guys hold an awesome event the past 2 years. It's been awesome. New South Wales Touch, the work behind the scenes doesn't go unnoticed. We're so grateful. Us guys couldn't get on the park without you, so we thank you. The refs, it was awesome that game. You guys turn up in the heat like us and always perform your best also. My girls, so proud. Wasn't our day today, but we pushed to the end. Maddie, Nikki, so grateful for you guys. Every training you show up. And lastly, Manly. Oh, Manly again. You guys are the best opponent. He's deserved every single bit of that match. He's played so hard, and we wish you the best of luck in the state final. So well done, girls. Thank you. Thank you.
Big thank you to our runners-up, Nelson Bay Touch Association. Now, before we get into our winners, we would like to announce the player of the final. Big congratulations to number 2 from Manly, Alyssa Meddev. Could we now invite Manly Sea Eagles to come up and collect their winners' medals?
Do I just start whatever? Do I have to do a speech?
Say a few words.
Firstly, I just wanted to say a massive thanks to the Nelson Bay girls. We couldn't imagine anyone else in this grand final with us. You girls were our toughest opponents, and it was honestly such an honour playing against you. To Dubbo Touch, thank you so much for hosting this event, as well as New South Wales Touch. It's an awesome event. All our girls love it. The 3 days, it's awesome. Thank you to the referees. We wouldn't be here without you, even though you take so much back talk. We honestly, this game is awesome with you, and we're so grateful for all of you. To my coaches, Brownie, Imo. Oh, honestly, this win is just, it tops the cake. Like, I did not imagine any of us girls standing here today, but we did it, and we're so proud. And to our manager, Michelle, oh, thank you. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm so lost for words. This is insane. And to all the families for driving out here today, thank you to the parents for coming to every training session, gala day, Dubbo Touch. It's awesome. Like, we all appreciate you so much for bringing us out here today, and we love you all so much. And to the girls, oh, I love you all so much. It's just crazy standing here with all of you today. This is my last JSC. I know it's heaps of this girl's last JSC, and it's just great to go out with a win, so thanks so much. Here? Someone else to go that way. No, that way. Okay.
Yeah, thanks guys. Big congratulations to our 18 girls winners, Manly Sea Eagles. Alright, moving on to our 18 boys, we had Central Coast taking on Newcastle Touch. In the 18 boys grand final of the Galea Cup, we had Central Coast taking out 15 points to 6. Big round of applause to Central Coast. Now, could we please invite a representative from Newcastle Touch to come up and grab their runners-up medallions?
Firstly, I'd like to just thank New South Wales Touch and Dubbo for putting on the State Cup. It's always a good 3 days, and we always have heaps of fun. I'd like to thank all the refs and officials for doing their job. You all do it really well. I'd like to thank Lindsay, our coach. He's been with us for years, working with us for years, and yeah, he's good to all of us. I'd like to thank Central Coast. Look, you're just too good today. It's always a good game between us. You're just a good team. Good luck next weekend up in wherever you have to go, Sydney. And to our boys, look, we've been together since we were tiny. We've been working our way up. to this for a long time, and we'll just keep working at it and we'll come back better next year.
Big thanks for Newcastle Touch. Now we'd like to invite, before we invite the Central Coast boys up to grab their medals, we'd like to announce the player of the final. Big congratulations to number 7, Jesse Walker. Would Jesse like to come and say a few words?
I just want to say good game to Maitland. Thanks to Dubbo. Newcastle. Good game to Newcastle. Thanks to Dubbo Touch for running this event. Thanks to New South Wales Touch as well. It's always a good carnival. And thanks to our boys, Mitch, Bucko, JD, Charlie, Megan. Thanks for your help.
Big congratulations, Jesse. Can we now invite the rest of the Central Coast Dolphins to come up and grab their winners' medals?
Someone else has to say something now.
Go again. Go again. Go again. Shut up, mate.
Big congratulations to the Central Coast Dolphins under 18 boys champions.
Thanks, boys.
Now moving on to our final award of the day, we have the club champions. So we obviously have our top 3, so we're going in order of third versus the first at the end. So in third place we had Maitland on 71 points. And in second place we had Manly Warringah on 122. And finally, the victors of this year's Junior State Cup North Club Championships is Northern Beaches with a record total of 155 points.
Right.
Can I say a few words?
You want to take this first? Oh, yeah, I'll come after. I think Dean told me to. Just a few thank yous. Some massive thank you for Dubbo Touch here. It's beautiful grounds and it's a great tournament. Dubbo City Council and New South Wales Touch, of course. And as some of the people said there before, the refs, if we don't have them, we can't play the game. Also, massive shout out to our stewards of the club, Georgia and Jim Randall. Congratulations, guys. Well done.
Awesome. Big congratulations to Northern Beaches at our club championships for this year, setting a record total of 155 points. Massive effort. And that concludes today's presentations, guys. Just another big thank you to Dubbo Touch for hosting this year once again, and a big thank you to all of you for showing your support and coming by this weekend. We wish you all safe travels home, and we'll see you all next year. Big congrats, guys. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you so much.
All good.
Good, Bailey. It was good, mate. I think we're going to jump in front as like a...
Good.
Yep.